Cain was born a prince, but fate had already marked him as a dangerous villain, destined to bring about the world's destruction and fall at the hands of one of three women. Upon learning this prophecy, the world turned against him, fearing what he would become. Many sought to end his life before he had the chance to grow, but one man stood against them all, his grandfather, the founding king. Refusing to accept the cruel fate laid out for his grandson, the king embarked on a desperate journey. Using forbidden magic, he confronted the future Cain across countless timelines and dimensions, sacrificing 9 lives in the process. Each time, the result was the same. On the same day, at the same hour, and in the same place, the world was reduced to ruin by Cain's hand. In the end, the king realized that escaping destiny was impossible, but rewriting it wasn't. Rather than fighting fate, he chose to reshape Cain himself. He vowed to raise the boy so powerful, so unshakably strong in will and spirit, that no prophecy could ever bind him. The protagonist reflects on his deep respect for his grandfather and teacher, recalling their first fateful meeting. Sitting on a grand throne, the old man, who is none other than the founding king of the first continent and a ruler of a powerful nation, gazes down at the young boy before him, his own grandson. The old man's name is Reinhard von Euclid. With an imposing presence, the king declares that the boy will one day become an unprecedented villain. His words carry weight, foretelling a dark destiny that extends beyond just the first continent. He reveals that not only this land, but the second, third, and even fourth continents will all face ruin at the hands of the child standing before him. Burdened with this grim foresight, the old king confesses that he has attempted to end the boy's life countless times in an effort to change fate. However, no matter how many times he tried, altering a predetermined destiny proved to be an impossible task. Reinhard von Euclid had endured countless failures, witnessing the world's destruction unfold before his very eyes. Each time, despair consumed him, pushing him to become even more ruthless in his pursuit of strength. On the day his grandson, Cain von Euclid, was born, something changed within him. He clung to hope. Rising from his throne, Reinhard approached the young boy, declaring that from this moment onward, Cain would follow him. If fate was inescapable, then he would ensure Cain became so powerful that no destiny could ever dictate his path. 10 years had passed since the protagonist's long journey alongside his grandfather, yet he vividly remembered every intense step along the way. In the present, a dangerous confrontation unfolded. The feared black wolf ogre warrior, Makoro, had taken a woman hostage, holding a blade to her throat. His demand was simple. If the 3 people standing before him wished to keep her alive, they had to hand over their goods. The woman, terrified and desperate, pleaded for her life, revealing that a baby was waiting for her at home. The 3 people hesitated, torn between compliance and escape. Weighing their options, one of them finally stepped forward, anger flashing across his face. He called out Makoro's shame, questioning how a so-called supreme warrior could stoop so low as to take a defenseless woman hostage. But Makoro was unfazed. He sneered at their words, tightening his grip. Whether the woman lived or died was entirely up to them. Out of nowhere, Cain suddenly appeared, his gaze fixed on Makoro. After confirming that it was truly him, Cain declared that Makoro had been completely consumed by evil, leaving him with no choice but to eliminate him. Without hesitation, Cain delivered a swift slash, severing Makoro's head from his body in an instant. However, in doing so, he also struck down the woman Makoro had been holding hostage. The 3 onlookers were stunned by what they had just witnessed. Outraged by Cain's actions, they launched an attack, condemning him for killing an innocent hostage. In response, Cain swiftly cut down one of them without hesitation. But when the remaining 2 attacked, he merely deflected their strikes rather than killing them. Confused, they demanded an explanation. Cain calmly revealed that the so-called hostage and the person he had slain were actually accomplices. Skeptical at first, the 2 survivors hesitated, but Cain urged them to search the bodies for proof. He explained that members of the Black Wolf group always carried identification. Following his advice, they examined the bodies and, to their shock, discovered that Cain had been telling the truth all along. Now convinced, they were left with a single question. How had Cain known? To this, he simply responded with an unwavering expression, "I just cut down evil." The scene shifts to a crowded bar, where Reinhard is seen praising Cain for defeating evil and saving the innocent. Still, one question lingers in his mind. How did Cain know that the woman and the warrior he cut down were accomplices? He immediately wonders what would have happened if the hostage had actually been a good person. Kane then pulls out a pendant given to him by his grandfather 4 years ago. It revealed the truth. Those people were villains. This pendant was the Ring of Holiness, a divine artifact from the third continent. It's revealed that although Reinhardt once urged Kane never to commit any wrongs, he had actually stolen the ring. But it couldn't be helped. There was no way to alter Kane's fate. That also meant stealing the treasure of the second continent. The celestial peach from the immortal realm and the sacred artifact of the deep sea had been equally unavoidable. The Ring of Holiness does indeed distinguish good from evil for Kane, and by following its guidance, he had cut down the three figures cloaked in black. The ring had acknowledged him. Reinhardt said that Kane's heavenly killing star had broken free from the chains of predetermined fate. He added that it was a dreadful destiny to go to such lengths just to stand on neutral ground. Kane stared at him, dumbfounded. Even after 13 years together, he still couldn't fully grasp his grandfather's theories on fate. Interrupting his thoughts, Reinhardt warned him not to delve too deeply, or he'd find himself suffering for a lifetime. He also remarked that despite being his grandson, Kane had developed a body akin to a beast. Kane was left wondering whether that was a compliment or not, but Reinhardt simply laughed, telling him it was up to him how he took it. Later that night, Kane heard someone calling his name, Kane von Euclid. Turning toward his grandfather, he replied, "Yes?" Reinhardt told him to live freely, that nothing was binding him anymore. Kane answered that he would live freely while still following his grandfather's teachings, to reward good with good and return evil with endless evil. Hearing that, Reinhardt felt truly at ease, a sense of relief settling over him. The next morning, Kane found a letter from his grandfather. It read, "Suddenly, though, our journey ends today. Walk your own path, unshackled by fate. And lastly, there's one thing I must tell you. Kane, no matter what anyone says, you are not a villain." The scene shifts, showing Kane effortlessly cutting down evildoers. But then his sword breaks, just as two men, left wounded but alive, try to take advantage of his disarmed state. As they charge at him, Kane uses the broken blade to slit one man's throat. The other attempts to stop him, but Kane pummels him instead, not killing him, but leaving him bleeding heavily. After dropping him to the ground, Kane remarks to himself how difficult it actually is not to kill, but simply knock someone out. He recognizes the man as a small fry, clueless and weak, especially because of the white aura surrounding him. Kane had seen him once before, during a chance encounter with his grandfather, so he decides to let him live, trusting the memory. Not far away, from a high vantage point, a man watches Kane in silence. He's intrigued. How could an underage foreigner take down a black wolf ogre with a single strike? He mutters that Kane is no ordinary human. Then, noticing Kane sparing the man on the ground, he wonders aloud if Kane is deliberately leaving behind a barely alive prey, perhaps for someone else to finish. Suddenly, a girl appears behind him, addressing him as Master and urging him to hurry. Before leaving with her, he replies that there's somewhere he must visit first, then leaps off the cliff, with the girl following. Upon reaching the wounded man, the girl asks who he is, but the moment she realizes he's a member of the Black Wolf, her expression turns cold. Drawing her sword, she eerily asks if she should finish him off. Fortunately for him, the older man stops her, saying the law and government will deal with him. But the girl remained determined to kill him, so she asked the old man why he had refused her. The old man explained that it was a request from someone who had been attacked by the Black Wolf members. Upon hearing this, the girl was shocked, realizing that the person who killed them had sensed her master's presence from such a long distance. When they discovered the broken sword Kane had used, they realized he hadn't employed internal energy. If he had, the sword would have been protected. This revelation motivated the girl even further, confirming in her mind that Kane's martial arts and swordsmanship surpassed her own. The scene shifts to the central continent, a bustling place where people from every continent gather. It's renowned for displaying regional specialties and famous products from across the lands. There, among the crowd, is our poor main character, Kane, simply trying to reach the train station but struggling to navigate through the masses. Suddenly, a girl emerges from the throng and, in an overly flirty manner, asks if he's in trouble. She offers to tell his fortune at a 50% discount. Just as Kane is about to refuse, she mentions a fortune teller from the second continent who can see destiny. Hearing this, another girl with fox ears appears, claiming she can see others' destinies but not her own. At a glance, Kane realizes she belongs to the Silver Fox clan. However, she catches him staring and, thinking he might be interested, invites him to get a fortune reading together, even offering to pay for it herself. Despite the offer, Kane politely declines. The fox girl admitted that it was her first time in the central continent, and doing everything alone felt a bit awkward. Ultimately, she decided to skip the fortune reading too, leaving the poor fortune teller without a customer. Frustrated, the fortune teller grumbled about her bad luck, while another girl urged the fox girl to address the issue. The fox girl, however, told her to drop it, as she herself had been a little rude. Still, the girl insisted. Those villains were using the name of the famed fortune teller who could see destiny just to make money. But the fox girl didn't seem bothered. If she reacted to every little thing, she'd never get any peace. What concerned her more was the man they'd just met. Nariel, the other girl, misunderstood and assumed the fox girl had fallen for him. Clearing things up, the fox girl explained that it wasn't love. What caught her attention was the fact that she couldn't see his fate. His destiny was completely blank, perfectly colorless and odorless. That had never happened before, so she couldn't help but approach him. Though she couldn't see his future, she had seen a train ticket in his possession, meaning they shared the same destination. And strangely, seeing him reminded her of someone from 10 years ago, a mysterious man with the same invisible fate. That man had stolen the first Beast King's treasure, and she still remembered his words, though she had no idea where he might be now. Pulled back to the present, she smiled, feeling like she might meet that man again. Meanwhile, our hero thought about the fox girl, who seemed to be his age. He wondered if she was the woman his grandfather once spoke of, one of the 3 stars destined to influence his constellation. She was the fortune teller of the Silver Fox clan, fated to pierce his heart with a spear. Kane smiled, but something felt off. The fortune teller was supposed to be his enemy. She should have been able to see his fate, but she couldn't. That troubled him. He wondered if his destiny had shifted toward neutrality. And if that were true, had other destinies changed as well? According to his grandfather, over 20 people were born with a fate to kill him. And that was just counting the major destinies. If he included the smaller ones, the total number exceeded 100. Twisting each of those fates and escaping death, that was both his starting point and his ultimate goal. After some time, Kane finally arrived at Ironheart, a massive store in Barakar, the capital of the central continent. He was here to meet someone, Kale DePel, a renowned blacksmith. At the front desk, a girl named Amy assumed he was just another bothersome customer randomly requesting a custom weapon. She informed him that meeting Kale required a prior appointment. However, Kane had come prepared. He handed her a sealed box, a gift from his grandfather. Kane didn't even know what was inside, as his grandfather had strictly told him not to open it. He asked Amy to deliver it to Kale, and told her that if Kale wasn't interested in meeting him after seeing it, he would leave without complaint. Amy, a bit curious herself, took the box and hurried off to find Kale. As Kane waited outside, another man approached and went off, calling him a nuisance and a troublesome customer. The man's words didn't faze Kane much, but what caught his attention was the holy ring on his finger. It reacted immediately, indicating the man was pure evil. Kane was surprised that no one else around had noticed it. The man scoffed and said that if Kane truly wanted to meet Kale, he should spend some money instead of trying such a shabby approach. He added that becoming a VIP customer would surely grab the craftsman's attention, but judging by Kane's appearance, he doubted he had that kind of money. Kane simply replied, "Who knows?" with a shrug. Even if he did have money, he wouldn't waste it on a sword from this shop. There was no point in buying a weapon that couldn't withstand his strength. The man took that as an insult and challenged Kane to try out one of their weapons, assuring him that if anything went wrong, he would take full responsibility. Inside the shop, Kane looked around and eventually found a replica sword. It looked fancy on the outside, clearly designed to fool those who didn't know much about swords, but its poor quality was obvious to a trained eye. With just a single swing, the sword shattered into pieces. The man's face went pale. Despite being a replica, the sword wasn't supposed to break that easily. For it to fall apart from one swing left him completely stunned and clearly worried. Just then, Kale arrived, holding a wooden stick in his hand, demanding to know what the hell was going on. His anger wasn't aimed at Kane, it was directed straight at the man from the shop. Kale was furious. They weren't supposed to sell such poorly made duplicate swords, and now he realized the rumors about their defective weapons might actually be true. The man tried to pin the blame on Kane, but Cale wasn't having any of it. This incident couldn't be overlooked, and now the man had to be prepared to face the consequences for tarnishing the shop's name. They took him away, presumably to make him pay the price. Even as he was being dragged off, the man still grumbled that it was all Kane's fault. Kane, standing by, casually repeated that no matter how much money he had, he still wouldn't have bought a weapon from this shop. Cale raised an eyebrow and asked if he really said that. When Kane confirmed it with a simple yes, Cale returned the wooden stick to his back, saying he had high hopes for Kane. After all, Kane had brought a gift from an old friend. With a chuckle, Cale told him to pretend none of this ever happened and handed him a sword as a reward, one of the top 3 swords currently on display. He instructed Kane to take the sword and disappear. Kane didn't respond immediately, which led Cale to assume he didn't like the sword and was being sarcastic. Thinking Kane found it unworthy, Cale seemed a bit annoyed. Kane quickly apologized, admitting his previous words may have sounded inconsiderate. He explained that he never meant to insult Cale's weapons. He was only stating facts. It wasn't just the swords here, but even some of the most famous blades couldn't handle his strength. To prove it, he swung the newly given sword once, and just like before, it shattered instantly. Cale was shocked, now realizing that Kane's strength was so overwhelming it had surpassed the sword's power. Later, they both apologized for their earlier rudeness. Cale now knew that Kane was Reinhardt's grandson and asked what the purpose of his visit was. Since Kane had brought the mistletoe branch, it must be something important. Kane, however, was unsure why he was here. His grandfather had simply told him to come. By the way, the branch he held was known as a divine treasure. Kane hadn't known this, but was certain of one thing. His grandfather likely stole it. The branch wasn't reacting yet, which is why Kane hadn't realized its significance. It was surrounded by a weak aura. This mistletoe branch was an excellent material, capable of being forged into a sword that could rival a divine weapon. 20 years ago, Cale had asked Reinhardt several times to allow him to forge a weapon from it, but each time Reinhardt refused. Now Kane was requesting that Cale create a weapon from it. As Kane had shown earlier, he couldn't work with metals due to certain reasons. No matter how good the sword, it would break before he could even swing it. The reason? 10 years ago, after consuming treasure from the deep sea, Kane became unable to handle metals. Iron or a chalcum or any material he touched would be destroyed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that all existing weapons were made of metal, which meant he could never have his own weapon. Cale was unaware of all this, but decided to accept Kane's request. Now that he understood why Reinhardt had sent him the branch, he realized that weapons made from the mistletoe branch wouldn't be affected by Kane's condition. Kane, surprised that he could finally have his own weapon, had nearly given up on that possibility. This felt to him like his grandfather's last gift. Afterward, he stepped outside the store and found Amy with 2 other men. They were all panicking, so Kane asked why. Before they could answer, he guessed, "Is it possible that Manager Ding has disappeared?" The man from earlier was Manager Ding. Hearing this, they began apologizing, thinking they had allowed the employee who had treated the customer rudely to escape. Kane, now understanding why they were so apologetic, realized they had mistaken him for a hired expert from the 4th continent. Most of them had difficult personalities, so they probably assumed they would be killed, which made Kane angry. To ease the tension, he told them it was fine and left without saying another word. Later, Kane bumped into a group that was after him. Someone had placed a reward of 3 gold ounces on his head, and the group had come to kill him. After some time, without even trying, Kane had killed all of them except for one man. The last man, trembling in fear, confessed that the others had threatened to kill his family unless he helped them. Kane had some questions and was prepared to spare him if he answered truthfully. Kane was even willing to swear an oath on his sword, although it wasn't his own. A sword oath made by swordsmen restricted a person's mana if broken. The more skilled the swordsman, the more severe the consequences. Kane quickly swore that if the man in front of him answered truthfully, he wouldn't harm him. The first question was simple. Who sent him to kill Kane? The man didn't answer immediately, but after a few prods with the sword, he finally did. It turned out that Manager Ding had sent him, but the request had actually come from a large organization with a base in the area. Manager Ding had used his connections to get these men to take the job. So, Manager Ding was also part of a criminal organization, which explained the black aura Kane could see surrounding him. Kane asked for the location of the organization's base, curious about where these men were operating. After receiving the location, Kane confirmed that the man was telling the truth. However, Kane had no intention of letting him go. As for the sword oath, it unfortunately didn't apply to Kane. His grandfather had given him the peach of the immortal realm, and after consuming it, his mana disappeared. Since the restrictions based on mana didn't affect him, the sword oath held no power over him. Kane had made a promise, but a promise from a villain meant nothing. With that, Kane killed him, and the sword finally broke down. In the next scene, we see Laon resting place. From the outside, it appeared to be just a regular lodging facility, but that was only the exterior and lobby. Using a hidden passage that led underground, one could find a gathering of the most dangerous criminals in the area. They hadn't even spared a child, making him a slave instead. In a private room of the gathering, Manager Ding was visibly furious. He had just received the news that the gang he had sent to kill Kane had been wiped out. In front of him stood a well-known expert from Alta. By the way, Alta was a criminal organization, and Manager Ding was a part of it. Manager Ding thought his boss must have high expectations of him, which was why this expert had been sent. However, Manager Ding soon realized that the expert wasn't there to deal with Kane. The mission given to the expert was simply to recover information. Manager Ding didn't know much more than that, but he did know it was related to the information taken by Ironheart. What Manager Ding hadn't reported yet was the real reason he had gone to Ironheart in disguise, to steal their information. Upon learning this, Manager Ding began to tremble, but the expert reassured him, saying he hadn't received any orders to kill him. There was no need to worry. He was only there to recover the information. After the memory check, the expert began to leave, causing Manager Ding to panic. If the expert left, who would protect him? But then, the expert paused. He noticed the silence outside the room, a silence that meant something was wrong. Actually, it was Kane telling the kid to keep his eyes closed for a while longer. Seeing Manager Ding's shocked expression made the man from Alta wonder if he knew the kid. The man remarked that the kid was too brutal for his age. However, Kane only laughed, pointing out that the one who takes pleasure in torturing others is the last to call something brutal. The man said he should have shown mercy, but Kane dismissed the idea. He stated that kindness is met with kindness, and evil is repaid with evil. Mercy doesn't suit him. The only thing Kane could offer was infinite malice. With that, Kane delivered a flawless blow, cutting through the man's neck so quickly that he never even saw the sword coming. Now, Kane was satisfied as he and Manager Ding were finally alone. Later, after some time, in Ironheart, Kale and Kane were discussing the data chip which contained the report Ding had created for Alta Group. The chip was a storage medium invented on the third continent and required a compatible device to access it. Since it was from before mass production, finding a tablet to read it would be difficult, but the information Alta had stolen was still on it. They had no idea what they were after, so they had to stay vigilant, unsure of when they would need to act. Kale asked about the child, noting that he didn't look like Kane's. Kane explained that he had saved the child from gathering and asked if he could leave him with Kale, since they couldn't trust the security forces after Alta's involvement. Kale agreed to look after the child. Just as Kane was about to leave, Kale showed him a scroll. It was about the box with the mistletoe branch. Upon investigation, Kale had discovered a secret space inside the box, and this was what he found. Suspecting it might be Reinhard, Kane thanked him and told him to contact him once he found a data chip reader before departing. The scene shifts to where Kane had killed Alta. The fox girl who had just arrived here was wondering who could possibly use force against Alta. Neriel commented that even if they were allies, they were still very brutal, so even if they were on their side, they couldn't rejoice too freely. The fox girl acknowledged that it might be difficult to communicate with this person, but she felt a familiar sensation. Neriel noted that it was a good thing to know there were others besides them who were hostile to Alta. The fox girl agreed, believing there might be others fighting to eradicate Alta. She actually hoped to meet that person. In the next scene, Kane is seen reading Reinhardt's letter. Reinhardt had already predicted that Kane had gone to the central continent, met Kale, and received the mistletoe branch. He also requested a sword and knew that Kane had encountered the Oracle, who could see fate. Reinhardt was aware that Kane must have clashed with Alta in Barakarl. Everything had unfolded exactly as Reinhardt had said, but Reinhardt also warned that Kane would lose his life to Alta. The scene transitions to Kane in the mechanical paradise, a shopping district where only goods from the third continent's advanced mechanical civilization were sold. Kane was extremely tired, as he had no mana. Those who used mana didn't need long sleep, as mana activated the body and brain, helping with fatigue recovery. Kane entered a shop and asked for a TK series item. The shopkeeper was taken aback, explaining that the product had been released 27 years ago, and informed him about a shop, the only shop still carrying it. Kane entered the store, and not long after, the Fox Girl and Nariel arrived, looking for someone. They explained they were searching for tablet devices called TK series, but the shopkeeper had already sold the last one to Kane. Wondering who the buyer was, they decided to track him down. To get more information, the Fox Girl used her cuteness to charm the shopkeeper, asking if he could provide any details about who had purchased it. The scene changes to Kane inserting the chip into a device, which displayed personal information about the blacksmiths of Ironheart. Just as he was about to leave to tell Kale about it, the Fox Girl and Nariel found him. He saw Nariel and immediately understood that she was her bodyguard. The Fox Girl moved closer to his face and remarked that he became more mysterious every time she saw him. Nariel reminded her to focus on the urgent matters at hand, and the Fox Girl directly asked Kane if he was a member of Alta. Kane confirmed he was not. He was, in fact, the opposite. Suddenly, a group of people arrived, confirming Kane's statement. The Fox Girl, who was also the princess from the second continent, stepped forward, and Nariel immediately moved to confront them. The newcomers, showing unwelcoming behavior, considered themselves the important guests from the second continent. They said they had brought the tablet, meaning they must be there to investigate them. Kane's TK device began to vibrate immediately, and upon removing the chip, they realized that these people were tracking them using the device and had purposely placed it in that store. One of the group members asked Kane if he was with them or just a random person. Kane replied with the latter, and the person decided to trust him, noting that he wasn't a Beastman. They then pulled out a music player and an anti-Beastman weapon and started playing music loudly. The Fox Girl and Nariel fainted, but Kane stood unfazed. Thinking of him as a normal boy, they told him they would take him to their base for investigation, assuring him they wouldn't harm him. Then, one of them pulled out flow iron handcuffs, made from the toughest iron in the world. These handcuffs had the ability to suppress mana and other special powers, and they cost more than a normal mansion. Later, Nariel woke up in a dark room, feeling cold. She immediately started to panic, desperate to know where the princess was. But she soon realized that she was trapped with flow iron handcuffs, which she knew she wouldn't be able to break. Kane, finding her in this state, explained the situation they were in and revealed that the princess had been taken away. Nariel hadn't realized Kane was also with her. She asked if he was opposing Alta, and he confirmed with a yes. He explained that they were targeting the person who had crafted his sword, making it a one-of-a-kind weapon in the world, something he couldn't let go of. That's why he was going to crush them. Nariel was shocked, thinking Kane had lost his mind. Since the flow iron handcuffs were restraining them, and even the Beast King couldn't break them. Kane disagreed, stating that it was still just metal, and something like this couldn't restrain him. With that, he shattered the handcuffs into pieces. He even freed Nariel by crushing her restraints and then broke the iron bars, which only added to her trauma. I can't believe he's just a kid, she thought. Kane then guided her toward the source of the footsteps he had heard when the Fox Girl had been escorted away. In the next scene, the Fox Girl was tied in chains made of the same material as the others. One of the men was clearly enjoying her struggle and even expressed his desire to gouge out her eyes and gaze at them. The Fox Girl fired back, saying it would be more fun if she gouged his eyes out and played with them. The man, though knowing he would be in trouble, still decided to remove one of her eyes. As he approached with the tool, he suddenly sensed something behind him. It was none other than Kane, who immediately landed 2 powerful kicks, sending the man flying. Afterward, Kane crushed the Fox Girl's handcuffs and told her to go outside with the bodyguards. He couldn't let the priestess see what was about to happen. Once outside, Nariel hugged the Fox Girl, feeling a sense of relief. But then, loud, painful cries and screams echoed through the building, making them wonder what kind of interrogation was happening. A short while later, Kane emerged and suggested they leave the area. The girls were curious about the man who had been left behind, and Nariel decided to take a look. Kane warned her that she would regret it, and indeed, she did. What she found was a sight that was too gruesome to describe. Later, they arrived at the Atlas scoundrels' hideout, and no surprise, it had been difficult to locate. Kane commented that they were far enough now, ensuring no one would find them there. He wanted to discuss something important and first provided information about the device used to incapacitate both Neriel and the Fox Girl. The device adversely affected the bloodstream of beastmen, forcing them into an overload. Beastmen use a special technique to strengthen their bodies by enhancing their blood with mana, but Kane admitted that even he didn't fully understand the exact mechanism behind it. The ladies thanked him, but he shifted the conversation, revealing that he had uncovered Atla's objective. Their goal was the collapse of the central continent. They aimed to destroy it and forcibly dismantle the peace treaties among the 4 continents. Then, by using the influence of their organization on each continent, they planned to trigger intercontinental wars. Once the continents exhausted their military strength through these wars, Atla intended to rule the world. Kane now understood what his grandfather had meant when he said that he would lose his life to Atla. After that, Kane decided to take separate action. The girls insisted on staying with him, but he stated that he had something urgent to attend to. That urgent matter was the potential invasion of Ironheart by Atla, which meant he had to return immediately. The Fox Girl asked if they could meet again, and Kane agreed to see them the next night at 6 at Sarah's Tavern, located to the right of Block 3 in the central shopping district. As soon as he left, Neriel started comparing him to the Beast King. Meanwhile, the Fox Girl was adorably drooling over the fact that the only person whose destiny she couldn't see had saved her life. She made up her mind to definitely ask for his name the next day. Kane was then seen knocking at a door, wondering if Kale was inside. Kale appeared, looking like Santa Claus, only with black beards. Kane told him he had checked the data chip, and they went inside. Once inside, Kale grew visibly worried about whatever Atla was planning. Kane suggested hiding with the craftsman, but Kale rejected the idea. If the enemy realized their scheme had been discovered, they would launch an attack regardless. Even in hiding, they'd be tracked down. Besides, since Kane had already raided their base, they would now be hunting him desperately. Kane felt guilty for being careless, but Kale reassured him it was just the mistletoe branch that had thrown him off. He also told Kane not to worry about the sword. However, there was still one problem. Siritritan, a rare metal from the second continent. It was essential to neutralize the mistletoe branch's unique traits and was difficult to obtain. If Kane could find it, Kale said he could finish the sword within a week. Kane believed it was possible. The next day at Sarah's Tavern, Kane asked the Fox Girl if she could acquire the metal as soon as possible. She replied that it might take some time. While glancing at Neriel's sword, she asked Kane if it needed to be in an unprocessed state. Kane said he didn't mind the condition of the metal. Suddenly, the Fox Girl exclaimed that they could get it immediately and cast an eerie look at Neriel. Neriel refused to hand over her sword, saying it was a gift from the Beast King. However, after receiving another vague threat, she reluctantly handed it to Kane. After thanking them, Kane offered to share other information about the enemy base and mentioned he intended to tell them everything he knew. Growing suspicious, the Fox Girl asked what he wanted in return. Kane simply replied that it was nothing significant. He just wanted to form an alliance. To face Atla, trustworthy allies were necessary, and Kane claimed he could tell by looking at someone whether they could be trusted. According to him, these two passed that test. They agreed to work together. Kane picked up the sword, and just before he left to deliver it, the Fox Girl handed him a map of the inn where they were staying. She also shared her name, Shea Vil Vistron. Kane didn't think it was important to reveal his full name, so he simply told her he was Kane. In the next scene, Kane was seen walking after handing over the sword to Kale. Now, in just a week, his weapon would be ready, unbreakable, no matter how hard he wielded it. After all, it was a divine weapon. He arrived at the Beastman's lodgings and knocked on the door, speaking a coded phrase. The lamb was sold out. Neriel opened the door. Inside, the room was filled with people. As Kane entered, he wondered why Shaw Python had appeared with the Bloodstream Suppression Squad. He decided to get to the bottom of it. Shaw Python, seeing Kane approach, panicked. Moments later, Kane beheaded him, shocking everyone in the room. Only after that did he introduce himself. Instantly, chaos erupted. Everyone began attacking him, including a girl who leapt at him, but Kane didn't go down without a fight. He made sure not to injure anyone else during the scuffle, while Neriel stood aside, silently watching and waiting for the misunderstanding to clear. Another man moved in to strike, but Kane stopped him by explaining that Shaw Python had been a spy. The group was skeptical, finding it hard to believe. To back up his claim, Kane brought up the Jeffrel School, a research institute focused on body-based magic. He explained that among their repertoire existed a unique spell, body transformation magic. This magic implanted a special stone created by the Jeffrel School, allowing a person to replicate another's structure, face, and even 10% of their unique mana signature. As Kane shattered the magic stone, the man's form reverted to normal. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Kane had been telling the truth, but two immediate questions arose. First, as a swordsman, how had he recognized a spell from the Jeffrel School? And second, why hadn't he mentioned the man was a spy before killing him? The answer to the first was straightforward. Kane had mastered all 7 magic schools that existed on the first continent. As for the second, it was more complicated. He explained that it was an obsessive-compulsive reaction, something beyond his control. His grandfather had taught him to never hesitate when confronting evil and to trust his instincts. As a result, whenever he sensed something wicked, his body often moved on its own before his mind could catch up. Neriel, however, pointed out that he still needed to explain himself before taking action. Kane apologized and admitted he would try to restrain himself better during future operations. With that settled, the topic shifted to the princess, who was currently on the top floor, praying under the full moon. Suddenly, Neriel realized something. If a spy had managed to infiltrate the building, then there was a strong chance someone might also target the princess. Alarmed, she rushed upstairs. When she opened the door, she was relieved to find the princess safe and unharmed. But later, it was revealed that the princess had indeed been attacked. However, she eliminated the intruders with ease. Given her current state, defeating her was nearly impossible. When she found Neriel at her door, the princess assumed that the lower floors had also been attacked, though the situation wasn't quite like that. Neriel then explained everything to her. Out of nowhere, the princess mentioned that she had just discovered another person inside the tower, someone who had completely hidden their presence. Without waiting for Neriel's response, she dashed toward the lower floor. The reason for her urgency? The one hiding so stealthily was none other than Kane. According to Neriel, under the full moon, the princess's power could rival the Beast King in his prime. She worried that even Kane might not be able to handle her in his unguarded state. The princess soon located Kane and even launched a kick at him, but Kane casually blocked it, like swatting away a balloon. Immediately realizing her mistake, the princess began apologizing, assuming Kane was an intruder. Meanwhile, Neriel was left dumbfounded. She had just witnessed Kane effortlessly stop a strike that even the Beast King couldn't block so easily. That raised a troubling question in her mind. Could Kane actually be more powerful than the Beast King himself? Later, Neriel and Kane informed the princess that they had uncovered a spy among them. They suspected that the Jeffrel School's transformation magic might be the reason the princess was unable to read that man's fate. As many already know, the princess has the ability to see fates as long as the person is within her line of sight. No additional conditions required. To put it simply, the power of fate is tied directly to an individual's unique mana. Even if someone tries to suppress or hide their mana, their fate still becomes visible. Anyone who possesses mana cannot escape her gaze. Neriel scolded the princess for revealing such sensitive information so casually, but the princess clearly had no intention of stopping. So Neriel turned to Kane and asked him not to share what he had just heard with anyone outside the group. Suddenly, Kane sensed something and stood up. The princess and Neriel were confused, having no idea what he was reacting to. Kane then revealed that they had been surrounded. However, they weren't actually surrounded yet. About 1.5 kilometers away from the inn, 3 members of Atla were approaching. These were the ones responsible for sending the earlier spy. Among them was Rushed, the Holy Sword of Genesis, an executive of Atla and ranked 12th. After some tense conversation, 2 of them began arguing over the lack of any report from the spy. Their fight escalated until Rushed calmed them down. But just as they were preparing to launch their assassination attempt, one member noticed something horrifying. Their leader had just been killed in a single strike. Turning around, he saw that his other teammate was also already dead. When the last Atla agent turned around, he was stunned to find Kane standing right in front of him. In a panic, he launched an attack in hopes of defending himself, but he was no match. Just like his teammates, he too was swiftly killed by Kane. After the fight, Kane picked up Rush's sword. It looked like a high-quality weapon, and he figured it might last him around 3 days, give or take. Back at the inn, Neriel was already on edge. She concluded that their base had likely been compromised and suggested abandoning it. She gave instructions to dispose of anything that might reveal sensitive information and to only take the essentials when relocating. When Kane returned, the group asked if he had managed to scout out the enemy positions and identify their commander. They assumed Kane had gone ahead to gather intel for the upcoming battle and were preparing for a major fight. Kane casually responded that there was no need to worry. He had already dealt with the attackers. In fact, he'd eliminated them all within just 3 minutes. His words didn't quite register at first, but once they noticed the sword he brought back as loot, reality hit them hard. That sword belonged to none other than Rushed, the saintly sword master, and a high-ranking executive of Atla. The sword's name was Reshibertan, an enchanted blade said to cut through anything. Without hesitation, he killed everyone in his path. The princess, who had been praying until then, suddenly stood up, her true form revealed. She was ready to fight, telling Kane to leave the rest to her. She hadn't heard their conversation, unaware that Kane had already taken care of the enemies. Meanwhile, far away, in a small inn in the capital of the Second Continent, Thunder Emperor Van, an executive of Atla ranked 8th, received the news that Rushed had been defeated. Van, a powerful figure, hadn't expected this outcome, but he had also heard that the princess was born with even stronger blood than the best king. It was possible she had awakened her power and was the one who defeated Rushed. Originally, they had been after the princess, but with Rushed's defeat, their plans had been disrupted. Van decided to leave everything to the woman in front of him, wanting to focus on his own work. What exactly he had been working on, however, remained a mystery. The next day, Kane found himself at the outskirts of Barakal in a forest ruin. He was alone because the day before they had all decided to separate and meet again at the agreed location. Arriving 2 hours earlier than the appointed time, Kane chose to spend the waiting period in self-reflection. Self-reflection, a practice of observing without subjectivity, was meant to align one's essence with truth. He was doing this to find an answer to a question his grandfather had asked him long ago. Which comes first, the body that follows the mind or the mind that follows the body? Well, he was close to figuring it out. Meanwhile, Princess and Neriel were traveling when the princess, exhausted from awakening twice in one day, sensed a strange aura. Following it, they found Kane. The sight before her took the princess by surprise. It resembled a painting her older brother had shown her long ago. But what truly shocked her was the dark, evil mana emanating from him. After eating the peach from the immortal realm, Kane lost the ability to use mana. However, whenever he engaged in self-reflection, his mana temporarily returned. He still didn't understand if this return was a result of his self-reflection or if it was simply a temporary recovery. As he noticed the two of them observing him, he realized they had been watching for about 5 minutes without his noticing. When he approached them, the princess was startled, but quickly reassured him that nothing was wrong. She had merely been deep in thought. 20 minutes later, everyone had arrived. They were actually late, and it was all because of Kane. His mana had spread, turning the forest into a maze. The mana was like nature itself. Without wasting any time, the group got down to business. The princess was still wondering about what she had seen earlier, whether that dark mana really was Kane's. However, she trusted him and didn't dwell on it. They were planning to leave the area soon, as the royal airship would arrive in 4 days, so they needed to make their way out for now. The supply officer, communication officer, scout, and alarm magic device officer were all present. Thanks to the scout and alarm magic device officers, they learned that Atla had been on the move. Fortunately, they weren't heading their way, but were causing trouble in the capital's bustling district. The real issue was at Ironheart, where Cole and Amy were in serious trouble. Atla wanted to sign a contract with Cole, and they were blackmailing him. If he refused, they threatened to throw Amy into the forge, where blacksmiths heat iron. Outside of Ironheart, members of the self-defense group from the central continent were stopping customers from entering, claiming it was a holiday due to an unresolved problem at the forge. However, unbeknownst to anyone, these self-defense members were actually from Atla, who had built up a false reputation over the years. One of the men warned another not to speak about it, as they would be in serious trouble if anyone overheard. Out of nowhere, Cain appeared, swiftly killing one of the men. He thanked them for the information, revealing that he had been listening the whole time. At first, they attacked him, but when they realized they were no match for him, they began running, calling for help. It was all in vain, as the others outside couldn't see or hear them. This was due to the princess's barrier, which she had later changed to a formal one that completely isolated the interior from the exterior. The barrier would only last for 10 minutes, but that was enough. The group had already decided on the princess's role. She would be the vanguard, using her absolute power to defeat the enemy on the night of the full moon. On other days, she would support the group with her barrier formation. By borrowing the power of the priestess or the princess, Cain's options would expand. Meanwhile, Amy's situation had only worsened. After counting to 5, the men demanded Cole sign the contract with the bond he had agreed to. But they still threw Amy into the fire. However, as they turned around, they discovered that the one screaming and burning in the fire was not Amy. It was an Atla member who had been throwing her in. How was this possible? Because Cain was already there. Cain appeared behind the Atla member, calmly explaining that burning to death was the most excruciating way to die. Every breath the victim took dissolved the lungs as the flames engulfed them, and each nerve cell continuously simulated pain in an attempt to resist the fire. This intense agony was also the reason it was so difficult to lose consciousness. By the way, Cain also threw the other Atla member into the fire. He managed to save everyone just in time, but Amy's face had already been severely damaged. They considered using ice, but Cain intervened, stopping them, explaining that it would only make things worse. With killing intent, he quickly called for the princess. When she arrived, Cain requested that she heal Amy. In a matter of seconds, Amy's face returned to its original state. Cole was amazed, having never seen a healer with such power. He remarked that it was no surprise, given she was Cain's ally. With 3 minutes still left on the barrier, they decided to leave Ironheart immediately. Cain told his staff they needed to leave right away, though everyone was concerned about the supplies in the warehouse. Still, the weapons could be replaced. Surviving was their priority. Cain raised his hand, asking them to wait for a moment. He then turned to the princess and requested that she extend the formation's duration. She managed to extend it by 5 minutes, which was more than enough. The real problem, however, was how to carry all the weapons, over 1,000 of them. Cain reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box. The princess, curious, leaned in to inspect it. Just before she touched it, Cain warned her not to, but it was too late. The box suddenly transformed into a large chest with an open mouth, seemingly ready to devour the princess. However, Cain quickly stopped it. "This is a labyrinthine mystery, born from the seed of greed," Cain explained. "It's a living treasure chest. The chest would be used to store all the weapons." After some time, a group of Atla members finally arrived at the warehouse, only to find that all the weapons were gone. There wasn't even a trace left. Frustrated, they decided to capture the families and relatives of the blacksmiths and store clerks. They would do whatever it took to catch them. Meanwhile, Neriel had already evacuated the families and acquaintances of those involved, knowing that Atla would surely target the relatives of the blacksmiths. In 4 days, a royal airship would arrive to take them. They invited Cole and the others to the second continent, and they agreed. Before they left, Cole wanted to ask for a favor. He needed a space to work at, as he wanted to finish crafting Cain's sword made from mistletoe wood. He believed he could complete it within 4 days, and had already named the sword Mistletoe. Later, Neriel and the princess took him to an abandoned factory. This was the only space they could provide for Cole to work. Changing the topic, the princess asked Neriel if she had been able to establish contact with their country. Neriel replied that she hadn't been successful yet. It had been difficult to avoid the other communication terminals while trying to establish a stable connection with the princess's brother directly. However, once they were allowed to let their signal be detected by other terminals, they would be able to make contact immediately. The problem was that they couldn't risk doing so just yet, because they had no way of knowing which of the 13 terminals might be under the control of an Atlas spy. Yes, there could be a spy among the 13 terminals. These terminals were manned by 13 people, all prominent figures within the country. In addition to the first terminal, there were 7 Guardian Knights, two of the strongest warriors, and three high-ranking officials. All of them had served the royal family for over 20 years. The only person who knew the princess's unique mana was the key to her strength was the princess's brother, the first prince. No matter how long it took, they would only contact someone confirmed not to be a spy. The one person everyone could trust, the highly respected first prince. Later, they changed the subject, and the princess wondered aloud where Cain was. They were truly surprised. Not only did he possess some mimic and X-grade artifacts, but he was also incredibly powerful. They weren't sure about his background, but they were certain he wasn't aligned with the enemy. The princess found it hard to believe that he could be a villain, yet she couldn't ignore the dark mana she had sensed within him during that moment. 4 days later, Cain and Nariel were talking. Cain was praising her for her hard work over the past few days. Now, it was time to get moving. Everyone was ready. The princess mentioned that it would have been better if Cain had come with them, but she reassured him that she would return as soon as possible. Nariel said that they had to come back quickly because if they were late, Cain would have to handle everything on his own. However, to Cain, it would be too troublesome to do everything alone, so he decided to wait for their return. As for the sword, it was finished, but Kale asked Cain not to touch it for a while. Cain understood and thanked Kale, acknowledging that it was only because of him that his dream had come true. After some time, the royal airship from the second continent finally arrived. However, along with the airship, there were also people from Atla. It seemed their information had been leaked somehow. Atla had initially only been after the princess, but now they had discovered that she was also responsible for evacuating the Ironheart craftsmen. The Atla forces came prepared, pulling out anti-beastmen weapons. These weapons, while appearing to be simple speakers, actually functioned as blood circulation suppressant devices. However, this time they had learned how to deal with it. All they needed to do was stop using the blood circulation technique. The people from Atla found the situation more annoying than anything because, at first, they had been told that using the suppressor device would be enough to deal with the princess. Now they realized they had to deal with more than they expected. Everyone was ready to fight, but the princess had other plans. She instructed everyone else to fall back, saying she had a way to buy some time. Her formation wasn't affected by the suppressor device, so she quickly set up a protection formation called Genbu. With this, no one from Atla would be able to step foot inside. Meanwhile, Cain was in the abandoned factory, staring at the sword Kale had told him not to touch. He couldn't afford to wait around for a whole month, and he also had Black Fang with him, which he borrowed from Nariel. He knew he couldn't leave it with her for too long. If he didn't act now, who knew if he would make it in time? But he also couldn't leave his sword alone. Back at the scene, there was no way for the people from Atla to break the formation and get inside, so they were left waiting outside, unsure whether to give up or push forward. The others had climbed up quickly, except for the princess and Nariel. Nariel called out to the princess, asking her to come with them. However, the princess replied that there was no way she could maintain the formation from a distance. If she moved from the spot, the formation would break. Nariel offered to buy enough time so that the princess and the airship could escape. But the princess, using the order of authority she had sworn never to use, commanded Nariel to leave and escape, regardless of the method. The order of authority was a compulsory command that could not be refused. When Nariel had become the royal guard of the beast, she had sworn with blood to obey one such order in her lifetime. With that, she obeyed and escaped with the airship, leaving the princess behind. The princess had already reached her limit and soon lost consciousness. Before Alta could do anything further, Cain appeared just in time, swiftly killing their captain and then eliminating the rest of the group, believing they had no right to live. He decided to take the princess to a safe place so she could rest and receive the necessary treatments. Meanwhile, Van, the executive ranked 8th in Alta, was fuming after hearing that they had failed to capture the princess. He gave the girl in front of him a chance to explain what had happened. She desperately recounted that a powerful warrior had appeared out of nowhere and saved the princess. To confirm the details, the girl's team had been holding onto a mana recorder, but strangely, it had failed to record any trace of mana from this warrior, despite being a high-grade recorder. Van was well aware of only 3 individuals whose mana couldn't be recorded by such a device. The first was the Sword Saint from the 4th continent. The second was Reinhardt, the Origin King from the first continent. The last was the mysterious boss of the Alta organization itself. Van quickly came to a conclusion. There was a chance that Reinhardt himself had gone undercover and appeared at the scene. If this were true, it would spell disaster for them. When the princess came to her senses, she found herself in an unfamiliar place, realizing she was confined by those people. A deep sadness overwhelmed her as she thought about Nariel, wondering what would happen to her once the order was rescinded and she returned to their homeland. She found herself in an incredibly difficult situation, and the tears began to flow as the weight of everything sank in. It was during her distress that she heard Kane's voice. At first, she thought it was just a hallucination, but as his presence became clearer and he gently touched her forehead to check if she was all right, she realized it wasn't. She started crying again, feeling a mix of relief and sorrow. Kane, misunderstanding her tears, assumed she was physically hurt and quickly offered her an elixir. This particular elixir was extremely rare, said to possess the power to even bring the dead back to life. As soon as the princess was exposed to its radiant energy, her pain began to fade away. Kane had been told by his grandfather that a trial would soon come for the priestess, one who could see the threads of fate, and he was advised to ensure she drank this elixir when the time came. Despite the soothing effects of the elixir, the princess refused to accept it, unable to bring herself to drink it. Kane, sensing her reluctance, didn't press her further. As for Kane's sword, the one Kale had told him not to touch, Kane had brought it with him, though he remained uncertain about its state. He wondered whether the sword was maturing inside Mimic. On the other side, aboard the royal airship, Kale blamed himself for everything that had gone wrong. In his mind, if the sword hadn't needed to mature, Kane wouldn't have had to stay in the factory and could have saved the princess. Little did they know, she had already been saved. Let me explain what sword maturation means. During this process, a sword absorbs mana, and the more mana it takes in, the stronger it becomes. If there were a place where mana was 5 times more concentrated, Kane's sword would have become a true divine weapon. Unfortunately, he had thrown the sword into the Mimic, which had mana concentrations 10 times higher than normal. The sword began to glow brightly in the Mimic, and when Kane realized that the maturation process was being accelerated, he decided they could move immediately, as the sword would soon be in his hands. The princess had no idea where they were headed, so Kane explained that it was the perfect time to attack Alta's base central continent, which could be practically right now. He then guessed that if the executive had been present during the airship attack, they would have helped, meaning they were likely on a different mission, far from the central continent. Kane asked the princess to cooperate with him as he needed her help. Naturally, she agreed. In the next scene, we find Alta's surveillance base on the outskirts of Barakal. The entire staff was in a panic, desperate to find the princess at any cost. If they didn't locate her within 3 days, they would all be killed. Meanwhile, Kane and the princess had already infiltrated the base, using awareness-impeding techniques to block the cameras. It was incredibly convenient, as Kane didn't have to fight anyone along the way. Unfortunately, their stealth didn't last long, and they were eventually caught. But it wasn't a big issue for Kane. He dealt with them instantly. Their captain arrived shortly after hearing the commotion outside. Just as Kane was about to kill him with a punch, the princess stopped him. They could use this man, as they still needed a password to access their system. The princess quickly cast her magic on him. Though the specifics of the magic were unclear, it worked. He began answering whatever they asked. With access to the system, they began reviewing reports on the invasion of various continents. The information was presented as percentages, and for the first continent, it was 99%. Kane was from the first continent, and who would have thought that the unified kingdom established by his grandfather would fall in just 14 years? What his father might be up to now was anyone's guess. Kane was furious and emotional, but he later apologized to the princess. As for the other continents, the situation wasn't much better. The third continent was only at 11%, the fourth at 48%, and the second at 38%. Thankfully, the Vistran royal family seemed to be holding up, which suggested that the princess's brother wasn't a traitor. The real issue, though, was the lack of trust. Only 3 people knew about the return operation: the princess, Nariel, and her brother. The princess thought that the misunderstanding had been cleared up, but it hadn't. Neriel wasn't aware of the situation, and if she became convinced that the first prince was a traitor, no one knew what would happen. The princess knew she had to inform her father immediately, as any delay could cause distrust within the royal family. Alta would undoubtedly exploit this, leading to the second continent's fall. But there was a problem. They had no way to communicate with her father. Out of nowhere, Kane suggested they head to Alta's headquarters in Barakal, which was also their largest base, with over 1,000 members. Why? Kane's plan was to break through their ranks and secure a communication device before Neriel reached the second continent. Time was running out. They had only 8 hours left before the airship reached its destination. At Alta's central headquarters, chaos erupted as everyone scrambled to find the princess. The commander was demanding that they locate her as quickly as possible, but a group requested more time. That was impossible, according to the commander, because a certain person was on their way to the central continent. Not long after, another group from Alta arrived, the team that was supposed to be guarding the post. But they explained that it was the commander who informed them that invaders had arrived and ordered them to head to the basement immediately. This was all part of Kane's plan. He was behind it all, believing that by gathering everyone in one place, he could eliminate them all at once. As he entered the basement, the door shut behind him and the electricity went out. It was Princess Dovan who had cut the power. She also activated the sensory enhancement talisman she had given Kane, allowing him to see in the dark. One by one, he started killing everyone. On the other side, the princess watched, but all she saw was someone evil, someone who took pleasure in killing. Her suspicions grew. She remembered the time she had seen the dark mana within Kane. Was this his fate? Everything now pointed to Kane being evil. Kane had finished off most of the group, leaving only 3 people hiding. He baited them, promising to forgive anyone who apologized. They all came out at the same time, apologizing, leaving Kane no choice but to kill them. He had nearly wiped out everyone, and it was more than usual because he had to rely on his hearing for the entire fight. Princess had given him a talisman to enhance his ability to see in the dark, but it didn't work at all. When Kane stepped out of the basement, he was surprised to find the princess waiting for him outside. He had told her to just go. However, the princess didn't waste any time beating around the bush. She asked him directly if he enjoyed killing people, since everything she saw earlier suggested he did. Kane tried to deny it, but before he could say more, Van, ranked 8th and an executive of Alta, appeared. Without hesitation, Van attacked Kane with his lightning attribute. Van's plan was to take out Kane first, then capture the princess. But Kane wasn't about to be taken down that easily. The audacity of Van to think he could defeat the protagonist with just a lightning attack. After the smoke cleared from the blast, they discovered Kane was completely unharmed. He swiftly countered, punching Van and pinning him to the wall. This gave Kane some time to seize the advantage. Taking full advantage of the moment, Kane handed the princess Sol Lade Paratine Faux Vistron from the Mimic. It was a sacred item from the first Beast King. Why did Kane have it? His grandfather had stolen it from the Beast King in order to purify Kane's true nature, but his grandfather had also told him that one day he must return it to the princess. The first Beast King's sacred item had the power to awaken the dormant blood of the Vistron. The priestess who wielded it would undoubtedly become the strongest Vistron to have ever lived. Kane told her that he would explain the details later. For now, she should just accept the item and save him later, as he would likely be unconscious after finally defeating Van. He urged her to get away from there, as Van had just gotten back up. Van launched another lightning attack at Kane, but Kane blocked it with a broken sword. He had initially thought being ranked 8th would be a big deal, but right now, Van wasn't looking so impressive. Kane caught Van's lightning punch with his bare hands, shocking Van. With his final punch, Kane easily killed Van. Meanwhile, the princess was already in the control room, still unsure if it was right to use the divine artifact. She didn't have time to hesitate, though, as she heard footsteps approaching. The people from Alta had noticed that the security system was still off, believing there was an intruder in the control room. Without a second thought, the princess decided to use the artifact. Her father had told her that the divine artifact of the first Beast King was both a blessing and a curse. How so? Let me explain. If the Chosen One wielded the artifact, it would grant them a great blessing. But if the person wasn't the Chosen One, it would cost them their life. It was a do-or-die situation. Though hesitant, the princess remembered Cain, and in the end, she gave in. She activated the divine artifact. And, of course, she didn't die. She had worked tirelessly out of devotion, sacrificed her body, and sworn loyalty, so she received the blessing. After using the divine artifact, the princess could see everything clearly. She noticed that, just as Cain had said, he lost consciousness after defeating the Thunder Emperor Van. However, there were still people heading toward the control room, so she had to take care of them first and then move Cain to a safe place. When the people from Alta entered the control room, they found it empty. While hiding her presence and remaining invisible, the princess took down 2 of them. Only 10 remained. In the next sequence, Cain found himself facing an army on the battlefield, with a wall between him and his opponent, his future self. He was trying to confront the princess, who would become the 37th Beast King. After an intense battle, the princess defeated him and killed him. Cain believed this was his future. Later, the princess managed to save Cain and took him to a safe location. He still hadn't woken up, and they only had 4 hours left before Neriel arrived on the second continent. According to the princess, the communication device she found in the Alta base was also broken, possibly intentionally, to prevent anyone from contacting others. Setting all those thoughts aside, she decided to get some fresh air. The princess felt her awakened power stirring inside her, thinking it was due to the full moon, but she realized it wasn't. It was the divine artifact that had triggered the awakening, allowing her blood to activate even without the full moon. She confirmed this after looking into a pocket mirror. Her happiness didn't last long, though, because someone else arrived, rank 1 executive of Alta, known as Starfish. He was there because he had heard that Thunder Emperor Van had just died. He assumed that Reinhard von Euclid was the one responsible for Van's death. Starfish demanded the princess tell him where Reinhard was, but she had no idea what he was talking about. There were only 3 people who could kill the Thunder Emperor so mercilessly: the boss of their organization, the sword master of the 4th continent, and Reinhard von Euclid, the supreme ruler of the 1st continent. Right now, the only one whose whereabouts were unknown to Starfish was Reinhard. Starfish was certain of his assumption, but the princess tried to explain that he was just misunderstanding the situation. He, however, believed she was working with Reinhard. He also noticed she was trying to protect the cave behind her, so he thought Reinhard must be inside, hiding. Throwing the princess aside, Starfish aimed to throw a steel spear into the cave. The princess tried to intervene, determined to protect Cain, who was unconscious inside. Unfortunately, Starfish succeeded in throwing the spear, and it nearly struck her. She barely managed to dodge the attack, thanks to the divine artifact. Starfish, uninterested in the princess, still threw the spear into the cave. The force of the spear destroyed the entire cave, but there was no reaction from inside. The reason? Someone who could defeat the Lightning Emperor wouldn't die that easily. On the other hand, the princess was furious. She couldn't believe she hadn't been able to protect Cain, who had trusted his life to her. She was ready to kill this Starfish guy, or whatever his name was, but he wasn't making it easy. He began throwing multiple spears toward her, and dodging them took all of her effort. Just when the situation seemed to be escalating, they heard Cain's voice from under the rocks. Cain had just woken up, and he was in a terrible mood, frustrated by the long, bad dream he had just endured. He needed something to vent his anger on. Starfish recognized him immediately as Reinhardt's kid, and he was shocked. Cain should have been dead, according to the world. The Shrine Maiden had announced Cain's death at the hands of his grandfather, Reinhard von Euclid. But here Cain was, alive and standing in front of him. This meant Reinhard had lied to everyone to protect Cain. Starfish's desire for revenge grew stronger. He was now determined to present Cain's head to Reinhard as the ultimate act of revenge. The princess wanted to help Cain, but recalling the previous fight, she realized she would only be a burden. So she decided to wait for his return, telling him she'd be there when he came back. Starfish was confident he would win and threw another barrage of spears at Cain. However, Cain tried to defend himself by cutting through the spears with his sword. To his shock, the sword melted in an instant, and he was struck by a spear. Starfish's ability, Metallic Massacre, allowed him to destroy any metal and absorb it as his own power. He could even affect the metal in Cain's blood, making the situation even more dangerous. This power was extremely rare, and Starfish had gained it with the sole purpose of killing the tyrant Reinhard von Euclid. It was similar to the deep-sea treasures Cain had absorbed, but instead of disassembling materials, Starfish absorbed metal. In the heat of battle, Kane found it impossible to disassemble the spear while he was under attack. His only option was to strike first, but Starfish was quick to shut him down. His powers were versatile, functioning both as a defense and an offense, making it nearly impossible for Kane to land a blow. Despite the strength of Starfish's ability, Kane was determined to find a weakness. It took some time, but Kane noticed that Starfish was adjusting the strength of the protective layer around him by manipulating the metal. Even though it only took Starfish 0.1 seconds to make these adjustments, Kane realized this was his opening. Using his incredible speed, Kane moved in a flash, landed a powerful punch on Starfish. Starfish went flying through the air, clearly stunned by the unexpected strike. Starfish wasn't hurt at all because his body was as hard as metal, so he took no damage from blunt attacks. Kane began thinking about what the Starfish's weakness could be. He had already tried attacking with swords and striking, but nothing had worked, and now he was completely out of mana, unable to use any magic. With no other options left, he had no choice but to rely on his sword. He opened the mimic, and the sword emerged. The blade, now fully manifested, was the divine sword known as Mistiltine. The Starfish, furious, assumed Kane was mocking him, especially as a wooden sword suddenly appeared out of nowhere. However, it soon became clear that this wasn't just any ordinary wooden sword. With no mana left, Kane swiftly sliced off the Starfish's arms. The speed and efficiency of his strike were astonishing. Couldn't help but wonder what kind of price Kane had paid to wield such a powerful weapon. But they were misunderstanding. Kane lunged forward and explained that he had never fought with his full strength before. Not because he couldn't, but because there had never been a weapon strong enough to handle his power. This would be the first time he would unleash his true strength. And he asked the Starfish if it could withstand a single swing. As he swung the sword, the Starfish simply vanished, erased in an instant. The sword had withstood the force of the blow. The feeling was exhilarating. His grandfather had always told him that fighting with a sword was exhilarating, but Kane had never fully understood what he meant until now. Now, he finally did. Kane checked to see if the Starfish had gathered any information on him. After a brief inspection, he found a data check, but before he could process any further, everything started to blur. It might have been the blood loss. The princess arrived shortly after, but before she could speak, Kane fainted. Sometime later, he drifted into another dream, this time where he fought like a true villain. However, this time it wasn't the princess he faced. It was a different girl. Her name was Serena Soret, and she held the title of the Light That Pursues the Truth. After a fierce battle, the outcome was the same as before. Kane was killed, this time by Serena herself. When Kane awoke, he found himself in an inn. The princess was asleep at a nearby table. Upon seeing the divine artifact resting on her head, Kane realized it had fully taken root within her. He couldn't believe he had fainted twice in a row. But what concerned him more was the sense that time had passed in much the same way as before. The more time passed, the more detailed his dreams became. He began to wonder, was this his future? If so, was there any hope for him, or was his only path to destroy this world, no matter what choices he made? If that were the case, he didn't know how he could possibly continue living. Suddenly, the princess woke up, and it became clear she hadn't been trying to sleep at all. She had simply fallen asleep. She had been attempting to contact the second continent using the communication device they had retrieved from the Alta base. Unfortunately, she had been unsuccessful. None of their communication codes worked, and after all their hard work to acquire the device, she was still unable to make contact. Now, she was at a loss for what to do next. Kane, realizing there was no other option, asked her to hand over the communication device. After entering the correct communication code, it finally activated and connected to the second continent. On the other end of the device was the princess's father, the king himself. Kane had used his grandfather's communication code from the first continent, which led the king to believe it was Reinhardt reaching out after such a long silence. He immediately began shouting in anger. The reason for his fury was clear. Reinhardt had stolen their divine artifact, and of course the king was livid. But there was more to it. Reinhardt had left behind an ominous letter explaining that he was borrowing the divine artifact for a while and would return it later. He also requested that they take good care of the communication device, as without it he would be unable to contact them. That was why the king still had the device in his possession. The king continued yelling without pausing for breath, but after a while, he realized the person on the other end wasn't Reinhardt. It was his daughter. And He couldn't understand why. However, this wasn't the main issue. The princess quickly asked if he was alone and, after confirming, explained the situation. Then a question arose in the king's mind. Why did his daughter have the communication device that was supposed to belong to Reinhardt? The princess didn't know how to answer, so Kane whispered in her ear, suggesting she make something up. As he whispered, she turned red. Being half fox, her ears were a sensitive spot for her. Embarrassed, she managed to come up with something, though she had no idea that Kane didn't understand beastly language. After hanging up, the princess learned that Kane was Reinhardt's grandson. Not long after, she began talking about how much they resembled each other, claiming that she had known from the start that there was something familiar about them. The princess asked why Kane hadn't let her explain everything to her father. After all, Reinhardt hadn't stolen the artifact with the intention of keeping it. He planned to return it. However, Kane pointed out that it was better if they didn't reveal this, since the Beast King was known for his short temper and eagerness to fight. Later, they decided to analyze the data chip they had retrieved from the starfish. As they sifted through the data, they found a video featuring Serena Soret, one of the 3 individuals Kane was strongly connected to. But why was she even in the video? It turned out that Alta had been investigating her activities. The data chip also contained information about Kane, declaring him dead, an error based on incorrect information from the Maiden. Just as they were about to shut off the device, they discovered that the invasion rate of the 3rd continent was listed as 0%. This meant that the information they had received from the Barakal Alta base was wrong. Kane suspected that the starfish data was more up to date. Recently, the 3rd continent had recovered all the crucial machinery that Alta had stolen and reclaimed factories just 3 hours after Alta had conquered them. The question now was, who had managed to push them back? It should have been nearly impossible unless they had foreseen the future and planned accordingly. Kane's next plan was to first eliminate any remaining executives or return to the central continent. After that, they would move to the other continent. According to the king, the boss that Starfish had mentioned would likely return to the central continent once he heard the news of their deaths. The boss of Alta was a mysterious figure. No one knew their age, name, or even gender. All they knew was that they were called the Absolute One and wielded a powerful weapon. Kane still didn't know if he could compete with this boss, but if he encountered him now, it was highly likely he would die. He also couldn't forget the note his grandfather had left him, warning that he would be killed by Alta. Kane returned the talisman the princess had given him last time, which was meant to enhance his senses, and lied, saying he hadn't used it. The princess began to think deeply, and she finally understood. She realized she had completely misunderstood his intentions and had assumed he was enjoying the violence, not knowing what was truly happening. Without giving it much thought, they decided to go back to sleep, knowing that it wouldn't take long before Alta's executives flooded into the central continent. As Kane had expected, after receiving the destruction report of the central headquarters, 4 mid-level executives were dispatched to investigate the damage. However, during the investigation, the executives were found dead. The person who discovered this believed it wasn't an incident, but rather an accident. He then sent a request for support from the higher executives. Just as the request was sent, Kane killed him too. By the way, for those who might not know, Kane was also the one who killed all the middle-class executives. Meanwhile, after seeing the request, Alta's boss, also known as the Absolute One, was excited at the prospect of meeting the person responsible for killing all the executives. A few days later, at the central port of Shuru, Kane and the princess learned that the remaining executives would be arriving soon, so they decided to stay on standby there. They also planned to survey the area, but the princess believed that if they came in disguise, they wouldn't be able to tell the executives apart. However, Kane could tell them apart, though he couldn't explain how to the princess. Suddenly, Kane felt a familiar aura, like the warmth of the sun. The source of this aura was the sword god and his disciple, Ryu Shorin. However, there was something else with them, an enormous black mist swirling in chaotic patterns like nothing Kane had ever seen before. Before he could react, the sword god sensed a death threat and teleported behind Kane, believing him to be an assassin who had come to greet them in the dead of night. But upon getting closer, he recognized Kane from a month ago. If you don't remember that scene, I won't remind you. Kane also recognized him as the figure who had been observing him. Cain figured that if the sword god had been to the fourth continent, he must have known about him. Right now, Cain had no idea what the sword god was planning. He considered explaining himself, but what if the sword god was somehow involved with Alta, which would explain his earlier observation? Despite the uncertainty, Cain decided to explain. He told the sword god that he hadn't come with bad intentions. He was searching for someone else, and the sword god had simply come into his line of sight. Then Ryu Shorin, the sword god's treasured disciple, arrived and declared that this couldn't be a coincidence, as they had been only 7 to 8 kilometers away from Cain. Ryu Shorin's presence reminded Cain of something his grandfather had told him. She was the fated woman he was meant to fall in love with, along with the princess, also known as the Shrine Maiden who watches over fate, and Serena Soret, the one who chases the truth. These were the 3 women. Ryu Shorin believed the best course of action was to eliminate Cain right away. In her eyes, he could easily be part of Alta, and they couldn't take that risk. However, before things could escalate any further, the man with the dark aura from earlier also arrived. It turned out he was another disciple of the sword god. Cain couldn't detect any signs of body transformation magic, not even traces of the Jeffrel School's disguise techniques. It was as if the man wasn't disguised at all. This was his real form. But if this truly was his real self, then surely the sword god would have noticed something. Somehow, the man was hiding that level of evil intent, and Cain had no idea how he was pulling it off. The Dark Aura disciple stopped Ryu Shorin, saying shouldn't jump to conclusions so quickly. Cain knew he had to clear the misunderstanding before it got worse. So, he revealed his emblem from the first continent, identifying himself as the grandson of Reinhard von Euclid and Prince of the Euclid Kingdom. The group was stunned. Cain didn't stop there. He even displayed the mimic his grandfather had given him as further proof. After all this, the sword god was finally convinced. He believed there was no way someone like the grandson of Reinhardt could be an assassin. The man with the dark aura apologized for their rudeness and said he would be honored to become Cain's acquaintance. But before he could even finish his sentence, Cain, without the slightest hesitation, beheaded him. Ryu Shorin, filled with rage after witnessing the beheading, charged at Cain, but she was no match for him. Cain tried to explain that the man he had just killed wasn't her senior. It was actually the boss of Alta, the one known as the Absolute One. Sword God stepped in, stopping Ryu and declaring that if Cain were to be executed, it would be by his hand, not hers. Even so, she wouldn't back down. Once things calmed down a bit, the sword god demanded proof. He asked Cain to present evidence that his disciple had truly been the boss of Alta, since there were no suspicious traces on Seiyun's corpse. But Cain admitted he had no evidence, nor a way to explain himself clearly. Hearing this, the sword god's anger flared. In his eyes, Cain had taken a life based on mere suspicion, and it seemed to him that Reinhard had raised his grandson poorly. Without any further warning, the sword god launched an attack. Cain knew that if he didn't counter it, he would die on the spot. Just as the blade was about to strike, Cain's mana suddenly surged back to him. He managed to block the blow with his sword. The sword god jumped back, preparing to strike again, but before he could, his arm was severed. Everyone froze. The question on everyone's mind, who cut off the sword god's arm? It was Seiyun. Despite his head being gone, he was still standing, sword in hand. He looked straight at the sword god and declared that Cain's head belonged to him. The scene shifted to a flashback. Cain and his grandfather deep in discussion. For the first time, his grandfather told him about a powerful crime syndicate ruling over the central continent, known as Alta. As for Alta's mysterious boss, the Absolute One, no one had any real information, neither about his abilities nor his true intentions. Even Cain's grandfather admitted he knew nothing about him. He wasn't supposed to be a part of Cain's future at all, but Cain's actions had clearly altered the course of destiny, causing this chaos to erupt. That's why his grandfather warned him to stay cautious. The Absolute One might have powers Cain couldn't begin to understand. Back in the present, Cain felt thankful for the warning, though he never expected immortality to be one of those powers. Ryu Shorin initially assumed Seiyun was under some spell, but the sword god quickly corrected her, stating that the man wasn't even Seiyun to begin with. Then Seiyun spoke. He insisted he was Seiyun, the loyal disciple of the sword god. He even recalled personal memories from the past and finally revealed his true form. The body the sword god had known was nothing more than a crafted disguise. one he had prepared long ago for the moment he would kill his master. Without saying a word, the sword god launched into battle, using everything he had. His instincts were sharp, his strikes full of precision, but none of it was enough. To everyone's shock, the sword god was completely outmatched. Saiyan fought like someone on an entirely different level. Sword God felt a deep sense of sadness. Even with his instincts, he could sense the mysterious power before him, and now with one arm lost, he could no longer defeat his disciple. Realizing this, he told Cain and the others to escape with everything they had. He would buy them time. Cain and the others obeyed without hesitation. As they fled, Saiyan got momentarily distracted watching them, and Sword God seized the opportunity. He nearly struck Saiyan, but Saiyan managed to fall back in time. Still, after a brief exchange, Sword God was able to drive his blade through Saiyan's heart. Yet even that wasn't enough to kill him, not even a strike to the heart. He was truly immortal. Saiyan suddenly ascended into the air, declaring that he knew swordsmanship alone couldn't defeat the Sword God. But he had other tricks up his sleeve. While flying, he summoned a power reminiscent of Madara Uchiha's meteor. An enormous rock appeared in the sky and began plummeting toward the earth. Meanwhile, as Cain ran, he caught sight of the meteor. Something about it struck him as familiar. Back at the battlefield, the sword god began reflecting on his life. 70 years ago, he too had been someone's disciple. Under his master's brutal training, he had nearly died countless times. But he learned one critical lesson: never let your guard down. From that day on, he vowed that if he ever took disciples of his own, he would take full responsibility for them, until the very end. Now he realized that losing his right arm was the cost of that carelessness. Trusting Saiyan had been his failure as a master, and now it was his duty to take responsibility by ending his disciple's life. With that resolve, the sword god unleashed his ultimate weapon. This would be his final gift to Saiyan. When he swung, his sword cut through everything, the meteor and Saiyan himself. Watching from a distance, Ryu Shorin thought the sword god had finally won, but Cain told her they were still leaving. That man wasn't dead yet, and the sword god knew it too. Saiyan's presence suddenly vanished, which meant he might be hiding nearby. In the next moment, he appeared behind the sword god and launched an attack, this time using fire. The sword god attempted to counter, but something felt off. He couldn't sense the usual sensation of cutting through mana. His blade failed to pierce the flames, and in the end, he was struck by the fire. The damage was severe. The sword god now stood on the thin line between life and death, though he was still breathing. Saiyan decided to end it quickly, aiming to finish him off. But before he could deliver the final blow, a sword pierced his torso. Who struck him? It was Ryu Shorin, alongside the princess. The two had been hiding their presence using a formation that Saiyan hadn't noticed. However, under pressure, their formation talisman was burned. In truth, they had never actually run away. It had been Cain's idea all along. He believed that if there was even the slightest chance to save the sword god and defeat the Absolute One, this was it. While Saiyan spoke to the princess and Ryu Shorin, distracted by their sudden appearance, he failed to notice what Cain was doing behind him. Cain was using the elixir of life on the sword god. Then Saiyan asked Cain if he had known from the beginning that Saiyan was after him, and why. Cain did know. The moment Saiyan summoned that meteor earlier, it triggered something buried deep in Cain's mind, a dream he had long forgotten. In countless dreams Cain had experienced, he had taken on many identities. In one, he was called the Mad Destroyer. In another, a solitary king. And in yet another, he was the Absolute One. In those visions, he rained meteors from the sky, wielded the power of the world, and used the power of creation to accomplish anything he desired. He even created biological weapons unique to him and invented the very concept of immortality, making himself incapable of dying. That same power, once contained within a ring, had now flowed into Saiyan. Yet even now, the Absolute One's power still yearned for Cain, as though it sought to return to its original master. To Saiyan, this was infuriating. The fact that Cain could steal power from him just by being nearby was unacceptable. Enraged, Saiyan declared that before Cain could take any more, he would kill him. He invoked his magic, quintuple origin creation magic, creation of life. Shadowy wolf-like creatures materialized and lunged at Cain. Cain tried to cut them down, but it was no use. These beings didn't want to live, they were built to die. Even if he struck them down, they wouldn't truly perish. Saiyan had granted them the concepts of immortality and division. Every time they were injured or killed, they split into more. While Seiyun explained this ability as division, the behavior looked like multiplication. Regardless, Kane now faced an endless swarm. Returning to the battle, Kane realized that trying to kill the wolves would only cause them to multiply. With no other choice, he focused on holding them back. He turned to the princess and asked if she could use a ceiling formation to trap the creatures. Unfortunately, Seiyun's earlier magic had burned all her talismans. Still, the princess said she could manage it if she had a little more time. Kane nodded and told them to focus on escaping. He would buy them the time they needed. For now, his only goal was to stall the creatures and prevent their numbers from growing any further. As one of the shadowy wolves sank its teeth into him, Kane sensed the four forces that had been used in their creation: Adi, Koro, Beijane, and Sora. Drawing on his own magic, Kane managed to destroy the internal structure of the creature's runes, because those forces were originally his. Seiyun, however, wasn't surprised. He already knew about Kane's mana issue. Though Kane had managed to destroy one of the wolves, Seiyun was aware that Kane's destruction magic could only be used a few more times. Meanwhile, Kane believed that if he could just hold out long enough for the sword god to recover, there might still be a chance to win. However, Seiyun revealed that it was hopeless. The magic he had used was a form of concept creation, one that embodied death itself. In that state, the sword god would be trapped in a constant cycle of regeneration and decay, and once his life force was drained, he would truly die. As Kane ran out of options, Ryu Shuren intervened. The sealing preparations had been completed. After a brief struggle, they finally succeeded in sealing away the creatures. With that threat contained, Kane rushed toward the sword god, aiming to extract the deadly magic that Seiyun had implanted in him. Seiyun, unwilling to allow this, moved to stop him. Ryu Shuren attempted to hold Seiyun back, but was pushed aside. Seiyun then managed to stab Kane with a sword. Instead, he began absorbing Seiyun's power. At that moment, Seiyun's backstory unfolded. 15 years earlier, on the day he suddenly inherited the Absolute One's power, he had instantly come to know about its original owner, Kane. He also realized that if Kane remained alive, the power would inevitably return to him. To stop this, Seiyun decided that Kane must be eliminated. He stabilized Alta and established an expansive information network across all continents in pursuit of him. He dedicated over a decade to this mission. Yet, despite everything, he had been born incapable of defeating Kane. Coming back to the present, Seiyun decided to escape before all the powers returned to Kane. He used quadruple origin creation magic, subspace travel, to quickly flee the area. But suddenly, he found himself sliced clean in half. It was the sword god who struck him down. Back in the day, the sword god had come to understand that within the boundary between life and death, no real boundary existed. And if there were no true limits, then naturally his sword could cut through anything. That realization allowed him to cut through Seiyun even now, despite Seiyun having shifted into another space. In a panic, Seiyun tried to flee again, knowing that if he stayed, he would surely die. What he failed to realize was that it was already too late. Kane had become the true Absolute One. Kane left everyone in shock. Without hesitation, he declared that Seiyun must receive punishment fitting for his crimes. He invoked creation of heaven and earth, burning hell to incinerate Seiyun, crafting an entire world solely for his execution. Yet, instead of despairing, Seiyun burst into laughter. He believed Kane had made a mistake reclaiming the Absolute One's powers, thinking that power would bind him to the absolute concept of destiny, a curse in disguise. Then, after all this, Seiyun took his own life. The only thing that remained was the Absolute One's power. The power spoke to Kane, claiming they were not separate beings. They were one. It believed Kane had already accepted it earlier in order to kill Seiyun. But recalling his grandfather's advice, he must control his power himself, Kane rejected the power entirely. He clarified that he had only borrowed a fragment of it to defeat Seiyun. After saying this, Kane left and returned to his world. There, he informed everyone that things were finally okay. No sooner had he said that than he collapsed and lost consciousness. From the heavens above, Kane's grandfather watched the events unfold, relieved and happy that Kane had not been consumed by the power. Just then, an angel named Nephilim snuck up behind him and began teasing him for finally smiling. As she sat beside him, the old man rose to leave. Before departing, he told her that when Kane eventually arrives in heaven, he entrusts him to her care. Nephilim accepted the responsibility, promising to fulfill her role as Kane's guide faithfully. In the next scene, Kane regains consciousness and realizes that he had fainted during that moment. As Cain woke up, the mimic on the desk beside him suddenly began to shake. He then noticed a letter next to it, a message from his grandfather. The letter stated that if Cain was reading it, he had successfully dealt with the Absolute One. His grandfather mentioned he had something important to share, but instead of writing it directly, he instructed Cain to have the mimic retrieve an item labeled TK331, within which he had left the words he wanted to pass on. Before Cain could retrieve the item, Ryu Shorin suddenly burst into the room, asking if he was okay. After all, he'd been asleep for nearly 3 days straight. The sword god entered right after, along with the princess. All of them had come because they were worried about him. Without hesitation, the sword god spoke up, saying he wanted to ask something directly without beating around the bush. He said he had seen Cain transform into something resembling the Absolute One. Not just in form, but even the power he used felt identical. The sword god wanted to know what Cain's true connection was to the Absolute One. Cain didn't want to reveal the full truth, so he told them it was merely a side effect of absorbing the Absolute One's mana. His answer shocked everyone. After all, the idea that someone could absorb the Absolute One's mana was unthinkable. Cain explained that this ability was a fundamental part of his power, but he couldn't go into detail. The only thing he could assure them was that the Absolute One was gone and his power had vanished. There was no longer anything to fear. Out of respect for Cain's privacy, no one pressed him further. They accepted that he had his own secrets and chose not to pry. The sword god then explained to Cain that they had taken care of the remaining Alta forces, effectively eradicating Alta. The spies hidden across the continent had scattered, and the second continent was now safe. They had managed all of this while Cain was asleep. Cain felt grateful for their efforts, but the sword god insisted that he should be the one thanking Cain for exposing Satan and saving him, otherwise everything would have gone wrong. Afterward, they all left, urging Cain to rest. However, once they were gone, Cain decided to retrieve TK331, the item his grandfather had told him to find. Once the retrieval process was complete, Cain discovered that TK331 wasn't an object, but a virtual space. As soon as he entered, the system began replaying a recorded video from the previous user, his grandfather. In the video, Cain's grandfather was seen fighting him in alternate worlds. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't prevent Cain from awakening as the Absolute One. Because Cain was his blood, his grandfather believed that young Cain was innocent, and so he fought the older version of him across different worlds. But despite his resolve, he failed. Most of the time, he even succeeded in killing young Cain. Yet, another version of Cain would always appear, and no matter how many times the young Cain was slain, the destruction continued. Desperate, his grandfather decided to try different methods. His journey led him to search for the truth of this world, eventually uncovering 3 fates deeply connected to Cain. These 3 women were destined to be the ones Cain would fall in love with. Do I really need to name them all? Fine, I won't. Ryu Shorin, known as the Fate that reverses martial arts, the princess, whose name Cain didn't know but was also called the priestess who sees destiny, and lastly, Serena Soret, known as the light who chases after the truth. These were the only 3 who could stop Cain. In the end, his grandfather cultivated the 3 fates and succeeded in killing Cain. However, only a handful of people survived. After undergoing 9 cycles, he finally understood something crucial. No matter what methods he used, Cain would always rise again with even greater powers, as if it were a predetermined destiny. Whether he struggled desperately or merely observed, the world always ended the same way, at the same time, on the same day. Not a shred of hope remained. He believed all his efforts had been in vain, and after experiencing the 100th world, he had gathered countless knowledge and experience. Finally, he arrived at a decision. The only option left was to kill young Cain. This was the best course of action, and he shouldn't hesitate. He knew all too well that if he didn't act, the disaster would soon follow. But in the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it. At that moment, young Cain was just an innocent, smiling infant. It was then that he made a new decision. Instead of killing Cain, he would shape him into an unshakable man. If his fate couldn't be avoided, then he would ensure Cain became strong enough that no destiny could interfere with him. The videos Cain was watching were not just fragmented moments. They were recordings of his grandfather's 9 past lives in different worlds. And what he had been experiencing in his dream wasn't a possible future, but the true reality of his own existence. Even after knowing everything, Cain's grandfather still chose to let him live. The system then informed Cain that the previous user, his grandfather, had left a message for him. In the message, his grandfather apologized for always claiming that he had the power to see destiny. The truth, however, was that his grandfather had lived through 9 different futures himself. He explained that he had kept this a secret until it was certain that Cain wouldn't be consumed by destiny. Now, he felt it was time to entrust everything to Cain. His grandfather then told Cain that, based on his experiences, the world's destruction was already set by fate. Even if Cain managed to escape this evil destiny, someone else would inevitably take his place and bring chaos. Therefore, Cain had to grow stronger, strong enough to defeat the second Absolute One, who would inevitably appear. Once the message ended, the system automatically closed the virtual space. The next morning, Cain met up with the princess and Ryu Shurin, who were having tea at the table. Cain noticed that the sword god was missing, so Ryu Shurin explained that he had something to check on. At that moment, the sword god returned, explaining that the communication block seemed to have been lifted because he had just received a message from his disciple on the 4th continent. The princess thought that since the communication blocks had been lifted, she could finally contact her father on the 2nd continent. However, the sword god explained that while it was possible, speaking to her father would be difficult. He told everyone to prepare themselves, as what he was about to share was troubling. He revealed that, according to his disciple, the capital of the 2nd continent, Sorakasia, and the Bistron royal family had both fallen. Currently, Sorakasia was completely sealed by magic, and even communication with the Heavenly Emperor, who had traveled to the 2nd continent, had been cut off. Beyond that, no further information was known. For the Heavenly Emperor to personally head to the 2nd continent, it must have been something grave. The princess began to worry, fearing that everyone, her father, brother, and Nariel, might already be dead. But Cain reassured her, telling her to calm down because the Beast King wouldn't fall so easily. He was a strong king. They all agreed it would be wise to head to the 2nd continent immediately. The sword god also decided to join them, though he added that he had something to resolve with the sword sect first. However, he didn't feel the need to rush, especially since the Absolute One was already dead. Without wasting any more time, they set out for the 2nd continent. In the next scene, they were aboard the airship, already on their way. Cain noticed that the 3rd guard had grown even stronger than before. He approached the sword god, praising him for his last battle with the Absolute One, as he had been able to strike while the enemy was in between different spaces. According to the sword god, that strike was beyond logic. No one had been able to comprehend it. However, Cain had, which surprised the sword god. At his age, Cain had already grasped the boundaries between life and death. Before they could continue their conversation, they suddenly spotted a sky dragon passing by. They had heard that sky dragons were occasionally seen while traveling through the skies, but this was no ordinary dragon. It was the first and strongest dragon born alongside the world, Sky Dragon Evelake. Even from a distance, they could feel an immense amount of mana radiating from it. Ryu Shurin and the princess also emerged, sensing the powerful mana and thinking it might be an attack. However, they were reassured by the sword god, who explained that it was merely the sky dragon. To their surprise, the dragon approached them closely, catching everyone off guard. Despite its intimidating presence, the dragon did not intend any harm. It explained that it had come to honor the ancient pact with the Bistron bloodline, the princess's family. However, the dragon was taken aback when it recognized Cain, the apostle of the end, and never expected to encounter him here. The sky dragon, sensing the fate that had woven them together, decided to have a conversation with Cain. To do this, the dragon stopped time for everyone except Cain. It began explaining that Cain was now a singularity, a being who had escaped the bond that once restrained him. He was a man born to fulfill the fate of the apocalypse, but now he had changed in an unexpected way. The dragon stated that the one responsible for Cain's transformation must be someone who had interfered with the bonds that once controlled him, Cain's grandfather. Whether this change was a blessing or a curse, the dragon could no longer predict how it would affect the future. So it explained that it would now observe Cain's path through the eyes of its contractor, Shah Bil Bistron, the princess. The dragon quickly made a contract with her, who was destined to inherit an ancient pact from an old friend. Originally, the dragon had planned to wait until the princess came to him, But now, with the fate of the world at stake, it had no choice but to act. The princess, still confused and unaware of what was happening, found herself able to move once the dragon's influence faded. The dragon then explained that Sorakasia, once blessed by the heavens, was now heading toward destruction. If it wasn't stopped, everything would disappear. He instructed them to go to Theoratalai no Frisian if they wanted to prevent its destruction, using any means necessary to protect the land. Once the dragon finished speaking, he decided to leave, and with a single pinch, everything started to glow. Kane suddenly found himself in a room with Ryu Shurin. The Sky Dragon had teleported them there, and they now had a new mission ahead. Ryu Shurin was confused, not understanding how she ended up in the room with Kane. She didn't believe him when he said he had spoken to the Sky Dragon, as, from her knowledge, dragons were transcendent beings who never intervened in the human world. Before they could discuss it further, they suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside the room. Kane, quick to act, suggested they should leave and talk about it later. They hurried out of the room, and as they stepped into the street, the two individuals from outside entered the room to check, but found it empty. Now outside, Kane and Ryu Shurin found themselves on an unfamiliar street. They still had no clue where the others, like the princess and the sword god, had gone. However, their primary concern was figuring out where they were. Kane guessed they were on the second continent, but he had no idea where specifically. Ryu Shurin confirmed that this wasn't Sorakasia, as they had been told that it had been sealed off. Yet, this place seemed perfectly fine, raising more questions than answers. As they walked through the streets, Ryu Shurin was drawn to a vendor offering some food, possibly sweets, and decided to stop and ask. She casually inquired about their location, wondering where they were. To her surprise, the vendor confirmed they were in Sorakasia. Kane, after spotting a flag of Bistron Castle, also confirmed the vendor's words. But something felt off. Sorakasia was supposed to be isolated due to a mana anomaly, yet everything around them looked perfectly normal. The vendor, hearing their conversation, dismissed them, thinking these strange kids were spreading odd rumors. However, Kane and Ryu Shurin decided to investigate further. Ryu Shurin initially thought it could be just a false rumor, but then recalled the critical fact. The information came directly from the Heavenly Emperor, and more importantly, they had been sent here by the Sky Dragon. This made something seem clearly wrong. Ryu Shurin also considered the possibility that a barrier had been set up, one that could affect the minds of those inside and make them unaware of the abnormal situation. She theorized that if 500 to 1,600 trained mid-level onmyoji collaborated, they could cast such a technique. While onmyoji were rare, this scenario, though unlikely, was still theoretically possible. But even she had to admit that the chances of such a large group of onmyoji working together were slim. Something definitely felt off, and they needed to dig deeper into the mystery. They decide to head outside the capital for further investigation. As they approach a guarded gate, they are abruptly stopped by the guards, who declare the area off limits. Kane explains they are looking for a way out of the capital. A guard finds this ridiculous, stating dismissively that there's nothing out there. The guard emphatically clarifies their statement, declaring, "The world is Sorakasia, and Sorakasia is the world itself." Actually, they are in the spell, and Sorakasia is actually sealed by the magic which made them believe that Sorakasia is the world, and outside of it was nothing. Having been turned away from the city gate, Kane and Ryu Shurin still decided to investigate the outside of the Sorakasia. Kane confirms the presence of an invisible barrier surrounding the area, but admits ignorance about its specifics. They decide their priority should be to find the priestess and the sword god, believing the priestess, as a senior exorcist, would understand barriers. Agreeing, they return to town to inquire. When asking about the priestess, mentioning Shea, a local resident, clarifies they must mean Princess Shea Vir Vistron, before shockingly revealing the princess died 10 years prior. They both react with disbelief, prompting the resident to suggest they might have encountered a recently arrested fake princess, about whom they eagerly request more information. The town resident elaborates that the fake princess broke into the castle and was subsequently arrested and imprisoned by the Beast King. Hearing this, Kane internally concludes that the Beastman's memories, including the king's, have been manipulated, and this fake princess must be the priestess they are looking for. They thank the resident and depart, stating their intention to investigate the situation further. Near a wall, Ryu Shorin asks Kane if he plans to rescue Shay from the castle prison and questions the feasibility. Kane dismisses the concern, revealing knowledge of a secret passage. They locate a hidden mechanism on the wall. Then he pulls out the mimic and retrieves Trecupus Revelation from it, which generates a key. Using the key, he opens a hidden doorway in the wall. Entering a luminous tunnel, Ryu Shorin questions the key and passage. Kane explains the key is from a divine, space-connecting object, and the passage was created during a castle invasion 10 years prior, surprising Ryu Shorin, but the one who made this tunnel to run away after stealing some stuff. Kane explains the secret passage leads to the Vistren Castle's underground warehouse near the prison. Upon exiting the passage into the warehouse, they are confronted by the Beast King, Leo Van Vistren, who suspects they used the fake princess as a distraction to enter the castle. Recognizing the king, Kane notes his disadvantage without mana and attempts to de-escalate, raising his hands and stating they don't want to fight. However, the Beast King dismisses his guards and immediately attacks. The Beast King acknowledges Kane's good intuition in dodging the previous blow. Ryu Shorin calls the Beast King despicable for launching a surprise attack. Finding irony in being called despicable by an intruder, the king vows never to forgive them and activates a blood flow technique, enhancing his physical abilities. He launches another furious punch, shouting, "Die!" Realizing he cannot dodge, Kane decides to block using the principles of Baji Quan, parrying the blow with a circular motion and landing a counterstrike on the king's face. The surprised king clutches his jaw, questioning if this weak counter is all Kane has, despite managing to infiltrate so deeply into the castle. The Beast King declares their intent to fight at full power, pressing their attack. While defending, Kane realizes they cannot parry the consecutive blows. But it didn't take that long for his hand bones to get broken by the Beast King punch. The attacker declares this is the end, but suddenly Ryu Shorin yells, "Get down!" launching a strike with her sword. The Beast King recognizes the weapon. Kane tells Ryu Shorin that it's impossible to face the Beast King alone, but Ryu Shorin replies, "It's okay, I got this." Ryu Shorin immediately engages the Beast King in a sword fight. As they clash, Kane expresses shock, internally noting that Ryu Shorin shouldn't be able to fight the Beast King evenly, yet her swordsmanship seems vastly improved. Kane then realizes Ryu Shorin is using blood flow, a technique thought exclusive to Beastmen. When asked if she were hiding her powers, the Ryu Shorin denies it, explaining she suddenly felt lighter and instinctively knew how to move, appearing confused herself. Kane silently wonders about the cause of this sudden awakening. The Beast King suddenly stops and remarks that Ryu Shorin's sword looks familiar and asks about their teacher. Upon hearing the name Sword God Gitaime, the Beast King vaguely recognizes it. The Beast King's apparent lack of knowledge about famous figures and the Vistren royal family. The Beast King asks for clarification, and specifically that the sword resembles the legendary lost Vistren royal sword, angrily demanding how an outsider acquired it while emitting intense pressure. As the Ryu Shorin and Kane feel this pressure, a new figure arrives rapidly in a blue aura, expressing surprise that the others were already there. And it was our old man, the Sword God, immediately sensing a powerful pressure emanating from the Sword God, the Beast King, and asks about his intentions and identity. The Sword God acknowledges the situation, and Kane states the priority is rescuing the princess, so the Sword God tells the other two to proceed while he hold off the Beast King. Despite the Beast King's boast that they won't let them pass, the Sword God insists, allowing the pair to escape through guards, aided by a powerful shockwave from the Sword God's ensuing battle. An hour later, Ryu Shorin and Kane was able to rescue the princess in a cave. And this cave, nobody knows about this cave except for Neriel. And then Kane explains to the now-arrived Sword God that the Sky Dragon guided them, Sky Dragon's voice that even the Sword God cannot hear. The discussion shifts to the surrounding barrier, which the priestess reveals was created by a single person, describing its complex structure centered around a heart where she witnessed a human figure. What's meant by the heart of the barrier? She explains that the entire formation follows yin, yang, and 5 elements, and the center of all that is known as the heart of the barrier. She noticed that right away, since there's mana annihilation. The Sword God expresses concern about a single exorcist maintaining such a barrier. When Ryu Shorin asked if exorcists are strong, he replies that they are just a pain to fight because they usually use every trick in the book to run away every time, and what's worse is they will have to be inside the barrier to find them. anti-charging from the scale of the barrier. They should have about 4,000 different places they can make the heart. And if they are strong, the numbers can be increased about 10,000 different places for them. As they ponder this, out of nowhere, Neriel suddenly appears, recognizing the priestess as the princess after 10 years. Neriel reaffirms her belief in the princess despite past hardships and the king's disbelief. As she arrives, she also starts bringing up some memories from Princess childhood that she doesn't want anyone to hear about. Neriel states that the best king just went a little mad from the sorrow of the princess, and he even held a grudge against Neriel. Ever since the day he lost Princess 10 years ago, nobody knew why Neriel was trusting and recognized the princess, but their strong bond is noted as likely enabling Neriel to resist a spell. Seeing their friends Ryu Shorin also wanted a friend like that, but she forgot that she has Sword God. Kane also reassures her that she will also find those kinds of friends herself. Suddenly, Neriel coughs blood and collapses. The princess tries to use her healing magic, however the Sword God warns against healing her due to corrupted internal mana. Kane suddenly noticed something pulls back the princess who was near Neriel. Neriel, who was now covered in black aura, wielding a sword that Kane recognized. It was the same sword he used in his third life, where he was all in creation. Neriel tried to attack them. Kane knocked her out and tied her up. After capturing her, Kane explains that Neriel resisted the barrier's spells, causing the barrier, described as the Shadow World's immune system, to kill Neriel, though it later brought her back to life. When asked if he knows more about this Shadow World barrier, Kane confirms, stating they recalled it upon seeing Neriel engulfed by shadows. They elaborate that the barrier absorbs all living creatures within it, transforming them into shadow puppets. Prestius asks if this means Neriel and her family aren't truly themselves, which Kane confirms. Prestius expresses relief, believing their family is safe and can be restored once the barrier is down. However, Kane corrects this assumption, clarifying that being absorbed is akin to being digested, implying a more permanent and destructive transformation. Kane delivers grim news, explaining that Soracasia, including the Beast King and the other Prestius' family, has already been wiped out. They state that everyone who lived there was absorbed and used to create the current world within the barrier. Hearing this, the Prestius reacts in horrified disbelief before fainting. Later, with Shea resting, Ryu Shorin asks Kane about his plan. Kane declares his intention to kill the caster and dispel the barrier before daybreak, leading the companion to question if they know the caster's location. Kane explains the complex ritual components of the Shadow World and deduces that its heart should be located in the Beast King's room on the palace's top floor. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a silhouetted figure sits on a throne, observing a small, luminous projection of Kane. He addresses the projection, stating Kane has long hidden from him, but now, thanks to a final message from the Absolute One, before dying, he knows how to seal Kane away forever in the Shadow World nightmare. Gathering power in his hand, he declares his intention to escape his fate and live as he pleases, as the true king of all of creation. The master of all in creation resides in the Beast King's private room on the 8th floor, protected by shadow puppets. The Beast King is identified as the most dangerous opponent among them. The plan is to attack quickly, before the master can react, summon all puppets, and empower the Beast King. The best opportunity will be tomorrow during a kingdom-wide prayer for the first-generation Beast King, as the current Beast King and other important figures will be absent from the castle. So tomorrow they attacks. Guards react, shouting about the intrusion and attempting to stop the attackers. The Sword God swiftly cuts down multiple guards and instructs their companions to proceed upwards to find the caster on the top floor while he handles the current engagement. Everyone acknowledges the order. The scene shifts to yesterday during a conversation between them, planning their next move. The Sword God suggests that he and Kane should proceed to the castle, while two others, Shurin and Shea, remain behind. Shea objects, insisting on going too, though appearing slightly unsteady. The Sword God warns Shea against letting emotions compromise the mission, questioning if Shea is truly all right. Shea insists she is fine and argues their skills as an exorcist are necessary against a spellcaster opponent. The Sword God concedes, deciding Shea will follow Kane, while Shorin will focus on protecting Shea. An agreement is reached, but Kane adds a condition. If Shea loses control, Kane will have to stop her. As the group advances, dark shadows erupt, identified by Kane as an illusion barrier trap designed to send intruders into the void. Cain notes that once activated, it's unstoppable by normal means and calls out to the priestess, instructing her to use the 8 lights array. The priestess, initially surprised, complies, unleashing a bright energy that counteracts the shadows. The priestess observes the shadows receding and explains the 8 lights array absorbs mana, understanding now why its use was suggested. The priestess states this is preferable to being consumed instead of consuming all of them. However, Cain realized the master likely anticipated the priestess could counter this barrier and question the trap's purpose. A sudden thought occurs, and he urgently shouts to the priestess, throwing his sword towards her and stating she will need it. The priestess catches the thrown item while still enveloped in the illusion barrier trap. The illusion barrier trap consumed her, taking her into the deep void, as she disappears in front of Cain and Ryu Shurin. Shurin asks Cain if Shay sacrificed herself for them. Cain confirms this. Shurin expresses disbelief and anger, questioning how Cain could tell her to do that. Cain explains it was the most logical choice to prevent everyone from being caught. He reveals knowledge of the barrier and that the priestess's technique defeated it. Cain admits feeling guilty and intends to rescue Shea later. Shurin is surprised, asking if Shea isn't actually dead. Cain confirms Shea is alive, questioning why Shurin thought they'd abandon her, and reveals giving her the sword was part of this plan. Cain urges Shurin to continue. As they proceed, they find a huge fight outside of the castle. Maybe the Beast King and the Sword God might be fighting already. After arriving at the 7th floor, Cain had a bad feeling because they didn't encounter any more traps on the way here. Cain explains the Beast King's room on the next floor negates mana, meaning any remaining traps must be on this current floor, warning Shurin to be careful. Shurin acknowledges. A voice suddenly welcomes them, calling them villains who are attempting assassination, and a new figure appears before them, causing them to react with surprise. The figure states they cannot let them pass. Shurin identifies her as Tente-sama. Cain internally recognizes Tente as the immensely powerful shield of the imperial family, equal level even to the sword god. Tente asks if they know her. Shurin realizes she doesn't remember her, and Cain deduces she is the master's strongest pawn, explaining the lack of Beast King intervention and perhaps being connected to the barrier. As Shurin attempts to speak to Tente, Tente attacks. Shurin blocks the attack, observing reasoning is impossible. Shurin tells Cain to proceed to the 8th floor while she engaged Tente. Cain questions if Shurin can handle Tente alone. Shurin admits it may be impossible, but declares they can win, preparing to fight using Heaven Style, a technique Tente recognizes. Cain observes, recognizing the style from Shurin in a past life and noting Shurin has awakened past abilities, possibly linked to Cain's own past identity. Shurin urges Cain to go while holding Tente off. Cain complies, running past the duel towards a large doorway. As Cain reaches the entrance, a voice from within comments on Cain ignoring Tente and coming directly. Cain enters a grand sanctuary. The voice welcomes Cain von Euclid, the former master of all in creation. The current master greets Cain, explaining the chamber is protected by a trauma, a barrier powered by creation that negates mana use, making it unbreakable by Cain and preventing Cain from absorbing the current master's power. Cain acknowledges the situation. The current master suggests a chat, noting Cain's early arrival, and proposes they talk over a game of chess, manifesting a board between them. Cain expresses a dislike for chess, but is reminded by the current master of all in creation about who holds the advantage in their current situation, implying agreement is wise if answers are sought. The current master concedes, asking what Cain wants to discuss while making the opening chess move, pawn to e4. As the game begins, Cain notes the board seems to respond to spoken commands, then moves pawn to e5. Cain asks why the current master chose a trauma for a barrier, instead of using all of creation for potentially greater effect. The first explains a trauma was chosen specifically because other barriers are opaque, and they wanted to witness Cain's anguish upon losing. Cain asks if that's the only reason, moving knight to f6. The current master captures a pawn with their knight. Knight takes e5, stating the current barrier is sufficient, and that they learned everything about Cain from the Absolute One. Cain acknowledges this, explains the current master's knowledge, and asks if this is also why the priestess was used to lure them to the second continent. The current master explains the nature of the shadow world barrier, existing separately, not using the caster's mana, and being maintainable indefinitely. Kane moves knight to c6 and asks if the first goal is simply to trap him here. The current master confirms that his goal is trapping Kane here to become the master of all in creation. Kane asks why not just kill him. However, the current master prefers not to repeat the Absolute One's mistake and sees trapping as the most certain path to victory, moving pawn to d3. Kane asks if he is scared. When pressed further about playing chess if scared, Kane slams a hand down, questioning what happens if his backup arrives while they waste time. The current master dismisses the potential arrival of others as inconsequential. But he was forgetting someone, the one deemed most dangerous and sent far away, Shea Vir Vistren. The current master dismisses this, believing Shea couldn't escape the illusion barrier alone. Kane counters, moving bishop to g4 and implying Shea wasn't alone before declaring checkmate. The current master was shocked. Kane mocks him for wanting to win even a board game and offers a rematch, even suggesting playing without a queen to make it easier for the current master. The scene abruptly shifts. Shea is waking up. Another figure leans over, asking why Shea is crying and if they had a nightmare. Shea sits up, seeing figures resembling family, mommy, daddy, brother, Neriel, and realizes they are seemingly alive. Shea hugs her mommy, believing the past tragedies were just a dream. However, memories of destruction and death flash through Shea's mind. Shea's father suggests tea, but Shea notices a familiar sword, Misteltein, on the ground. A flashback shows Kane giving Shea the sword. Shea realizes the sword's presence means the perceived reality right now is the illusion. Despite wanting to stay, Shea resolves to return to reality, grips the sword, bids the illusions goodbye, and the illusion world shatters. The scene returns to the chess game. The current master declares checkmate, stating Kane's arrogance in sacrificing the queen led to their downfall. Kane congratulates him but claims they would have won even with the queen, asserting that as long as the queen remains a factor, Kane would win. The current master dismisses this as an excuse. Kane counters that while the chess queen is gone, reality differs, and his queen will return. Suddenly, the surrounding space cracks with green energy, and Shea appears declaring, "I'm back." The current master is stunned, asking how Shea escaped. Shea stands beside Kane, identifies herself as the princess and heir of the second continent, addresses the current master as the presumed master of all in creation, and states her intent to kill him. The current master reacts with disbelief as Shea breaks the Atroma barrier. The current master laughs bitterly, acknowledging defeat like the Absolute One before them. Kane asks the first why he chose to fight them. The current master repeats the earlier reason, seeing the Absolute One's memories convinced them of victory. But Kane rejects this. Kane calls him a coward, suggesting the choice of Atroma and the preference for trapping over fighting stemmed from a lack of other powers, despite awakening as master of all in creation. Pressed for the truth, the current master hesitantly reveals learning from the Absolute One's memories that unless they kill Kane quickly to prove their worth, that man will erase his existence. The current master learned of that man not from memories, but from the all-in-creation power itself, which grants glimpses of the future. Thus, fighting Kane von Euclid, Apostle of the End, became a matter of survival for him. The current master tells Kane that that man is Kane's arch-enemy, whom Kane is fated never to defeat. Kane steps forward, rejecting this fate. As Shea expresses concern, Kane clutches their head as the current master disappears into thin air. The current master dies. Suddenly, asserting his supreme authority, Kane declares that none shall stand above him, as it is his right to rule all worlds, unleashing a potent surge of energy, while stating he is all in creation outside, after witnessing the power flowing. Nearby, the sword god wonders what Kane is attempting to do, before observing that Kane appears to have defeated the attacker. The Beast King in front of the sword god groans and questions the sword god's presence. When the sword god asks if his memories have returned, the Beast King responds with confusion. Looking at his hands in horror, the Beast King laments attacking his own daughter, just as the sword god notes his hands are reverting to shadows, explaining that the shadow dolls vanish along with the shadow world. Tente then appears, confirming she too was caught in the shadow world and attributing her wounds to the sword god's disciple, Shurin, praising her skill while noting its similarity to the Beast King's style. Shocked that Shurin was responsible, the sword god listens as Tente informs him that, as a shadow puppet, the Beast King doesn't have much time left. Tente suggests allowing the Beast King this final chance for goodbyes, and the sword god agrees. Informing him that Shea is on the 8th floor, Tente urges the sword god to hurry. The sword god takes the Beast King to the 8th floor. As they arrived, Cain observes and Shea calls out, asking what is happening. The Beast King finds Shea calling her name, and she cries out, "Father!" He gently confirms his identity and that he recognizes her as his daughter. Reaching out, he manages to tell Shea he loves her before completely dissipating into shadow. As Shea weeps for her father, Cain tells her not to cry, declaring that as the master of all creation, he refuses to accept such a tragic ending. He resolves to correct this false reality with his own truth, activating Light World Reversal to restore Sorakasia to its state before the tragedy began. The overwhelming darkness gives way to bright light, and Shea remarks on the sudden change. Cain explains that he returned everything to how it was before the Shadow World, assuring her that her loved ones are back, and she shouldn't be sad. Visibly moved, Shea thanks him tearfully, reflecting internally that despite his aloofness, she knew he was a good person. Cain remarks that she looks better before stating he has something to attend to and will be taking a short trip. With this, he passes out, then in a darkened room, a mysterious woman greets Cain, noting he kept her waiting. Cain expresses surprise at her presence, and she explains that unexpected events transpired due to his grandfather's return. Inviting him to sit, she states she wants to discuss with him about accepting her, acknowledging that he already knows her presence is like poison to him. She clarifies that if he were to accept all in creation, her personality would absorb his. But her proposal isn't about her own revival. Instead, she offers him all her power and knowledge, devoid of her personality, in exchange for him teaching her about the unknown world his grandfather returned to. Although Cain finds the terms favorable, he rejects her power, surprising the woman. He explains that accepting all in creation would hinder his mana absorption and negate the elixirs he's taken. Furthermore, knowing the ultimate truth associated with that power would likely endanger his life, citing past precedent. The woman counters by reminding him she offered knowledge, specifically of a future where he avoids being killed by that man, something even the Absolute One was unaware of, asking if he still thinks he doesn't need her. Convinced, Cain agrees to the deal, but reaffirms his refusal of the power itself. The woman accepts this and tells him the most crucial first step to avoid his foreseen death is to ally himself with the Witch of the Third Continent. Later, Cain returns to the palace, waking up in a room. Later, we see Cain and Shea expressing concern and offering to postpone the meeting with the Beast King. Cain assures her he is fine, briefly remembering he met the master of all creation, then woke up in a room in the palace. He then asks about her well-being regarding the illusion barrier. However, Shea didn't remember a thing, and Cain got the conclusion that because of his time reversal magic, no one remembers the Shadow World incident. Cain reveals to us he told others he simply dispelled a barrier, finding it a simpler explanation. Back to the present, they arrived at the Beast King's court. Shea thanks him profoundly. To everybody that this is the one who saved Sorakasia from the atomic mysterious barrier and insists on giving him a reward. Cain initially refuses, stating he didn't act for recompense, but Shea and the Beast King insists, noting her family dislikes being indebted. Cain gratefully accepts, but mentions his ongoing journey prevents him from taking anything too large. As Shea begins to ask about the mimic, Cain quickly places his hand on her mouth, requesting her to keep it a secret. Just then, the Beast King was still in front of them, so Cain apologized for his rudeness. The Beast King dismisses it, stating the Vistran royal family is instinctively drawn to the strong, thinking that his daughter is attracted to Cain. The Beast King then muses aloud, questioning Cain's true strength before suddenly issuing a challenge, a match against him. If Cain wins, the Beast King declares he will approve of his relationship with Shea. Cain seems taken aback by the mention of a relationship, hesitating slightly because there weren't even any relationship. Seeing this, the Beast King taunts him, asking if he's running away in fear and demanding he face him fair and square if he's a man. As the Beast King powers up aggressively, Shea Emberest punches her father on his torso and her father goes flying on the wall. Shea rocked everyone shocked. As the Beast King stands up, he remarks on Shea's apparent growth in power, wondering if her bloodline has awakened. He notices the unusual mana emanating from her crown and suddenly recognizes it as the divine relic stolen a decade prior. Shea inwardly panics, recalling Cain's request to keep it a secret. The Beast Queen reasons that if her bloodline awoke without a full moon, the crown must be a true divine relic. Whispers spread through the onlookers about a prophecy concerning the relic's chosen one becoming the strongest warrior in Beastren's history. As the Beast King asks Shay for an explanation, Kane realizes he can no longer conceal the truth about the crown. Just then, Ryu Shorin bursts in, calling out to Kane and Shea and asking why they are there. She expresses confusion, mentioning she thought the Beast King had disappeared. Kane questions her statement and wonders if she still remembers what happened in the Shadow World. Sensing the need for privacy, Kane asks Ryu Shorin for a moment and excuses them both. Alone, Ryu Shorin asks Kane if everyone else truly forgot what happened. He confirms that even the priestess and the sword god only recall events up to seeing the Sky Dragon. When Ryu Shorin asks why only the two of them remember, Kane admits he doesn't know. Ryu Shorin then mentions having a strange, unpleasant nightmare while she was unconscious. Changing the subject, Ryu Shorin requests a favor from Kane, to keep her defeating the Heavenly Empress a secret, hinting it was achieved using Beastren's restricted sword techniques. Kane agrees. Using the Tenryu sword felt surprisingly natural at that moment, as if her bloodline activated on its own. She reaffirms her dedication to reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship to repay her master. Kane then asks her to also keep the revival of Sorakasia confidential, which she readily accepts. Recalling the advice he received about needing the Witch of the Third Continent's support, and that Ryu Shorin's conviction was key, Kane out of nowhere invites Ryu Shorin to journey with him to the Third Continent. He frames it as a valuable experience, referencing a regional tradition, and Ryu Shorin, recognizing the rare opportunity to train alongside someone as powerful as Kane and potentially grow stronger herself, agrees to go. 2 days later, they prepare for departure. Shay expresses regret they couldn't host them longer, while the Sword God mentions needing to resolve the Sword Gate issue first. After exchanging farewells and promising a grand welcome upon their return, Nariel tells Shay it's unfortunate she cannot join them. Shay explains her need to remain and handle matters concerning the newly revealed sacred relic. With a final promise to meet again, Kane and Ryu Shorin depart, but as they started heading, Kane suddenly clutches his chest in pain as a strange energy swirls around him. Though far away, Sha seems to sense something amiss, calling his name. Sha registers a peach scent before Kane loses consciousness. Kane later awakens aboard a ship, hearing waves. Ryu Shorin informs him he was unconscious for 4 hours and that she immediately arranged their departure due to the urgency he had expressed, overriding attempts by others to stop them. Relieved, Kane thanks her, glad he will arrive on time. When Ryu Shorin asks how he feels, Kane states he feels better than usual. Ryu Shorin finds this odd, expecting him to feel worse now that his usual mana suppression is gone. This prompts Kane to check, and he discovers a faint trace of mana returning, something Ryu Shorin points out, noting his usual suppression is unnaturally complete. Surprised by the return of even a tiny amount of mana, Kane realizes Ryu Shorin hadn't noticed its complete absence before. He inwardly speculates if this is related to digesting elixirs and resolves to investigate later. Then, their journey is then interrupted as a massive eye appears beneath the waves, followed by tentacles striking the ship. A crewmate shouts in alarm, and Ryu Shorin identifies it as a sea beast attack. As Kane moves to investigate, Ryu Shorin stops him, simply directing his attention outside. This might be the Kane's end because he is exactly at the very place which his grandfather a long time ago told him not to go at all cost. His grandfather warns a young Kane about places he must never approach if he regains his mana, pointing to a map and emphasizing that the sea is the most dangerous of all. The man stresses that even if Kane becomes far stronger, venturing into the sea would mean certain death. And guys, I wanted to apologize because I messed up this girl's name. Her name is Shaolin, not Ryu Shorin. Years later, now the adult Kane, reflecting on this, understands that a sea monster was the reason for the warning, as one attacked him immediately after his mana returned, leading him to believe he couldn't handle it at his current strength. Now on a ship in the middle of the ocean, Kane realizes his only option against the immediate threat is to team up with Shaolin, who has awakened. He suggests they go to the deck, and Shaolin agrees. On deck, a man named Jason is suddenly seized and crushed by a massive tentacle. His crewmate friend cries out Jason's name as more tentacles erupt from the sea, attacking the people. A girl curses the monster and leaps into action, launching a Giga Lightning spell, but a tentacle effortlessly shatters her six-circle magic, to her shock. Kane then intervenes, slicing the tentacle with his sword, saving her. He tells that girl to leave the fight to him and escape with her subordinates. Girl thanks him and departs with other individuals as the colossal sea monster continues its assault. The creature unleashes a volley of water arrows, which Kane and Shaolin see descending before they explode on the deck. Kane observes Shaolin struggling, musing that her previous overwhelming strength might have been exclusive to the shadow world, and warns her to be careful. He deduces the monster's intelligent strategy, immobilizing them with water arrows before finishing them with tentacles. As tentacles pierce the deck near Shaolin, she exclaims that it's trying to board the ship. Realizing the ship is doomed, Kane asks Shaolin if she can use water-walking techniques. When she says she cannot, not being her master, Kane picks her up and leaps from the disintegrating ship, stating they'll change locations. Shaolin is surprised by Kane's mastery of water-walking, which he downplays. As the monster's eye watches, Kane declares they'll head to a nearby island, and they run across the water's surface. Upon reaching an island, Shaolin asks Kane to put her down, and then questions the safety of their location. Kane admits it's not entirely safe, but should weaken the monster compared to the open ocean. As Shaolin expresses doubt about how they can fight it, tentacles erupt from the sand behind her. Kane urges her to move away from the water, and then asks if she can hold the monster off for 3 seconds. Despite her apprehension, Shaolin agrees to try, telling him to make it count. As Shaolin charges the roaring monster, Kane recalls his grandfather's teachings about mana. Control and mastery are paramount over raw quantity, and with refined control, one can achieve extraordinary feats, like his grandfather cutting the sea with a mere grain of mana. Kane decides to emulate that sword technique, focusing on the long-forgotten sensation of moving mana. Meanwhile, Shaolin struggles against the relentless tentacles, asking Kane if he's ready. She resolves to buy time by aiming for the monster's eye, its weakest point. However, as the monster closes its eye, it turns into a mouth. Shaolin's strategy failed, and she was about to be eaten whole. Kane is now ready, apologizing for the delay, and unleashes a concentrated green energy slash from his sword at the monster's eye. The attack cleaves through the monster and parts the sea behind it. Shaolin is astounded that Kane could cut the sea with so little mana. Kane, however, reflects that his technique is still far inferior to his grandfather's, as the parting is much smaller. Shaolin, confused by his self-assessment, asks what he means. Kane groans, feeling dizzy, and Shaolin realizes he has exhausted his mana, advising him to rest. As they sit, the seemingly defeated monster twitches, its eye focusing, and it utters a command to take Kane to that person. A tentacle suddenly snatches Kane and throws him towards the water. Shaolin cries out his name as he is pulled beneath the waves and sinks into the depths, where a disembodied voice declares it has finally found him, addressing him as successor. Shaolin's voice calls out to Kane, and she also jumps to save him. Then he suddenly starts, in the dream he watches some people on a monitor, questioning if you, presumably a higher power, ever tires of sending keepers after them. In this dream, Kane finds himself observing a futuristic cityscape displayed on a large monitor, remarking on the inconvenience. The scene shifts to the people Kane had been keeping an eye on from the monitor. 2 figures in virtual gear strive to reach a hacker's core. Just as one announces their arrival, a data wind, composed of operating systems and information systems, manifests, startling them. They identify it as a data storm. Frustrated that their target is so close, yet obstructed by the storm, one of the figures urges the others to proceed while he handles the interference, as time is short. The figure who instructs their captain to go, emphasizing that the world is running out of time. Captain reluctantly departs, vowing to deal with the hacker bastard. Kane praises them for a noble sacrifice. He then states they have no time to play and bids farewell to the keepers, as the digital figure is consumed by the green data storm, glitching out of existence. With the loading bar fully loaded, Kane, in a futuristic suit, confirms its materialization into Metatron, the city, and bids goodbye to the hellish Metatron. It is then revealed that it was 89th World, where Kane was a hacker, a genius who seized control of the cyberworld. His goal was to erase the flawed real world and replace it with his ideal virtual paradise, bringing cyberworld imagery into physical reality. He welcomes an unseen entity to his constructed utopia, and that's how he destroyed the 89th World. The scene shifts to the princess. She had previously believed Kane's ability to see the fate of great evil stemmed from absorbing evildoers' mana, but she then recalls a distinct peach scent she had smelled earlier. This scent, she remembers, was present on the central continent when Cain first foresaw great evil's fate, a time before he had absorbed any such mana. Her thoughts are interrupted as Neriel bursts in, calling for the princess and urgently reporting that Lord Cain and Xiaolin's ship was attacked by a sea monster. Neriel adds that both are now missing. Shocked and distressed, the princess, worried, orders Neriel to immediately dispatch a search team, which Neriel acknowledges. The princess tries to reassure herself that Cain, with Xiaolin, must be safe. Meanwhile, Cain awakens on a beach, groaning about another nightmare. He reflects on the hacker, one of the most formidable individuals across the 99 worlds, someone even his grandfather couldn't defeat. He worries about the possibility of the hacker's power being transferred to another. Xiaolin approaches, noting he's awake. She even found Misteltein, his sword, for him. Cain asks if she managed to defeat the monster alone. Xiaolin explains that after it threw him into the sea, the monster died on its own, perhaps in a final desperate struggle. Cain ponders why the monster didn't kill him when it had the chance, and why it specifically said to take you, suspecting a hidden plan. Cain, while eating, casually states the sea monster is dealt with and suggests they move on. Then Xiaolin asks if there's a way off the island. Then we see them on a boat named Horizon.Silkboat. Xiaolin inquires about the ship's origin, recognizing it as a Madtech boat from the third continent. Cain explains his grandfather gave it to him. Xiaolin marvels at mimics, which can store such large objects. While she witnesses the mimic sleeping, then Cain revealed that being a living creature, it can even fall ill too. Cain notes his mana is replenishing and should be full in about 4 hours. Stating their need to reach their destination by nightfall, he announces he will increase their speed. When Xiaolin asks how fast the boat can go, Cain tells her she'll see shortly and commands the Horizon magic engine to full throttle. The boat accelerates dramatically, eliciting a surprised cry from Xiaolin. They soon arrive at a dark, unfamiliar coastline on the third continent. Feeling nauseous, Xiaolin declares she'll never ride it again and questions the legality of docking without a port, likening it to smuggling. Cain explains his lost identification left them no other option. Xiaolin points out the difficulty of navigating the third continent without papers and asks about their plan. Cain assures her he knows a broker who can forge IDs, surprising Xiaolin with his connections. She then recalls that the third continent is segregated into zones based on wealth, which Cain confirms. He describes Zone 1 for the elite, Zone 2 for the middle class, and Zone 3, where most of the population resides. As they traverse a rundown area, Xiaolin assumes it's Zone 3, but Cain corrects her, leading her through a back alley. Xiaolin complains about the stench, remarking that she'd heard Zone 3 was at least habitable, but this place is far worse. Cain then reveals this area is not actually Zone 3. Suddenly, Xiaolin spots a child slumped over, but Cain quickly stops her, warning her not to approach. When Xiaolin protests leaving a sick child, Cain grimly informs her the child is already dead. Confused, Xiaolin asks what he means. Cain explains the child was an electronic drug addict and is brain dead, likely having purchased the substance believing it was a drug to enter the virtual world. He cautions that these addicts release toxins and suggests they take a detour. The child then disappears into thin air. Horrified, Xiaolin questions if even children are using drugs and if this is how people in Zone 3 live. Cain reiterates that this is not Zone 3. He clarifies that this place isn't officially recognized, a dangerous area where even he and his grandfather felt threatened. It is, he reveals, the lawless land known as the dark side of the third continent, outlaw territory. As he explains this, we can see people surrounding them. After some time, as Cain and Xiaolin walk, a voice calls out to them, and a group of ruffians, led by a smirking man, accosts them, telling them to come over. The leader, observing Xiaolin's sigh, comments that her grumpy face ruins her cute looks and says that as long as they listen, they'll be spared. Xiaolin, weary, remarks that she's sick of hearing the same thing from so many people, noting they're the 9th group already. The leader, irked by her tough attitude, declares he was going to go easy on them. He then pulls out a lightsaber, asking if they've ever seen a sword breaker, a weapon that destroys other swords. Xiaolin, unimpressed, states she just heard that too, and with a swift movement, her own sword shatters the leader's blade and slashes him. Members of the gang shocked, and after some fighting, everyone was dead. Cain suggests they leave before more ruffians appear, but another voice calls out to them. A large, cybernetically enhanced man standing before a shop with a forum sign tells them that leaving trash in front of his shop is a problem. He startled Xiaolin by vanishing and appearing behind her. He puts a hand on her shoulder, asking if she's never heard of a superhuman. He tells them he's not into bullying kids and instructs them to clean up their mess and leave. Xiaolin wonders about superhumans, and Kane explains they are warriors from the third continent, enhanced through cybernetics or drugs. Kane then greets the man, offering to pay for the cleanup from the previous payment. The man, initially confused, then recognizes Kane, addressing him as Uncle Jay. Kane internally confirms that Jay is the broker named King of Outlaws, whom Kane's been searching for. Jay, in turn, recognizes Kane as the brat who used to follow a terrifying old man. Inside Jay's establishment, which appears to be a bar or casino, Jay instructs someone to clean up the trash outside, noting the 4 bodies still have their limbs intact. The subordinate confirms they will call scavengers. The subordinate asks where to escort Kane and Xiaolin, but Jay interjects, stating they should go to the VVIP room and no need to guide them, only prepare the drinks. 2 glasses of juice and the finest grade oil. As they walk, Xiaolin comments on how quickly the bodies were cleaned up. Jay explains that's how Outlaw operates, as limbed corpses have many uses. He offers to tell Xiaolin what they're used for, but she declines. In the VVIP room, Jay asks Kane why he's come looking for him at such a time, remarking that Outlaw hasn't changed much from 7 years ago. Kane states he needs a forged ID because he lost his and has someone he must meet on the third continent. Jay dismisses this as a laid-back reason and tells Kane to go home, asserting that the third continent is no place for naive brats right now. Kane, sensing trouble, asks if something is happening here. Jay says it doesn't concern them, but Kane declares he'll find out himself. Jay sighs, calling Kane a troublesome kid. Relenting, Jay reveals that a war is about to break out on the third continent, shocking Xiaolin. Kane notes that in the 99 worlds, war has never occurred there during this time period. Jay confirms that Carrion, Lord of the Eastern Mechanical Tower, and Selena Solette, the Witch of the Central Mechanical Tower, are at odds. He highlights Selena as a rising star who has rapidly expanded her influence over the past 3 years, and she is the first genius to unify the third continent under central rule, making her a threat to the Eastern Mechanical Tower's lord. Kane muses that he knew Selena had been active and heard about it from Starfish, wondering if Kane's interference has changed the course of events. Kane then asks if Jay plans to stop the war. Jay feigns surprise, asking why he would do that. Kane points out that if war erupts, the third continent's economy will collapse, and Jay would suffer huge losses if he lost his first district clients, whose contracts are a major income source. Jay dismisses this, saying the first district won't fall just because of a war, and that things will return to normal once it ends. Kane, however, disagrees, stating that once the war ends, he will no longer be the king of Outlaw. Xiaolin questions this, and Kane explains that while both mechanical tower lords are militarily equal, the Eastern faction has more influence, meaning other tower lords will likely side with the East if war breaks out. This gives the East the advantage, Kane continues, and the Eastern Mechanical Tower Lord's ultimate goal for the past 30 years has been the complete eradication of Outlaw. Once the war concludes, they will wipe Outlaw off the map. Jay acknowledges Kane's astuteness, admitting he's already made preparations to stop the war, and tells Kane not to get in his way and to just go home. Kane, however, offers to help. Jay questions why Kane would stick his nose into a foreign war. Kane reveals he came to meet Selena Solette. Xiaolin, surprised that Kane is trying to meet the Central Mechanical Tower Lord, Kane confirms this is correct and states he can't let her die. Jay, acknowledging Kane has his reasons, agrees to help, but on one condition. In the next scene, we see Kane and Xiaolin in a packed casino. Kane remarks on its growth over 7 years. Xiaolin, now wearing a mask like Kane, notes the capital is on another level. Kane muses about a casino being used as a test site, stating he doesn't need half-baked reinforcements at this stage. Jay's condition, Kane recalls, is that he will only help if Kane passes a test. Go to Metatron's casino, eliminate a target, and retrieve a data chip they are carrying. The target is Djel Rofaliton, the Vice Tower Lord of the Eastern Mechanical Tower. Jay warned Kane to remember the name, as failure would mean immediate exile from the third continent. Kane, considering the mission not particularly difficult, had agreed. As Kane and Xiaolin walk through the casino, Xiaolin bumps into a blonde woman, apologizing profusely and asking if she's hurt. Surprisingly, the woman was Selena, who Kane wanted to meet. She dismisses it, but then Startling Xiaolin tells her it's only polite to remove her mask when apologizing. Selena then playfully lifts Xiaolin's mask, commenting that she knew it. She asks for Xiaolin's name, and Xiaolin stammers, Shen Xiaoyan. Selena remarks that the name doesn't suit her at all and asks for Kane's name. Kane introduces himself as Jean Londo from the First Continent. Kane was confused that Selena, who seems to know Xiaolin despite this supposedly being their first meeting. Then she introduces herself as Selena Solette. Xiaolin questions if this is the central mechanical tower lord. Selena confirms her identity and suggests that since fate brought them together, they should go together. However, Kane declines, stating he has urgent business, internally noting that Jay's mission comes first despite his many questions. Selena remarks that she doesn't think he'd lose anything by staying with her. Suddenly, a man with armed guards appears, calling out, "Witch! Witch!" A man with black hair is Digel, Kane's target. He confronts Selena, asking why she is there. Selena retorts, asking if there's a reason she can't be at a casino. Kane and Xiaolin, observing, realize this man is their target. Selena tells Digel she just came to talk and asks to be taken to a private room, instructing him not to get jumpy. Digel warns her not to be arrogant. Selena then turns to Kane and Xiaolin, suggesting they come along as well. Inside the private room, Xiaolin wonders about the situation, and Kane advises her to just observe for now. Digel, lounging, remarks that the central mechanical tower must be struggling for money if they're hiring a rookie, pointing at Kane and Xiaolin, who isn't even a superhuman, as a guard. But Selena ignores him, taps her fingers on her bracelet, and says, "That should do it." Digel, annoyed at being ignored, then asks if she's even listening. Digel, now surrounded by digital windows, was surprised, asking if she took control of the room and questions when and how she breached the security. Selena casually replies, "Just now," and presents a compiled proposal document for him to read. Digel finds the document too long and asks for a simple explanation. Selena, feigning exasperation, calls him an idiot for not understanding even after she shortened it so much. In short, she suggests they compromise and end their conflict there. She acknowledges that if a fight broke out, she would likely win, but some damage would be unavoidable. Digel scoffs, questioning if she truly believes she could win against the combined forces of North, South, East, and West. Selena counters that even if he adds the Port City Sobot, they still wouldn't stand a chance against her. And he knows that pretty well. That's why he tried to start an internal conflict within the Central Mechanical Tower. Digel is visibly shocked as Selena reveals his plan to expose her outlaw origins and split the Central Mechanical Tower. She asserts that his problem with her is simply because of where she was born. Digel internally panics, knowing only he, the Tower Lord, and 3 others knew about that, and wonders if there's a spy among them. Selena then asks if he's curious about who betrayed him, but Digel dismisses it as an attempt to sow discord. Selena retorts that they started themselves, and since they're already at the casino, suggests settling things with a game. If Digel wins, she'll reveal the traitor. In exchange, if she wins, he must hand over that data chip and its decryption key. Digel, surprised that she knows that much, refuses, stating that while finding the traitor is important, the chip is more valuable. Selena compromises, allowing Digel to choose a game he's confident in. She then declares that Xiaolin will play on her behalf, much to Xiaolin's surprise. Digel questions Selena's sanity, but if she insists, he agrees to settle it with poker. Xiaolin protests, having never even heard of poker, but Selena reassures her, telling her to just watch and learn while explaining the basics. Kane, observing, asks Selena if this is all right. Selena, in turn, asks Kane if he's not very close to Xiaolin, revealing she knew his name. Jean Londo was an alias. Kane inwardly worries if his true identity has also been discovered. Kane recalls that the data from Starfish listed him as dead, so they shouldn't suspect he's alive. He then questions if it was reckless to leave the game to Xiaolin, a beginner. Selena tells him not to worry, as poker is all about luck, and besides, Xiaolin never loses in games based on luck. As the game begins, Xiaolin expresses confusion, but then proceeds to win repeatedly. After Xiaolin's 5th consecutive win, Selena tells a dismayed Digel it's time to keep his promise. Digel, enraged at losing to a brat, orders his guards to kill them all. Selena tells Kane she'll leave the rest to him, as her intervention now risks false accusations, and asks Xiaolin to come with her. Xiaolin, confused about how Selena knows her name, Selena assures Kane she will take care of Xiaolin. As Kane draws his weapon, which Selena recognized as Misteltein, One of Degel's guards charges, boasting he can handle Kane himself. Kane, observing the guard's swordbreaker, anticipates a dodge and counter. Instead, he decides to go straight through him, his wooden sword clashing with the guard's weapon. The guard mocks Kane for using a mere melee weapon, but Kane, revealing his fondness for wooden swords, quickly disarms and defeats him, remarking that Kane is no ordinary brat. He started shooting at Kane, and while dodging, Kane bumps on another attacker, and he attacks with an LK-22, which Kane deems outdated. He swiftly defeats them both. Kane warns the downed LK-22 user to be careful as the weapon can't be stopped once activated. He notes the guard is already dead. Another guard, enraged, attacks Kane, and Kane identifies the weapon as an LK-23, which uses both torso and right arm cores. Kane explains this gives greater output, but becomes dangerous when the mana of both cores collides. He strikes the guard, causing an internal explosion, and as he said, the guard exploded. Kane then approaches Selena, asking if she's hurt. Selena, sitting on Tide Digel, confirms she managed to get the chip unharmed and hands it to Kane. Selena then states that, more importantly, she never expected Kane von Euclid to still be alive. Kane internally wonders how she figured it out. Selena suggests they leave first and continue their conversation later. As they walk, the doors suddenly close, trapping them inside. Selena curses the bastard for interfering even at the end and demands Digel to open the barrier. Digel accuses Selena of taking control of the room, Selena questioning who else could have done it. Decides to check outside and orders all central protection barriers to be opened. Her wrist device, which sounds almost human, confirms execution of the command with an estimated completion time of 1 minute. Kane questions if it's a fully autonomous AI. Selena asks how he knows, as that classification isn't public yet. Kane internally notes that fully autonomous AIs weren't widely adopted at this point in time. Selena, pressing him, demands to know who he is. Her device then reports that with the current output of the simplified terminal where the core is located, seizing control is impossible. The AI then detects a reboot of 5 shutdown superhumans due to a perceived threat and warns Selena, its master, to evacuate immediately as the reactivated superhumans surround them. Selena's AI reports that the 5 superhumans were only supposed to be rebooted when the central command network was in danger, a situation that shouldn't currently apply. As the superhumans attack, Selena asks everyone to come behind her and then Freeman. She activates a center aegis, a defensive barrier that repels the attackers and causes a minor impact on her. Kane observes that the aegis is a mana amplification skill, not an attack, and wonders if it's similar to his own center aegis, deducing the superhumans are likely immune to mana-based attacks. Selena confirms there's no such thing as complete immunity and suggests they leave the explanation to Digel while she deals with the superhumans, ordering her AI to open slot number 2. The AI complies, targeting the superhuman's line of sight and tries eliminating one of them. It then reports an EMP disrupting its connection to the control system and initiates a system shutdown. Suddenly, many guns came out of the wall, aiming them. Digel, witnessing this, exclaims they are all doomed, because there were just too many of them. If Kane was alone, he could try handling them with his sword. However, his one round can lead to the death of the witch and Shaolin. Only left with one option, Kane decided to use his mana and make the absolute shield, covering them and blocking everyone's attack. Selena, witnessing everything, notes that this was the absolute shield and attributes less defenses as well from the ceiling school and couldn't believe that he can even use ninth circles. Kane then asked her how much time it is going to take for her system to recover, because he is planning to block their attack to buy the time for her system to recover. However, suddenly, Shaolin leaps into the action, believing she shall prove her existence through her sword. With one slash, she kills everyone, bringing the room back to normal and surprising everyone with her strength. However, then she collapses. Then we see her dreaming. She was in the same world as Kane in the 89th world, where he was a hacker. It was later after he totally destroyed the whole world and took it in his constructed utopia. In the dream, Shaolin was regretting everything, but at last she was able to obtain the sword that can cut through everything. Neither her master, nor the Overload, nor anywhere else in this world could defeat her, but she never expected a hacker to summon the digital realm. If she only had realized this fact sooner, if she would have known earlier that Selena wasn't the one who killed her masters, she would have joined forces with her. Then the outcome could have been different. But anyways, at last, She decided to use the sword and cut through this digital world. Just then, she wakes up with a gasp, realizing it was a dream. Confused and disoriented, she finds herself in an unfamiliar room. As she started investigating the room, someone enters asking if she's awake. Shaolin, recognizing Kane's voice, but then realizes that it wasn't Kane and asks who the guy was. The guy reveals himself as the hacker, and don't worry, she isn't dreaming or anything this time. The hacker actually took her from the place she collapsed and left a note that he is taking her with him for a bit. A flashback then revealed an android carrying an unconscious Shaolin, while Selena and Kane were being pinned down by the gravity device. Returning to the present, Kane asked Selena if she had attempted to track the android. Selena explained it was discarded in the outlaw sector with its recording device removed, leaving no leads or surveillance footage. Kane suggested consulting Uncle Jay, and Selena agreed, adding that a cold trail in Outlaw might indicate a nearby base, and that they also needed to deliver a data chip. Selena seemed about to speak further, but when Kane prompted him, she dismissed it as nothing. Internally, Selena noted his lack of curiosity about her knowledge of Shaolin and confessed her own burning questions about Kane, von Euclid, and his apparent survival. Just then, her device signaled an incoming call from Jay. Selena, surprised, mentioned she was about to contact him and asked what he needed. Jay immediately asked if Selena was searching for Liu Shaolin's kidnapper, to her astonishment. He then revealed the kidnapper was present with him. Hacker then addressed Selena directly, confirming he was the one she sought. He stated that if she wished to save Shaolin, whom he knew was like a sister to her, she would comply with his demands. Selena furiously ordered Jay to capture Hacker, offering any price, but Hacker calmly informed her that Jay was powerless, as all his superhuman enhancements had been neutralized. Selena was aghast, realizing Hacker could control not just barriers but superhuman augmentations as well, wondering about the origins of such a formidable individual. Selena then asked if he was responsible for Deputy Tower Master Digel's death. When he confirmed this was why he had called, Hacker instructed her to publicly announce that her organization was behind Digel's assassination. Selena was horrified, understanding that such a claim from her, the Central Machine Tower Master, regarding the Eastern Deputy, would instantly ignite a full-scale war. Hacker, indifferent to her concern about accelerating conflict, pressed her to comply, assuring her it wasn't a significant loss, and promising Liu Shaolin's return in 2 days if she agreed. After a moment of strained consideration, Selena reluctantly consented. Hacker commended her wise decision. But the next thing we find after that was Kane in front of the hacker. Selena from the phone immediately identifies the departing hacker as Shaolin's kidnapper and orders Kane to arrest him. Hacker, whose plan for a quiet exit was foiled, simply remarked that it seemed his departure wouldn't be so discreet after all. Kane launched an attack, which Hacker dodged using an energy buster. Kane, in turn, observed Hacker's technique and considered that subduing him might require mana. Hacker quickly interjected, claiming his current form was merely an android, a fact Kane found unsurprising given the advanced level of body modification. Internally, Kane noted the absence of any discernible hacker power emanating from the android. Kane wanted to know why Hacker was panicking so much when it's only the fake one being destroyed. Hacker explained his distress was due to this android being his masterpiece. He urged Kane to let him go, suggesting it was also better for Liu Shaolin. Kane appeared to relent, and Hacker, after thanking him, communicated to Selena through camera, who was watching, to uphold their promise. Selena, observing, seemed surprised. Hacker's android then departed, uttering a cryptic phrase in Kane's ear about meeting again on the day when the breathless sun fills the world. As the android left, Jay asked Kane for an explanation. Kane, stating he was going after Hacker, deferred the explanation to Selena and left Digel's data chip with Jay, who cautioned him against reckless actions. Kane, however, recognized Hacker's parting words as a coded message he had used in a past life in the 89th world, a signal for a secret meeting meaning, "Follow me. Let's talk one-on-one." Kane followed the Hacker and soon arrived at the designated meeting place. Hacker greeted him, remarking that Kane's swift arrival indicated he retained memories from his past life. Hacker expressed his pleasure at seeing Kane von Euclid, whom he addressed as the true master of my power, infinite knowledge, and stated he had long wished to speak with him in a quiet setting. Kane observed hackers' use of nanotechnology, a technique mainly associated with witches, and noted hackers' mastery of it. When Hacker offered tea, Kane declined, finding the unusual chair he was offered sufficient, and bluntly asked what Hacker wanted. Hacker initially expressed a desire for friendship, but, sensing Kane's impatience, cut to the chase, asking Kane, the apostle of the apocalypse, how much he knew about beings like us who had been granted his power. Meanwhile, back at the central mechanical tower, Jay questioned Selena's decision to comply with Hacker's demands. Selena confirmed she was nearly finished with the documents and had arranged for her secretary to collect them. Jay, recalling her previous desire to avoid war, pressed further. Selena responded that war seemed inevitable now, and that the timing, as Hacker had pointed out, wasn't entirely unfavorable. Jay, however, argued that the war could still be averted by assassinating the Eastern Mechanical Tower Master. Intrigued, Selena listened as Jay outlined a plan, stating he could make all necessary preparations within 3 days and would personally stop the war if it hadn't begun by then. When Selena questioned the origin of these preparations, Jay expressed his confidence in their success. He then suggested they announce that Hacker was the one who killed Daijal. Selena, however, immediately rejected this, refusing to endanger Xiaolin. Jay, incredulous at what she deemed a foolish reason, reminded Selena of her responsibilities as the Central Tower Master and the continent's precarious situation. He warned that obeying Hacker would make an enemy of her. Selena, with a faint smile, simply replied, "Then, so be it." Jay hangs up again, calling it a foolish decision. Noting the escalating complexity of the situation, Selena summoned Marlon, instructing him to publish the article as per Hacker's demand and to fetch her a glass of cold water. But it wasn't Marlon, it was Kane who entered. Surprised, Selena asked if he hadn't been chasing Hacker and if the culprit had escaped. Kane confirmed Hacker's escape and stated he now had a favor to ask of her. Kane requested Selena's assistance in obtaining the key to the deepest part of Metatron's underground, specifically needing access to the third sanctuary of the Sanctified Ring, Vault. It was explained that Metatron, the Holy Land of Machinery, housed 11 such sanctuaries, each containing unique lost technology, crucial to the Third Continent's advancements, with access restricted to Tower Masters and Vice Tower Masters. Later in Metatron's underground, Selena asks if the Overlord had informed Kane about lost technology, and had also suggested he visit the Third Sanctuary. The Overlord she's mentioning is Kane's grandfather. Kane confirmed this, explaining that after regaining his mana, the Overlord had advised him to visit this place if he ever came to the Third Continent. Selena then revealed a complication. The sanctified ring Kane sought had been stolen, a piece of classified information. Despite this, she led him to the entrance of the Third Sanctuary. Yup, and we have no idea where that ring is, right? As Selena's biometric signal was confirmed and the sanctuary began to unlock, an alarm blared, detecting an unauthorized program. Selena was baffled, wondering who could have installed such a program within the secure facility. The system reported its failure to resolve the issue. The unauthorized program, identifying itself as secret code, then activated. A voice, familiar to Kane, greeted him, saying it had been a while. Kane recognized the voice as his grandpa's. The program Secret Code Alpha confirmed Kane's presence, followed by Secret Code Beta confirming Selena's. Grandpa's voice then stated he was sure they both had many questions for him, and that Secret Code was a program he had prepared precisely for this purpose. The voice then asked if they wished to connect to Secret Code, instructing them to answer yes if they wanted to connect to Secret Code. Kane, though not fully understanding, decided to proceed, trusting his grandpa's setup. Secret Code Alpha confirmed his connection and announced his entry into Legacy World Alpha. He then found himself in an unfamiliar location that resembled the Third Continent. He mused that he might have been forcibly moved outside the Third Sanctuary and wondered if Selena was sent elsewhere, as he couldn't sense her. He resolved to figure things out upon returning to the sanctuary. As he moved through a crowd, an agitated man bumped into him, demanding he move and referring to Kane as a Class 1 citizen, which puzzled Kane. The man, identified by a system as Robert 3382, Class 3 citizen, was then flagged for unauthorized departure and subjected to immediate judgment, disintegrating before Kane's eyes. The system then announced a resting hour and listed several other individuals whose lifespans end today, thanking them for their societal contributions as more citizens were similarly vaporized. Kane then understood he was in the 41st world his grandpa had experienced, the third continent, a world where everyone followed assigned roles, sharing equal happiness, but also where surveillance, machines, and AI controlled everything. He recognized this peaceful utopia Metatron as a dystopia disguised as a mighty nation's paradise. The Secret Code Alpha program then informed him that after viewing all of Legacy World Alpha, he must answer a question, with his answer determining his reward, before proceeding to a second location. A disembodied voice whispered about lost technology, becoming the hope of this world. Meanwhile, Selena, still in the third sanctuary, confronted the Overlord, knowing he was listening. She demanded he stop the machine act and speak to her directly. The Overlord's voice materialized, admitting he knew he couldn't fool her. Selena questioned why he hadn't found her, and the Overlord acknowledged their long acquaintance. She then pressed him about his broken promises, to visit her first upon his return, to kill Cain himself, and his subsequent 14-year disappearance while hiding with Cain. She demanded to know his intentions. A flashback to 2 months before the 99th world's destruction showed the grandfather visiting Selena, asking her to build a device. Selena, surprised by his request, given his aversion to machines, was told to examine the schematics. She recognized it as a memory transfer device, or time machine, powered by his innate regression ability and capable of taking one other person with him. He explained its purpose: to prepare for the next world's destruction if the current one failed. He tasked her with skipping the final battle to focus solely on building it. Selena, examining the flawless schematics, marveled at their ingenuity, doubting anyone but herself could design such a thing. She asked about the creator, and the Overlord revealed the individual no longer existed in their world. It was lost technology. He admitted the design was incomplete and would take at least 3 more months. Selena, recognizing the phrasing, realized the creator had said that. The Overlord confirmed her suspicion. The words were her own from the 39th world. He had memorized the designs from each Selena across different worlds, refining them each time, and now the end was in sight. This would be his final regression and the device's only use. He lamented that if it had been completed sooner, Xia, Xiaolin, and Selena could have all regressed together. After much deliberation, Reinhardt, the Overlord, had chosen Selena to accompany him. Returning to the present, Selena questioned the Overlord's purpose: stopping the world's destruction. So why, she asked, was he letting the tyrant Cain live? The Overlord responded that killing Cain wouldn't change the future. Selena, skeptical, asked if he was truly certain Cain wasn't the root cause of destruction, and if Cain might have been a puppet. The Overlord confirmed her insight, explaining his decision to keep Cain close and go into hiding was to protect him from the true something behind the world's ruin. He then entrusted Cain to Selena, asking her to protect him, as the mastermind was likely still searching. Selena reluctantly agreed, though she still couldn't be kind to the tyrant. The Overlord found this more than enough. Selena then asked the Overlord's current whereabouts. He revealed he was in the demon realm, looking for someone, before the transmission was forcefully terminated. Selena wondered if he was searching for the mastermind. Back in Legacy World Alpha, Cain observed the controlled society. He reflected that while there was no absolute happiness or misery, people were born without rights, but also unburdened by the responsibilities that came with them. As the program concluded its showing of the final world, it posed its question: do you think this world is a utopia or a dystopia? Cain pondered this. He saw no freedom, but also no exceptional cruelty. Following rules guaranteed basic happiness, but living like a cog could be despair for some. He concluded, like any world, it wasn't purely one or the other. His answer was, I don't know. When asked why, he explained that it felt no different from any other ordinary world, a place of both paradise and hell. His answer was confirmed, and the program announced it would now play a message from its creator, Reinhardt von Euclid. He then relays a message to Cain, explaining that the world Cain just experienced was a test of his moral compass. Had Cain adhered to Reinhardt's teachings, he would have identified the world as a dystopia. Conversely, succumbing to evil would have led him to perceive it as a utopia, resulting in his demise. He further elaborated that an answer of "I don't know" would signify that Cain had transcended mere obedience and begun to think independently. As Cain silently processes this, his grandfather continues, stating that such an answer would indicate Cain, once devoid of emotion, had started to develop his own thoughts and capacity for worry. Confident in Cain's newfound autonomy, Reinhardt declares he can now entrust something significant to him, and Cain is enveloped in a brilliant light. Cain questions the nature of this bestowal, and his grandfather's voice reveals it to be the heart of the evil dragon Benazalen, a creature of immense power executed by its kin for its wickedness. Later, he was finally back to the third sanctuary. Cain notes Serena's absence and that his camouflage ability is active. He senses a calm mana flow, deducing that the anticipated war has not yet begun. Realizing there is still time, Cain grasps the dragon's heart, feeling its potent malice. He questions whether he can absorb its power without losing himself, but resolves to try, initiating the absorption process. Meanwhile, at the central mechanical tower, Serena expresses her concern for Cain. Her thoughts are interrupted by Marlin's report that the East has declared war, their response surprisingly swift, less than 2 hours after an unspecified announcement. Serena speculates that the East anticipated their actions. Marlin acknowledges the unexpectedness of Vice Tower Lord Digel's death, leading Serena to surmise that the hacker responsible for publicizing it has allied with the East, explaining their rapid mobilization. She then ponders the hacker's motives for siding with them. Marlin inquires about their course of action, and Serena instructs him to adhere to their pre-existing war simulation manual. Just as Marlin confirms he will begin preparations, he alerts Serena that all 4 mechanical towers, East, West, South, and North, are advancing on the central tower, having committed their full forces. Elsewhere, Shaolin, restrained by the hacker, remarks on the war's commencement, and hacker guessed that Serena might be panicking right now. The hacker coolly confirms he orchestrated this. When Shaolin asks if his goal is to destroy the third continent and his reasons, the hacker clarifies his desire for peace. He views the other Tower Lords as scoundrels whose removal through war will cleanse the continent and allow the Central Tower Lords, Serena's influence to expand, a 2 birds with 1 stone strategy. Shaolin is taken aback, asking if he truly intended to help Serena gain power. The hacker affirms that someone as devoted to the continent as Serena deserves power. However, he cryptically adds that this was the original plan, but it changed because he, Cain von Euclid, appeared before him. The scene shifts to the central tower 2 hours later, where Serena and Marlin observe numerous airships from the east, west, north, and even the south approaching. Serena confirms with Marlin that he brought the energy-devouring monsters, and he reports all preparations are complete. Impressed by his efficiency, Serena prepares for the next step. She then receives a call from the Eastern Tower Lord, who taunts her about surrendering. Selena dismisses his arrogance, and he issues a final warning. Selena, on the other hand, defiantly asks if he intends to withdraw. Enraged by her response, the Eastern Lord implies his actions are his answer. Serena calmly notes his insolence as Marlin reports the 4 Tower Lords are charging their mana cannons. Selena orders a counterattack, addressing center. Her system confirms readiness, and she commands an attack on all mechanical towers. As the enemy unleashes a barrage, 231 Magitech cannons, 3 Hellfire bursts, and over 300 additional weapons, Serena coolly orders her forces to shoot them all down. She then commands all artillery gates to open, commencing a devastating counterattack that visibly shocks Eastern Tower Lords with its sheer power. The Western Tower Lord complains to the Eastern Lord that the Central Tower's strength far exceeds what was promised, pointing out that Serena hasn't even deployed her Aegis or railgun systems and voicing fears of their imminent defeat. The irritated Eastern Lord silences him. Sighing, the Western Lord dismisses it and requests to speak directly to him, the hacker. The Eastern Lord tells him that the hacker has no authority and is not the one in charge. This confuses the Western Lord. The hacker then appears on the call with the Eastern Lord, feigning surprise. The Eastern Lord accuses him of deceit, but can't. The hacker explains that while that was the plan, inaction would have led to their defeat. He frames the crisis as an opportunity to showcase a new technology, offering a demonstration in exchange for his participation, which would also serve to display the Eastern Tower's might. After a moment of consideration, the Eastern Lord grudgingly agrees. The hacker, after a polite "pardon me," begins typing, announcing his new technology. EMP, Energy Magnetic Falls. A wave of energy radiates from the Eastern Tower. Everyone observes in astonishment as the enemy's attacks cease. The hacker smirks, declaring the stage set for Cain von Euclid's appearance. Holographic figure materializes of his grandfather.
A man stands on a rooftop under a sky filled with shooting stars, realizing he has become a legendary figure known as a hacker. He reaches his hand out toward a digital skyline, declaring himself the master of infinite knowledge while dismissing the current reality as a fake. Surrounded by a dark, swirling aura, he vows to destroy the world and rebuild a perfect utopia that does not follow the laws of matter. He wears a sinister, determined grin as he prepares to set his grand plan into motion. The hacker sets his sights on Cain von Euclid, believing he must kill the original owner of his power to truly succeed. In his dimly lit room, his murderous intent grows as he realizes that bringing Cain into a cyber world will give him the advantage. Since a complete cyber world does not yet exist in this era, he decides to manifest it himself using advanced technology. He puts on a high-tech headset and enters a vast, blueprint-like digital space to begin his work. The hacker's avatar walks confidently through the blue-tinted digital outlines of his new world. He stops when he notices a cluster of strange data fragments floating in the air, wondering if they are simply useless placeholder files. He reaches out to touch a shimmering digital display that reacts to his presence with a soft pulse of light. A holographic family portrait appears, showing a child who looks exactly like him, which leaves him deeply unsettled. Confused by the image, he wonders who these people are and what their connection is to his identity. Meanwhile, in the physical world, a series of mechanical towers experience a sudden and complete shutdown of their magical equipment. Selena Soleil's butler panics as he watches the system failure, while Selena remains calm despite realizing the hacker has joined the enemy faction. She decides to rely on her hidden reserves, specifically her powerful railgun and the Aegis protection system. Security monitors across the facility flash with red warning lights as they detect incoming attack signals from every direction. Selena crosses her arms and takes charge, ordering the immediate activation of the central railgun system to defend the city. Heavy mechanical parts shift and grind together as a massive turret rises from the top of the tower. The large cannon barrel swivels into position, aiming toward the sky with a menacing hum as it prepares to fire. The railgun fires a brilliant beam of energy straight into the clouds, shifting its programming into an aggressive extermination mode. A golden pillar of destructive power rains down from the sky, striking the enemy positions with incredible intensity. Selena watches the monitors with a confident smirk, believing this massive attack will eliminate half of the enemy forces in an instant. Suddenly, a communication screen flickers to life, showing the hacker, who tells her not to get too comfortable. The hacker mocks her for assuming she has a monopoly on magical engineering, claiming that her domain is not as exclusive as she thinks. Selena is taken aback when her sensors detect a powerful barrier deployed by the enemy faction to block her strike. A massive, purple hexagonal shield manifests around the target, perfectly absorbing the railgun's devastating beam. A colossal explosion follows the impact, but the barrier remains completely intact and undamaged. The system report confirms that the railgun was neutralized and dealt 0 damage to the enemy forces. Selena is horrified to discover that the manostructure of the enemy shield is a near-perfect match for her own secret Aegis technology. When she asks if he hacked her system, the hacker laughs and tells her not to flatter herself. He explains that if her team could build it, he could easily replicate it because magical engineering always leads to the same logical solutions. Selena covers her face in disbelief at his arrogance, but the hacker promises to show her even more proof of his talent. On a distant skyscraper, another mechanical tower begins to vibrate and glow as it prepares to fire its own weapon. Sensors detect a massive surge of mana, confirming that the hacker has built his own version of a railgun system. Selena looks on in alarm as the hacker tells her to prepare herself for what is coming next. The hacker's railgun fires a jagged red beam of energy that slices through the air towards Selena's tower. She frantically orders her command center to block the attack by pushing the Aegis shield to its maximum possible output. A series of explosions rock the defensive shield as it struggles to hold back the intense red energy trajectories. The systems report that the Aegis has taken over 30% damage, leaving Selena visibly shaken by the hacker's strength. The hacker tells Selena not to act surprised, pointing out that both sides have taken a similar amount of damage during the exchange. He notes that the railguns now need time to cool down, and that most magical tools are currently sealed by an EMP. Selena grits her teeth in frustration as the hacker mocks her status as the greatest genius of the third continent. With a final wave, he bids her farewell, and the holographic communication window disappears. Dozens of red energy projectiles are detected heading straight for the central mechanical tower with no remaining means of defense available. Selena slams her hand down in rage, feeling helpless as her stronghold is targeted by the overwhelming volley. A pair of boots lands firmly on a high ledge as someone approaches the edge of the battlefield. Cain stands overlooking the city with his sword drawn, determined to step in and stop the incoming destruction himself. Selena looks up in surprise at the sight of Cain, but she is even more shocked by the dark, intense aura surrounding him. She wonders if he is drawing power from the mana of the evil dragon Benazelen to fight the projectiles. Cain prepares to swing his blade at the wide area attack, noting that normally it would be impossible to stop such a strike with a sword. However, having regained even a small amount of his mana, he believes there is nothing he cannot cut. With a powerful swing, Cain releases a massive wave of energy that slices through the sky and destroys the incoming projectiles. The white and purple slash extends across the entire horizon, leaving the atmosphere crackling with residual power. The hacker watches the display from a distance and laughs, admitting that he knew Cain was strong but did not expect this level of power. His companion stands nearby, completely overwhelmed and terrified by the sheer force of the attack. The hacker speculates that Selena must have used a secret trump card she had hidden away to defend the tower. Meanwhile, other observers are left confused and shouting, trying to figure out what just happened during the intense clash. The hacker's companion is skeptical that Selena had such a hidden weapon, but he does not have time to argue. Kane jumps from his high perch and delivers another powerful strike against the mechanical tower itself to destabilize it. The tower begins to shake violently as smoke and debris fall from the structure. The hacker's companion panics, yelling that the tower is becoming unstable and that they need to evacuate the area immediately. As the two of them jump to safety, the hacker smiles and calls Kane an impatient little pest. They use a small mechanical glider to fly away just as a giant slash of energy cuts the entire building in half. The companion screams in despair as his mechanical tower is destroyed, while the top half of the skyscraper slides off and begins to fall. Kane stands amidst the smoke on a piece of the wreckage, looking calm and formidable. Kane stares out with his glowing red eyes, seemingly unfazed by the destruction and the smoke around him. The hacker looks back over his shoulder as he glides away, acknowledging the incredible power Kane has displayed. In the flashback, when he saw the photo, he didn't realize it was his family, but there was more to this. He realizes that the young boy in the photo looks exactly like himself, which brings back a memory of the child planning to give the picture as a gift in a golden locket. A sharp realization hits the hacker as he begins to remember his forgotten past, looking shocked as the memories start to return. He sees a flashback of himself as a young husband happily holding his wife's hand, followed by a memory of himself as a father walking with his two children. The vision shifts to him frantically searching through piles of belongings in a dark room, stumbling blindly as the weight of his grief becomes too heavy. He collapses to his knees in despair upon realizing his family does not exist in this world, clutching his head and letting out a harrowing scream of pain. Forbidden knowledge of the Absolute One and the Lord of Creation enters his mind as his eyes begin to glow with a sinister, murderous intent. He becomes aware of a terrifying dark entity that shakes his very soul, hearing a voice command him to ensure that Kane dies. Resisting the dark impulse, the man declares that he will absolutely not kill Kane. Now back to the present. The massive mechanical tower in the city is sliced in half by a powerful attack. On a nearby roof, the tower's owner collapses in total frustration while the hacker calmly explains how he avoided a massive explosion during the building's destruction. The hacker turns to face several holographic screens filled with angry leaders who are demanding to know why he was hiding special Magi tech equipment. With a confident snap of his fingers, he reveals that he has discovered the secret trump card of Selena Soleil, which is the incredible strength of Kane. As the leaders on the screens argue and some quit in frustration, the hacker holds up a hologram to show them that there is still a chance to defeat the monster. He gives a determined thumbs up and a wide grin, promising to handle the situation himself as he hacks directly into the private screen of Selena Soleil. Selena looks at the monitor with an annoyed expression as the hacker laughs and asks if she is happy to see his face again. She attempts to terminate the transmission, but the hacker stops her with a proposal to settle the war with a one-on-one match between their captains. Selena worries that her own abilities are not enough to face the hacker, but her concern vanishes when Kane walks into the room to volunteer for the match. She looks relieved to have his support, while the digital face of the hacker on the screen smiles in agreement with Kane representing the central machine tower. The hacker sets the match for 3 hours later at the Central Coliseum, warning that the winner of the duel will decide the outcome of the entire war. After the call ends, Selena thanks Kane for his help, though he admits he was looking for a rematch anyway as she notices a powerful aura around him. Kane walks toward the arena through a barren area, his heavy steps echoing as he approaches the large doors of the Coliseum facility. He passes through the massive gateway and is greeted by the hacker, who claps his hands together and welcomes his new partner with a cheerful smile. The hacker tries to praise Kane's performance by placing a hand on his shoulder, but Kane coldly tells him not to touch him. Raising his hands in a playful gesture, the hacker asks why Kane is so suspicious now that they have officially become allies. Kane states that he cannot trust someone who hides their true self in an android body and dismisses the story about the continent as outrageous. Then a flashback. The hacker, sitting talking to Kane, explains that his goal is to get revenge on the unknown power that forced him into this miserable state. He reveals that this power wants Kane dead, which is why he is determined to keep Kane alive to strike back at his dark fate. As they sit together, the hacker explains that Kane is the heavens-killing star destined to destroy the world, and Kane listens with a thoughtful expression. Looking at the moon, the hacker claims he is working to change that fate and tells Kane he is the perfect weapon to help him succeed. He tells Kane to just follow the plan even if he does not believe the story, smiling as he mentions the arrival of a final scenario. Now coming back to present, the hacker points to himself and asks Kane to eventually kill him in a way that will not hurt, maintaining a cheerful attitude despite the strange request. Later, the hacker sits alone on the bench in a quiet workshop, looking down at a small object in his hands while lost in his thoughts. His goggles flicker with a sudden surge of static as he prepares to cut the transmission now that the android retrieval is finished. Ryu Shaoran lies tied up on a bed next to him and angrily asks how long she is going to be kept as a prisoner. The hacker sits beside her and pulls out a gold pendant, sparking her curiosity about what is kept inside the small locket. He shows her the photo of his family and explains that they do not exist in this world, revealing his tragic past with a gentle smile. Ryu showers and asks if he is seeking revenge on the Machine Tower Master, but the hacker simply praises her warm heart and tells her she is very strong. She sighs and points out that her current situation proves otherwise, while the hacker begins to type on a digital interface to unlock her potential. The hacker announces he must leave and tells Ryu Shaoran that her restraints will unlock soon so she can become the second Sword Saint. He waves goodbye and leaves her with a final encouraging word while the scene shifts to the imposing exterior of the Central Coliseum. Finally, inside the massive Central Coliseum, the anxious crowd watches as Kane takes his position, while the hacker arrives exactly on time with a friendly wave. The battle begins in the center of a massive arena as Kane and Hacker face each other. Kane is clearly taken aback as he realizes that his opponent is using something called infinite knowledge, a concept that seems to shock him deeply. Hacker laughs at Kane, mocking him for not being an artificial being this time around. He snaps his fingers with a confident smirk, telling Kane that he even took the time to prepare some stylish new clothes for their big showdown. With a sudden burst of energy, Hacker activates a high-tech suit that glows with bright red rings of power. He tells Kane that while the ending of this fight has already been decided, he has no intention of making it easy for him to win. Hacker launches a powerful energy beam toward the ground, causing the floor of the arena to explode into fragments. Kane manages to leap away just in time, but the sheer force of the attack leaves the stone tiles shattered. Moving with incredible speed, Kane focuses his red eyes and readies his wooden sword. He ignores the dust and smoke, charging straight through the debris to close the distance between himself and his opponent. The two warriors clash in a blur of movement, their strikes creating shockwaves that rip through the air. Hacker sounds genuinely impressed as they trade blows, admitting that Kane is just as amazing as he expected him to be. Hacker leaps away and perches casually on the edge of the arena railing before standing up tall. He warns Kane that from this point forward he is going to use every trick in the book to win, so Kane needs to use his brain if he wants to survive. With a smug grin, Hacker dares Kane to see if his sword can even reach him at this distance. Meanwhile, a wide view of the city shows thick clouds of smoke rising from the stadium, proving just how intense their duel has become. Hacker dives from the sky like a comet, but Kane is ready for him. Kane reaches out with his hand, channeling his power as he prepares to meet the incoming attack head-on. Hacker moves so fast that he becomes a series of afterimages, successfully dodging Kane's sharpest strikes. Kane looks a bit frustrated as he realizes just how difficult it is to land a solid hit on such a slippery foe. Hacker continues to taunt Kane, acting as if the fight is just a game to him. High above in the spectator seats, Selena Gole watches the battle with a worried expression, wondering what on earth is going through Hacker's mind. Selena looks over at the East Machine Tower Lord and asks if he is starting to panic. The man just laughs and touches his chin, claiming that Kane is clearly struggling just to keep up with Hacker's movements. The man continues to brag about their inevitable victory, but Selena has finally had enough of his arrogance. She grabs him by the collar and threatens to rip his tongue out if he does not stop talking nonsense. Back on the battlefield, Kane continues his relentless assault, swinging his sword through clouds of dark energy. The arena is filled with the sound of clashing forces as neither side is willing to back down. A sudden burst of frozen energy hits Hacker squarely in the chest, but it does not seem to bother him. He keeps that confident smirk on his face even as he is pushed back by the force of the blast. Hacker begins to emit a mysterious purple glow, which causes Selena to gasp in total disbelief. She recognizes those glowing specks immediately as Francesca's particles, a technology that should not exist yet. A flashback explains that these subatomic particles will not be discovered for another 3 years. They have the terrifying ability to nullify any force they touch, making them the key component for an indestructible object. Selena remembers that this technology was the foundation of her power in her previous life, and she is shocked to see it here. Below her, Kane continues to dash forward, unaware of the technical details of the danger he is facing. Selena wonders how Hacker could have possibly obtained such advanced particles. Kane tries to strike through the purple mist, but his attacks are deflected by the strange energy surrounding Hacker. Hacker reminds Kane that he was the one who practically gave him infinite knowledge in the first place. Selena watches with a sinking feeling, realizing that Kane is now at a massive disadvantage against such a broken power. Selena explains to herself that the only way to destroy those particles is to use their exact opposite, the antiparticles. However, since creating them requires having the original particles first, she fears that Kane has no way to win. Kane is suddenly swallowed by a massive swirl of purple energy. He struggles to move as the particles wrap around him like a suffocating blanket of light. Selena screams out in alarm as she sees the particles gathering tightly around Kane. It looks like Hacker is trying to completely immobilize him so that he cannot fight back anymore. Just when things look their darkest, Kane begins to channel a new kind of energy. Golden sparks fly as he starts to manipulate the particles around him, proving that he is far more capable than anyone realized. Hacker is stunned when a black blade of energy suddenly pierces through his chest. Kane looks at him with a cold expression and tells him that he finally succeeded in what he needed to do. Hacker coughs up blood as the light begins to fade from his eyes. He falls to his knees in the dirt, admitting that he is impressed that Kane managed to create the necessary antiparticles in such a short amount of time. It turns out that Kane was analyzing the structure of the particles while he was fighting. He synthesized the antiparticles directly from the air, proving that his skills are on an entirely different level compared to everyone else. As Hacker nears death, the purple energy leaves his body and flows toward Selena. He looks at her one last time and tells her that this is his final gift to her. Hacker collapses onto his back, his body broken and bloodied. Kane stands over him, asking if all that talk about wanting to help him was actually the truth. Hacker gives a weak, genuine smile and says he is touched that Kane is finally starting to believe him. He reaches for a golden locket around his neck, his hands trembling. With his final breath, Hacker says that he can finally go to see them again. The locket falls open, revealing a small, happy photo of a woman and a child, showing the family he lost. Kane stands in silence, looking down at the man who was his enemy just moments ago. He slowly stabs his wooden sword into the ground, showing a rare moment of respect for the fallen warrior. In a final act of kindness, Kane unfastens his own green cloak. He gently drapes it over Hacker's body to serve as a makeshift burial shroud. Kane quietly tells Hacker to rest in peace before turning around. He begins to walk away from the center of the arena, leaving the covered body behind him. Suddenly, the sky turns a deep, ominous shade of blue and black. Kane stops in his tracks and looks back over his shoulder, sensing a terrifying presence approaching. A massive, violent beam of red started appearing, obliterating the cloak and lifting Hacker's body into the air. The sheer pressure of the energy is overwhelming. A dark, mocking voice echoes through the arena, calling Kane a troublesome person for forcing a direct confrontation. A shadowy figure with a single glowing red eye appears in the mist, shocking Kane. The figure reveals himself to be a man with bright red hair and glowing red eyes. He smiles wickedly at Kane, calling him his precious little goblet and revealing his true identity as the Heaven-Killing Star. The Heaven-Killing Star, who is not in Hacker's body, stands in the arena, his red hair matching his devious grin as he addresses Kane. He spreads his arms wide, looking quite pleased with the current situation while Kane gazes back with a wary expression. He puts on a bit of an act, sighing and placing a hand on his chest as if he is the victim. Kane is not buying it for a second, looking back with a smirk that says he knows exactly what kind of game is being played. Selena Soleil is seen struggling on the ground, surrounded by a strange pink haze. Meanwhile, the hacker extends a hand toward Kane in a friendly gesture, acting as though they are meant to be on the same side. As the hacker speaks, small glowing images of other characters appear above his hand, suggesting he has control over their fates. Kane looks down at the offered hand, his expression serious as he considers the weight of the situation. Without a moment of hesitation, Kane slaps the hacker's hand away with a sharp movement. He then states that Kane is nothing without him. The hacker's expression turns cold, and his eyes begin to glow with an ominous red light. Dark energy starts to swirl around him as he rises into the air, looking ready to unleash his true power on the arena. Pink particles drift through the air in a close-up shot of an arm. A second later, the stadium is suddenly filled with dozens of identical android clones, all of them wearing the same unsettling grin as the hacker. With a theatrical command, the hacker points forward and sends his puppets into action. The clones charge across the arena floor, their red eyes glowing as they lock on to Kane. Kane leaps into action, dodging the initial wave of attackers with ease. He delivers a powerful blow that sends one of the puppets crashing into the ground, causing stones and dust to fly everywhere. The sheer number of clones is overwhelming as they swarm across the stone floor. Kane remains calm, striking down another android with a precise move that causes it to explode into a shower of pink particles. Kane draws his golden sword, the blade shimmering with a bright light. He swings the weapon with a determined look on his face, cutting through the nearest puppet as he tries to thin out the crowd. One of the clones attempts to crush Kane with a massive mechanical arm. Kane tilts his head back to avoid the strike with perfect timing, immediately following up with a counterattack that slices right through the enemy. A puppet with glowing white eyes and a manic grin is struck directly in the chest by Kane's blade. However, Kane looks surprised as he realizes his sword has become stuck, refusing to respond to his command. Kane is forced to slide back across the ground as dark shadows begin to rise around him. The hacker stands nearby with a smug expression, casually forming a ball of black energy in his palm. The scene shifts to a black and white memory, showing a previous encounter between Kane and a powerful figure. Dark, swirling energy fills the frame, hinting at a deep and complicated history between them. In another flashback, Kane looks stunned by a sudden realization. Back in the present, the hacker is surrounded by a massive vortex of dark power, his red hair standing out against the black and white background of the arena. Kane looks at his own hand, where small wisps of golden energy are dancing between his fingers. He does not have much time to think, however, as a group of puppets suddenly leaps through the air toward him. High above the stadium, a silhouette of a woman is seen jumping across the face of a massive blue moon. This is Ryu Shaoran, and she looks incredibly intense as she prepares to enter the fray. Shaoran lands with a massive impact, unleashing a flurry of kicks that send several clones flying in different directions. Kane looks on in surprise, calling out her name as he realizes he is no longer fighting alone. While the puppets continue to loom in the shadows, Shaoran and Kane share a quick exchange. One of the defeated puppets lies on the ground nearby, Kane's sword still buried deep in its back. Shaoran takes a low combat stance and tells Kane to go and retrieve his weapon. Kane takes off running toward one of the androids that is currently holding his golden blade. Kane reaches out and grips the hilt of his sword, and a bright golden aura instantly surrounds his hand. He executes a massive horizontal slash that cuts a puppet completely in half with a satisfying boom. Kane stands tall after the strike, looking back at Shaoran as they regroup. Shaoran looks down at her own weapon, noticing the strange golden particles that are now floating around Kane's hands. Kane explains that they need to move fast because their energy is limited. Across the arena, a fresh wave of clones begins to sprint toward them, their teeth bared in those creepy, fixed grins. Shaoran closes her eyes for a split second, gathering all of her focus. She then unleashes a devastating attack, creating a massive pillar of golden light that tears through the center of the arena. Shaoran's eyes snap open, and we see the reflection of the real hacker in her golden pupil. She charges forward with her sword glowing, determined to end the battle right now. A giant circular wave of energy sweeps across the stadium, followed by a massive explosion. The center of the arena is consumed by fire and smoke as the impact of the attack settles. As the dust begins to clear, Shaoran looks around anxiously to see if her strike was successful. Deep within the thick gray smoke, a dark and menacing silhouette begins to take shape. Shaoran is shocked to see the hacker is still standing, and he begins to mock her efforts. To make matters worse, dozens of floating hacker heads appear in the air, circling Kane like a group of vultures. The floating heads all have glowing crosses over their eyes, looking like a digital nightmare. Kane grits his teeth and prepares to use his sword once more, refusing to give up. A blinding flash of light fills the entire panel, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. When the light fades, a mysterious dark cube is left floating in the air, pulsing with purple energy. The hacker explains that the cube is a digital maze where reality and virtual worlds are mixed together. He clenches his fist with a confident smile, clearly believing he has already won the game. Shaoran stands her ground even though she is visibly trembling from the pressure. Suddenly, a tiny mechanical bee drone flies up and hovers right next to her ear, catching her off guard. The drone starts to speak to Shaoran, and she recognizes the voice immediately. Far away from the battle, Selena Soleil is shown working furiously on a holographic keyboard, her face full of concentration. Selena is typing at incredible speeds, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. She shouts through the communication link, telling Shaoran that she must hold on just a little bit longer. Shaoran listens intently as the drone continues to buzz near her head. However, the signal suddenly flickers, and the hacker's voice starts to come through the little mechanical bee instead. The real hacker looks extremely annoyed that someone is interfering with his fun. He raises a hand and creates a dark purple sphere, launching a massive energy blast directly at Shaoran. Shaoran is caught in the explosion and thrown backward with incredible force. She ends up pinned against a pile of broken stones, looking completely defeated as the smoke rises around her. Ryu Shaoran is in a real pickle, crouching on the ground, looking at a box covered with swirling purple mist. She looks completely drained as she gasps for air, with debris scattered all around the arena floor. Suddenly, the focus shifts to a bizarre, blocky white object floating in the air. It is pulsating with that same intense purple energy, looking like a glitch from a video game that is manifested in the real world. Meanwhile, Kane finds himself in a strange, blue-tinted architectural space with giant windows. He's actually trapped inside that box. One window shows a digital green grid, while another reveals a vibrant, neon-colored landscape that feels totally alien. Kane stares down at some sparkling particles in his hand, looking very serious and deep in thought. He wonders if the very air around him is made of these strange particles, while more pink sparks drift by his head. We then see a close-up of a dark, meaty dragon heart that is throbbing with power. It transitions into a glowing version of the same heart, shining with a brilliant white and blue light that looks like a soul. Kane reflects on the immense danger of what he is doing, as a terrifying dark shadow of a dragon looms behind him. He knows that if he fails to awaken this power correctly, the evil dragon will consume his body and soul. With a look of pure determination, Kane clenches his fist and prepares to awaken the evil dragon Benazelin once more. Behind him, a massive explosion of fire and dark smoke takes the shape of a monster with glowing red eyes. The dragon's red, slitted eyes snap open in the darkness, glowing with a predatory light. A moment later, its massive silhouette lets out a silent but powerful roar that seems to shake the very fabric of the world. A glowing white cube bursts with light in the center of the screen, signaling something big is happening. Down on the arena floor, Ryu Shaoran and Hacker are absolutely stunned as a giant dragon shadow descends upon them. Hacker is suddenly struck by a massive wave of dark energy, coughing up blood as he is sent reeling. He looks back in total disbelief, clutching his wounded side while sweat beads on his forehead. Kane stands tall with dark, shadowy energy swirling around his body like a cloak. Hacker tries to process what just happened, asking if Kane actually managed to awaken the heart of such a terrifying creature. Despite the shock, Hacker Enemy starts to smirk again, showing off his strange, purple-chained arm that is wrapped in bandages. He boasts about his eternal life force, clearly thinking he is still the top dog in this fight. Kane is not in the mood for talking and moves with incredible speed, appearing right behind his arrogant foe. The enemy grinds his teeth in frustration, his eyes wide as he realizes he cannot keep up with Kane's movements. The battle heats up as the enemy lashes out with dark, jagged chains that whip through the air. Kane is a blur of motion, parrying the heavy attacks with his sword while sparks fly everywhere. Just when things are looking up, Kane suddenly winces and clutches his chest as a glowing red heart symbol appears over his shirt. It looks like the mana of the evil dragon is taking a toll on his body, and he realizes he is running out of time. Hacker floats in the air, surrounded by those dangerous purple chains, looking quite smug. Kane realizes that while his power is infinite, he can only maintain this awakened state for a very short period. Deciding to end things in one go, Kane lunges forward with a powerful sword swing. Hacker Enemy looks genuinely startled for once, his eyes widening as the blade comes dangerously close. Kane delivers a brutal, precise strike that cuts through the air with a white flash. We see a close-up of the impact, where a burst of purple energy explodes from the point where the blade meets the enemy. Even with blood dripping from a nasty wound on his neck, the enemy maintains a creepy, confident smile. He tells Kane that his struggle is over, while Kane looks frustrated because he has run out of the particles needed to fight. Then we see a brilliant green light flashes across the scene. This slash was coming from behind the hacker's body. Out of nowhere, Ryu Shaorin leaps into action with a massive, horizontal slash of green energy. She has a triumphant smile on her face as she swings her blade, asking if she made it back in time to help. Kane looks over in surprise, calling out her name as he watches the rescue. Meanwhile, the red-haired enemy is having a very bad day, as his head is shown flying through the air, severed cleanly from his body. The severed head of the enemy begins to dissolve into red particles, leaving behind one last chilling promise to meet again. Kane stands in the middle of the arena, holding his sword as the last of the enemy's essence fades away. Dark wisps of energy continue to drift away from Kane as he looks up toward the sky. A giant pillar of light breaks through the clouds, signaling that the oppressive celestial flow residing within him has finally vanished. Ryu Shaorin is back to her cheerful self, wiping sweat from her brow and sighing in relief that they managed to win. Kane turns to her, curious about the glowing green sword she is holding and where she found those special particles. Suddenly, Selena Gole makes a dramatic entrance, sliding into the scene with a very proud expression. She points to herself and explains that those are her own original creations, and Kane cannot help but admit that she is a total genius. The scene pans out to show the aftermath of the battle, with the arena floor covered in the bodies of the defeated. Selena reminds everyone that they need to clean up the mess before any civilians find out what happened and start a panic. A moment later, a massive blue barrier is erected over the entire Coliseum to keep the area sealed off. In a funny little chibi moment, Ryu Shaorin is absolutely flabbergasted that Kane can build a containment wall of that size. Kane reflects on his condition, noting that he was able to regain some mana thanks to the Dragon Heart. He remembers the intense moment he called upon Benazelin, with dark energy erupting all around him. We dive into Kane's inner world, where the giant red eyes of the dragon glare at him through the darkness. The dragon sounds quite angry, calling Kane a fool for wasting a divine sacrifice on his own selfish desires. Kane stands his ground in this fiery mental landscape, looking surprised that the dragon can actually speak and maintain an ego. The dragon warns him that he will regret awakening the demon within himself. In a strange transformation, a massive dragon claw stepping through the flames slowly turns into a bare human foot. The heat and intensity of the inner world are visible in every flickering spark of fire. A tall, muscular man with long black hair and pointed elf-like ears emerges from the smoke. He is shirtless and looks incredibly powerful, staring at Kane with glowing red eyes that are full of mystery. This mysterious figure has a dark, swirling orb in the center of his chest. He recognizes Kane as a fellow vessel of the heaven-killing star and seems impressed that Kane is resisting his fate instead of giving up. The man explains that while dragons cannot interfere directly with humans, they can step in when dragon-related matters are at play. He looks back at a vision of dragons in the sky, while Kane listens intently to his explanation. The muscular elf man reaches into the dark orb in his chest and pulls out a glowing white diamond-shaped crystal. He offers it to Kane, telling him to take it and promising that he will not be consumed by his power. As the mysterious man starts to dissolve into black smoke, he tells Kane that there is much more he wants to say. Kane realizes that thanks to this encounter, he was able to awaken the evil dragon mana much easier than he expected. Back in reality, we see the dragon heart is now safely bound by glowing pink chains. However, Selena is in total chibi mode, looking extremely stressed and shouting in frustration because of some annoying Immortal Realm restrictions. Selena points out that all the Tower Masters are dead, and she will be blamed if they are caught red-handed. She quickly grabs Kane and Ryu, dragging them away in a comical blur as they beat a hasty retreat from the scene. Later, at the massive central mechanical tower reaching toward the clouds, it appears that Kane and his group have successfully made their way there from the Coliseum to explain the chaotic situation to Selena. Selena looks quite shocked as she learns that the recent events were all part of the calculated plan by the hacker. However, her expression quickly shifts to a look of immense relief when she realizes that she was not actually framed for murder as she had originally feared. Even though she is safe from criminal charges, Selena is clearly stressed out as she clutches her blonde hair in frustration. After a moment of venting, her attention is caught by a glowing mechanical tablet sitting on the table in front of her. Selena picks up the device and begins to tap away with a determined look on her face. Meanwhile, Kane looks on as they discuss how the virus that took down the Tower Masters was traced back to the Eastern Mechanical Tower as a lethal weapon. Selena stands up suddenly and clenches her fist with a look of pure ambition, declaring that the third continent is now essentially hers to manage. She marches out of the room to start cleaning up the mess, leaving Kane to comment on what an absolute workaholic she is. Once Selena is gone, Kane turns his gaze towards Shaolin, who is still fast asleep on the sofa. He looks a bit concerned as he thinks about her and the mysterious sword technique she used during their last intense battle. We see a brief flashback of Kane and Shaolin running through a crowded area with soldiers in the background. Kane asks her about the sudden surge in her power, and she explains that she can borrow strength from herself in other timelines through something called temporal synchronization. Back in the present, Kane watches the resting Shaolin and remembers being told that she is the strongest version of herself in every single world. He realizes that having her on his side will be a massive advantage in the upcoming fight against the Celestial Killer Star. Kane looks out of a window at the night sky, his expression growing dark as he thinks about the Celestial Killer Star. A memory flashes back to a time when a muscular man with red hair tried to convince Kane to join him. The memory continues, showing that this mysterious enemy was not actually trying to kill Kane but was attempting to force him into submission. A dark, ominous cube surrounded by shadowy energy appears as a symbol of that power. The man in the flashback smirks while clenching his hand into a fist, looking very confident. Kane realizes that this enemy actually needs him because Kane is the only person capable of utilizing his specific power at a full 100%. Returning to the present, Kane turns his back to the camera and stands tall with his hands on his hips. He looks up with a sharp, determined gaze, knowing that he must be fully prepared for the next time his rival appears. Later on, we see a close-up of Kane walking into a new area. He enters a cool-looking bar and greets a man named Uncle Jay, who is standing behind the counter with a white ponytail and a cybernetic arm. Kane offers a small, grateful smile as he thanks Uncle Jay for sending his troops to help them during the crisis. Uncle Jay dismisses the thanks with a wave of his hand, acting like it was no big deal. Uncle Jay looks at Kane and mentions how impressive it was that Kane handled the mechanical tower all by himself. Kane listens quietly for a moment before admitting that he actually came there to ask for a specific favor. With a very serious expression, Kane explains that he is looking for information regarding something called the Divine Drop Elixir. A flashback shows Kane using a small vial of liquid on a woman who appears to be the sword god. The scene shows the pink liquid being poured from a unique-looking bottle. Kane explains that his grandfather originally prepared this special elixir for the priestess, and without it, she would not be able to survive her fate. Uncle Jay rubs his chin thoughtfully and promises to look into the elixir and any other rare medicines that might work. He then reaches out and hands Kane a small wooden chest, mentioning that an old man left it specifically for him. A few days pass, and we see the city being rebuilt with cranes and robots moving heavy materials. Inside an office, Selena is shown looking absolutely exhausted and overwhelmed by the mountain of paperwork and responsibilities left by the previous Tower Masters. Kane visits the room where Shaolin is still resting peacefully in bed. He looks at her one last time before deciding that he can no longer wait for her to wake up and must prepare to head out on his own. The perspective shifts to a high-angle shot as Kane walks down a long, sterile hallway. He is moving with a sense of purpose, having finally decided on where he needs to go next. Suddenly, Selena appears at the end of the hall, standing with her hands on her hips and an expectant look on her face. She teases Kane for trying to sneak away without even saying a proper goodbye to her. Selena reaches into her skirt pocket and pulls something out while Kane watches with a confused expression. She hands him a new ID card, laughing a bit because she knew he was probably going to use a fake name again. She also places two small, black communication devices into his hand. Selena explains that even though they are going their separate ways for now, they should stay in contact to share information since they both want to save the world. Selena looks very serious as she reveals that she also returned to this time specifically to stop the apocalypse. She mentions that in a previous life, Kane was simply being used by others, and she wants to prevent that from happening again. She clenches her fist with a look of fierce determination, promising that this time she will protect the world. Kane looks at the two communicators in his hand and asks why she gave him two of them. A trivia note explains that travel between the first and third continents is difficult, but we see a beautiful illustration of Shay, Shaolin, and the priestess. Selena notes that in her past life, these three were her comrades, which explains her attachment to them. Kane starts to walk away toward his airship, but Selena stops him for one last question. She looks a bit worried and asks if he is returning to the first continent just to reclaim his throne. Kane gives a cool sideways glance and a confident smirk. He tells her that he has no interest in the annoying responsibilities of a throne, but he has to go back because the first continent is currently a complete disaster. We see a majestic airship flying high above a sea of white clouds. Inside the ship, Kane sits alone and looks at the small wooden box his grandfather left for him, wondering what could be hidden inside. He carefully opens the chest and finds a folded piece of paper. As he unfolds the letter, he sees his name written at the top and realizes his grandfather has something very important to tell him now that his mana has returned. A vision shows a younger Kane drinking a glowing, rainbow-colored liquid called the blood of the sea star. As he drinks it, bright lines of energy begin to surge through his entire body. The energy is shown flowing through his legs as the letter explains that this treasure was stolen from the deep sea. It warns that now that his mana is back, the Deep Sea King will be able to sense his presence and will come hunting for him. The letter describes the Deep Sea King as a mythical monster, as powerful as a sky dragon. Kane looks down at the paper with a grim expression as he reads the final warning to never go near the ocean. Kane closes his eyes and thinks back to a moment when a giant, terrifying eye was watching him from the shadows. He realizes that the monster he encountered before might have just been a servant of the Deep Sea King. Kane eventually falls asleep on the airship, looking much more relaxed. An announcement rings out through the vessel, informing the passengers that they are arriving at the landing zone for the second continent. The massive airship docks at a busy port filled with other vessels. Kane steps out onto the platform and stretches his arms wide, taking in the fresh air of the second continent. An overhead shot shows Kane walking toward a security checkpoint manned by guards with animal-like features. He reaches into his pocket to pull out his identification as requested by the officers. The guards, who look like tall wolves in uniforms, carefully inspect his ID card. After a tense moment, they hand it back and tell him he is free to go, though Kane finds the tight security a bit suspicious. Kane walks down a set of wooden stairs that lead through a lush, green park area. He is relieved that he managed to make it this far safely, but he remains alert as he heads toward his next destination. As he passes by a body of water, Kane stops and looks over his shoulder with a wary expression. Beneath the surface, the muscular back and fin of a large aquatic creature can be seen splashing in the water. Kane finally arrives at the grand gates of the Bistron Royal Palace. He is immediately stopped by two large, armored beastmen guards who tell him quite bluntly that he cannot enter without a prior appointment. Kane scratches his head, thinking that these guards look far too serious to be bribed. Just as he is wondering what to do, Neriel walks out of the palace to see what all the noise is about. Neriel listens as the guard explains the situation, but her attention is diverted. Shay steps out from behind her with a tired expression that quickly changes when she sees him. Without a second thought, she starts sprinting toward him as fast as her legs can carry her. Shay leaps into the air and throws her arms around Kane in a massive, emotional hug. Kane looks completely caught off guard by the sudden physical affection as Shay cries out his name in happiness. A little while later, Kane is seen sweating while he gulps down some tea. Opposite him, Shay is crossing her arms and puffing out her cheeks in a very visible display of anger. The two of them sit in a fancy room while Neriel stands guard in the background. The atmosphere is very heavy, and Kane can tell that Shay is truly furious because he was missing for so long without contacting her. Kane bows his head and offers a sincere apology for his silence. Shay huffs and lets out a long sigh, explaining how worried she was after hearing he had been attacked by monsters and vanished. Shay looks at him with a gaze that is both sad and concerned. A flashback shows the moment Kane collapsed in the past, and Shay remembers how he forced himself to keep going even when his body was failing. Back in the present, the lovely Shia looks over with a curious and slightly surprised expression as if she senses something unusual is happening. Kane stands there radiating a powerful golden mana that seems to flicker like flames all around his body. Shay leans forward at the tea table and asks if something significant changed while he was away on the third continent, as she can clearly feel the shift in his energy. Without missing a beat, Kane reaches into his stylish coat and pulls out a small, sleek gray case that looks very high-tech. He sets it down on the table with a soft click and explains that it is a special communication device designed to keep them in touch even over vast distances. Shay looks absolutely touched by the gesture, clasping her hands together as her eyes sparkle with genuine joy, and her tail wags enthusiastically behind her. Kane watches her with a calm expression, noting to himself that she finally seems to have cheered up a bit after their serious talk. A moment later, Kane stands up from his chair and politely announces that he must take his leave now that his business is finished. Shay looks up in surprise, wondering where he could be going so suddenly, only for him to reveal that he is heading to the first continent to deal with a crisis in his homeland. Both Shay and Neriel look quite stunned by the news of a problem occurring so far away. Kane then asks Shay if she remembers the invasion of Artra from a year ago, which causes her to look very serious as she recalls that the subjugation was nearly complete back then. Shay mentions that although their leader fell, the forces of Artra were never truly wiped out for good. Kane nods his head solemnly and confirms her suspicion, explaining that it appears the remnants of that dark organization have finally started to move again. Meanwhile, we see the talented Selena working diligently at a desk, her fingers flying across a keyboard as a holographic map shows red arrows converging on a central point. Kane explains that the group has rebranded themselves as Rafar and even recruited a high-level executive from the armory. Back in his private quarters, Kane sits on the edge of his bed and adjusts a small earpiece while looking deep in thought. He reveals that the former leader was actually an apostle of a celestial star, meaning they likely possessed incredibly dangerous weapons and forbidden knowledge. Kane taps his fingers on the table near the device case, his expression hardening as he considers the technological threat they now face. He stands up with a look of absolute determination, deciding that he has no choice but to go and handle the situation personally. Kane recalls a funny little image of Selena easily taking care of business in the past, which gives him some hope for the current mission. He informs Shay that he has already gone ahead and reserved a high-speed airship for his journey to ensure he arrives as fast as possible. Shay rests her chin on her hand and looks thoughtful for a second before offering a much better alternative. She suggests that Kane should use the airship belonging to the royal family, though he points out that such a vessel is usually not allowed to land on other continents without a very good reason. Shay gives him a confident and knowing smile, placing her hand over her heart as she assures him that she will make sure he reaches his destination. Suddenly, we see a magnificent, massive airship soaring through the bright blue sky, looking like a true marvel of engineering. Kane looks quite impressed as he watches the clouds pass by, clearly surprised that she actually followed through on lending him such a prestigious ship. Inside the luxurious cabin, the group sits around a white-clothed table, and Kane notes how unexpected it is that both Shay and Nariel decided to come along. Shay explains with a bright smile that the royal airship simply cannot be operated without her being physically on board. To solve the landing issue, she produces a golden envelope with a black wax seal, revealing an invitation to a prince's birthday party that gives them the perfect legal excuse to land. After the initial excitement, Shay looks down and her expression becomes a bit more somber as she mentions another investigation she wants to conduct. Kane listens intently and asks if her concerns are related to the uneasy atmosphere he noticed on the second continent. Shay explains that there has been a sharp increase in mysterious disappearances lately, which is very troubling for the authorities. We get a look at a high-tech control room run by cat-like workers who are panicking because a ship named the Sunnyside has just vanished from their radar. A haunting underwater scene shows divers exploring the wreckage of a ship that was found near the first continent. The interior of the vessel is eerily empty, with furniture floating in the water but not a single passenger or body to be found anywhere. Back on the airship, Kane agrees that the situation is incredibly odd and understands why Shay feels the need to investigate. While they talk, Nariel starts to look extremely nervous, with beads of sweat rolling down her face as she thinks about a certain bastard duke they might run into. Nariel suddenly lunges forward and covers Shay's mouth with her hand, looking absolutely panicked that the princess might say a certain name out loud. Shay is caught off guard by the sudden movement, while Kane sits across from them wondering who this Duke Geron person could be. A dark and fiery silhouette of a man with glowing red eyes appears behind Nariel as she describes him as a total scumbag and a persistent stalker. Kane looks rather unimpressed by the description, but Nariel is determined to do whatever it takes to prevent any unpleasant trouble from the man. Shay lets out a little giggle and pats Nariel on the shoulder to calm her down, telling her that there is really nothing to worry about. Outside, the royal airship is leaving a massive wake in the sky as it accelerates over the sparkling ocean, moving at an incredible speed. Everything seems peaceful until a massive explosion of water erupts from the sea directly beneath the airship. The force of the blast sends huge plumes of spray into the air, and it is clear that something very large and very angry is coming for them. The entire cabin shakes violently as an alarm goes off, nearly knocking everyone off their feet. Outside, the airship begins to trail thick black smoke and starts to lose altitude rapidly, heading straight toward the water as the passengers realize they are under attack. Suddenly, a giant muscular hammerhead shark monster punches its way right through the window of the luxury cabin. Glass shards fly everywhere as Kane quickly jumps into action, telling the ladies to stay back while he confronts the beast. The monster lets out a terrifying roar as it lunges into the room, its massive gray fist aiming to crush anything in its path. Kane raises his hand to block the strike, showing no fear even as the sheer size of the creature looms over him. The hammerhead monster manages to grab Kane by the head and pin him against the wall, growling that it has finally found him. Kane keeps his cool despite being in a tight spot, identifying the creature as an apostle of the deep sea based on its overwhelming pressure. Nuriel and Shay prepare to jump in and help their friend, but the monster is focused entirely on Kane. It opens its massive maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, and demands that he hand over the royal blood immediately. The creature begins to emit a horrible grating noise that forces Shay and Nariel to cover their ears in pain. Kane realizes that when the monster says royal blood, it is actually referring to the divine essence of the sea star that he absorbed earlier. The hammerhead monster pulls back its fist for a finishing blow, its red eyes glowing with malice. Kane refuses to give in, and in a display of incredible strength, he catches the monster's giant fist with his bare hand, stopping it cold. The impact of the block creates a massive shockwave that cracks the floor and sends debris flying across the room. Kane turns his head and tells Neriel to take the priestess to safety while he takes care of their unwelcome guest. With a powerful leap, Kane drags the monster out of the shattered window and into the open air. They fall together alongside the descending airship, and Shia watches in terror as her friend disappears from view. Kane manages to land safely on the exterior deck of the ship, but he knows the situation is dire. He realizes that if the airship is destroyed, they will all fall into the ocean where the Deep-Sea King will have the ultimate advantage over them. The hammerhead monster lands on the deck as well, its muscles rippling as it prepares to charge again. Kane looks at the beast with glowing red eyes, focusing his power because he wants to end this fight as quickly as possible to minimize the damage to the ship. The two combatants clash in the center of the deck, and Kane delivers a powerful punch that seems to go right through the monster's face. Instead of solid impact, the creature's head splashes into water, revealing a very troublesome ability. Kane slides back across the wooden planks, looking a bit surprised as he watches the monster's head reform from liquid back into its solid state. He realizes that dealing with a creature that can turn into water at will is going to be much harder than he initially thought. The monster lunges forward with its claws outstretched, but Kane is already preparing his next move. Just then, Shay and Neriel come running out onto the deck to see if they can help, their feet thumping loudly against the wood as they rush to Kane's side. Shay pulls out a magical talisman and looks ready to fight, but she suddenly stops in her tracks when the air around them turns freezing cold. She looks confused, wondering where this sudden icy breeze is coming from in the middle of a battle. It turns out the cold is coming from Kane, who stands there calmly with his hand extended toward the beast. The hammerhead monster is now completely frozen solid in a massive, jagged block of ice trapped in the middle of its attack. The ice begins to shatter into a million pieces as the spell reaches its conclusion, leaving nothing but frost behind. Shay and Neriel watch from a distance with wide eyes, and Shay realizes with a shock that Kane just used a legendary ninth circle spell. In a cute little chibi scene, Shay and Neriel are absolutely floored by his precision and control over such high-level magic. Kane Modesty explains that while he can use ninth circle spells, he does not officially consider himself a master of that level yet because he still has much to learn. As the tension fades, Kane stands there with tiny snowflakes still sparkling in his dark hair. Shay notices a small shard of ice stuck to his head and reaches out to gently brush it away, while Kane offers her a sincere thank you for her help. A close-up shows the tiny ice flake melting away into mist as the moment lingers between them. High above, the airship continues its journey, though it is now trailing a bit of smoke from the damage it took during the surprise encounter. Deep beneath the waves, far from the surface world, schools of fish and rays swim through the dark blue water. In a hidden underwater cavern, a massive and menacing silhouette sits upon a throne made of jagged rocks, exuding a terrifying aura. This is the Deep-Sea King, and he looks absolutely furious as he stares into a swirling vortex of green energy. He can feel that the energy of his fallen apostle has been absorbed by Kane, and the realization makes his eyes glow with a deadly light. The king declares that he will not let the thief escape his wrath this time around. He is clearly insulted that a mere human has stolen his successor's power, and he begins to formulate a plan to get it back at any cost. He sends out a telepathic call to all of his remaining apostles, who appear as shadowy figures with glowing red eyes in the dark. He commands every single one of them to immediately head for the first continent to hunt down their target. A swarm of shark-like monsters begins to speed through the ocean depths following their king's orders. Meanwhile, the royal airship finally arrives at the first continent, flying low over a beautiful white castle as it prepares to make an emergency landing. The ship touches down on a rooftop landing pad with a loud groan of metal, its engines finally cutting out. The gang walks down the ramp looking a bit weary and disheveled, and Shay breathes a sigh of relief that they managed to make it in one piece. They are met by Baron Juan, who looks extremely worried about the state of the royal vessel. Shay gives him a tired but cheerful explanation that they were simply attacked by a monster on the way, leaving the poor Baron looking completely shell-shocked. The massive airship finally touches down on the rooftop landing pad of a grand stone castle. After what looks like a very long journey, Shay, Neriel, and Kane walk down the wooden stairs, looking a bit exhausted but happy to be back on solid ground. Baron Juan, a man with a fancy monocle and a very impressive mustache, rushes over looking incredibly worried about the trip. Shay just gives a bright smile and waves off his concerns, mentioning a monster attack as if it were a minor inconvenience, which leaves the Baron completely shocked. Nearby, the castle staff members start whispering about deep-sea monsters and the potential for an invasion of their continent. The Baron quickly turns and scolds them for being so disrespectful in the presence of the princess, causing the servants to jump in surprise. Baron Juan offers to have the royal family handle the airship repairs and gestures for the group to follow him inside. They all walk down a long, white stone corridor, with the group following close behind the Baron and his staff. While they walk, the Baron casts a curious glance back at Kane, noting that he does not look like a member of the Beastkin tribe. He asks about the relationship Kane has with the royal family, which makes Shay look surprised while Kane looks a little awkward. Kane starts to try and explain himself, but he is suddenly interrupted by a very loud and dramatic voice. Further down the hallway, a man named Duke Giron appears with his arms spread wide and a massive grin, shouting out for his beloved Juliet. The Duke immediately rushes over and tries to grab the hand of Shay to kiss it, looking far too excited. Shay looks extremely uncomfortable and starts to pull away, but before the Duke can do anything, Neriel steps in and points her sword right at his face. Nariel tells Duke Jiron to back off in a very stern tone, and the Duke looks both offended and terrified by the blade. After calming the situation down, Nariel turns her attention to the nervous Baron Hoenn to explain who Kane actually is. With a completely straight face, Nariel announces that Kane is actually the future husband of the princess. This sudden lie leaves both Shay and Kane with their eyes wide and their mouths hanging open in total shock. Kane decides to play along with the ruse, putting on a calm expression and telling the Duke to refrain from such rude behavior. Duke Jiron looks absolutely devastated, sweating as he realizes his romantic competition is standing right there. The Duke eventually stalks away with a very bitter and suspicious expression, clearly unhappy that Shay is already taken. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a wide view of the grand white mansion of Baron Hoenn, where the group will be staying. Once they are inside their private quarters, a maid informs them that preparations for the room meant for the husband are finished. Shay is absolutely mortified, covering her face as it turns bright red and apologizing for how confusing things have become. Shay starts to scold Nariel for telling such a wild lie, while Kane stands nearby looking a bit overwhelmed by the noise. However, the expression on the face of Kane turns serious as he reflects on a very dark and sinister aura he saw surrounding Duke Jiron earlier. Kane asks the girls about the Duke, and Nariel explains that he used to be a complete good-for-nothing. Recently, however, he has suddenly gained a massive amount of influence and has been exiling anyone who dares to stand in his way. Kane looks down thoughtfully, noting that the rise of the Duke to power began exactly 1 year ago. This realization causes Nariel and Shay to react with shock, as the timing matches perfectly with the arrival of Artra on the first continent. Shay looks deeply troubled as she realizes that Duke Jiron might be backed by the enemy. She expresses her fear that the Duke might use his dark connections to target Kane directly using the power of Rayfar. The girls feel terrible for involving Kane in such a dangerous situation, but Kane just gives them a very confident and slightly menacing smile. He tells them that this actually works out well because he will not have to waste any time searching for Rayfar. Somewhere else in the castle, Duke Jiren is throwing a massive temper tantrum in a dark hallway. He slammed his hand against the wall with a look of pure rage, screaming about how he wants to kill that little bastard who is with the princess. A red-haired man named Lorifel stands nearby, calmly counting a stack of cash while the Duke rages. He suggests that killing the target would be a waste of a good opportunity and that they should just sell him off like the others. The Duke turns around and yells at Lorifel to bring him the head of Kane immediately. Lorifel has finally had enough of the shouting, so he reaches out and grabs the Duke by his fancy collar to shut him up. Lorifel tells the Duke to stop being so cocky and reminds him that he needs help for his plan to work. Just as the Duke starts to argue back, a mysterious person with glowing purple eyes named Graviton appears and tells them to stop the bickering. Suddenly, an intense and heavy force slams down on both the Duke and Lorifel, pinning them helplessly to the floor. They both look terrified and are gasping for air under the invisible weight that Graviton has unleashed upon them. Graviton calmly walks past them while they are still crushed against the ground, looking down with a look of total boredom. Lorifel quickly apologizes, realizing he is in the presence of someone far more dangerous than himself. Graviton puts his hands together with a fake, pleasant smile and reminds the Duke to be careful because they are not his subordinates. Even though he is acting friendly, the two men on the floor are shaking with absolute fear. Lorifel reflects on the fact that Graviton used to be a high rank in Artra, but is now the boss of Rayfar. With a chilling grin, Graviton asks the Duke and Lorifel whose head they want him to bring back to them. Graviton looks quite thoughtful as he listens to the report about Kane, who appears to come from a very humble background. After rubbing his chin in deep contemplation, Graviton decides to let Lorifel handle the situation, though he cannot shake the feeling that the name Kane is strangely familiar to him. The scene shifts to the grand and imposing Baron Hoenn's estate under a deep blue night sky. It is a massive, castle-like structure with glowing windows that hint at the activity inside. A moment later, the view focuses on a specific set of tall windows draped with heavy pink curtains, suggesting that something important is about to happen within those walls. Inside the room, the silhouettes of two men are visible against the pink fabric of the curtains as they prepare to make their move. Suddenly, with a sharp and fast motion, one of the men pulls the curtain or a cloak aside. The speed of the movement creates a dramatic effect as they prepare to ambush their unsuspecting target. Lorifel, looking absolutely menacing with his eyes shadowed and a dark expression, raises two sharp daggers high above his head. He and a massive, bald companion lunged forward to strike the bed with full force. However, they are met with a huge surprise as the bed explodes into a cloud of white feathers, revealing that their target was never there at all. Lorifel looks completely stunned and begins to break a nervous sweat as he realizes they have been outsmarted. He quickly turns his head toward the window, catching a glimpse of a dark figure sprinting away across the estate grounds. Angered by the escape, Lorifel immediately orders his men to go after the fleeing man without delay. A short time later, the pursuit moves into a lush green forest where the moonlight filters through the trees. Lorifel and his muscular partner are carefully trekking through the woods, following the trail of their target. Lorifel suddenly stops in his tracks, his expression sharpening as he senses that someone is hiding very close by. High above on a small ledge, Kane stands calmly and watches the two men as they search for him. Lorifel looks up and spots him, a predatory and slightly crazed grin spreading across his face as he sticks out his tongue. He seems thrilled by the challenge, noting that it has been quite a while since he has encountered such a promising opponent. Lorifel wastes no time and charges forward with incredible speed, his daggers ready for a lethal strike. Kane remains perfectly composed, meeting the aggressive charge head-on. The two of them become a blur of motion on the forest path as they engage in a high-speed exchange of attacks and evasions. With a series of swift movements, Kane manages to dance around Lorifel's initial assault. Just then, the large bald man tries to join the fray, but Kane is way ahead of him. He effortlessly blocks a massive strike with his own blade, his red eyes glowing with an intense and focused light while blue sparks fly from the impact. Kane delivers a devastating blow to the bald giant, sending a spray of dark fluid and debris into the air as the man is thrown back. In a display of superior skill and strength, Kane also managed to shatter the weapon of his opponent with a single, precise movement. The sound of breaking metal echoes through the quiet forest. The large man falls heavily to the ground, completely defeated by Kane's overwhelming power. Kane stands over him and picks up a broken piece of the shattered dagger to examine it closely. He notices the intricate and beautiful pattern on the blade, realizing that this was no ordinary weapon, but a masterpiece created by a true artisan. As he stands alone in the forest, Kane wonders if his enhanced mana has boosted the unique abilities of his own equipment. He eventually pushes those thoughts aside for later and crouches down next to the trembling Lorifel. With a dark shadow over his face and glowing red eyes, he suggests that the two of them should have a little chat. The next day arrives with a much more peaceful atmosphere as a white horse-drawn carriage travels along a road toward Euclid Castle. Inside the carriage, Shay and Neriel are listening to Kane recount the events of the previous night. Shay looks incredibly shocked to hear that he was attacked, but Kane calmly reassures her that he took care of everything. Kane pulls out a list of names and shows it to the group, explaining the deep corruption he discovered. He confirms that Duke Jiran and several other nobles are secretly working with an organization called Refar. Furthermore, he reveals that all these powerful individuals are closely tied to the third prince of the kingdom. The conversation turns to the political struggle within the kingdom of Euclid, which is currently divided between two rival factions. One side supports the second prince, while the other, led by Duke Jiran, backs the third prince. It is explained that the highly respected second prince mysteriously vanished 6 months ago, leading to the expulsion of his supporters from the capital. A flashback shows the third prince enjoying a lavish feast while surrounded by his cheering followers. Shay, appearing in a cute chibi form, wonders if Refar targeted the second prince specifically to put the third prince on the throne. Kane confirms this theory, noting that their ultimate goal is to achieve total domination over the entire continent. Shay is visibly frustrated by the news, calling the situation an absolute disgrace to the royal crown and the kingdom. Neriel also looks quite angry as she listens to the details of the conspiracy. Seeing their distress, Kane lowers his head and offers his deepest apologies for the mess the royal family has become. Neriel is confused and asks why Kane is the one apologizing when it is the royals who should be ashamed of themselves. Shay smiles and turns to her friend to reveal a massive secret that Neriel did not know. She explains that the first prince who went missing 16 years ago is actually the man sitting right in front of them, Sir Kane. Neriel is completely floored by the revelation, her face turning pale as she realizes her previous lies about being his wife have now created a royal scandal. Meanwhile, the carriage finally arrives at the breathtaking Euclid Castle. The palace is a magnificent white structure with towering spires and wide plazas filled with people and carriages. Kane steps out of the carriage and takes a moment to look up at the massive gates and towers of his former home. He gazes at the familiar architecture with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. He quietly reflects on how the palace has not changed at all since he was a child, despite all the years that have passed. As the group walks through the palace grounds, a nervous-looking man in formal attire runs up to greet them. He confirms that he is speaking to Princess Shay and offers a very polite but flustered apology. He explains that there has been an unexpected issue with the party preparations and asks if they could please wait a little bit longer. Shay finds the situation very peculiar, as it is unheard of for a royal birthday celebration to be delayed like this. Kane also senses that something is not right and decides to investigate on his own. Before Shay can even react, he disappears in a flash of incredible speed, leaving only a puff of dust behind. Deep inside the palace, the third prince, Chiron von Euclid, is seen fast asleep on the floor and drooling quite a bit. Duke Jiran and another official stand over the prince, looking down at his pathetic state with clear disappointment. Since the prince shows no signs of waking up, Jiran sighs and gives the order to let the guests enter anyway. Duke Jiran paces around the banquet hall, looking quite stressed as he checks his watch and wonders where Lorifel is. He is worried because he has not received any word from his assassin. As the heavy doors are opened for the arriving guests, Jiran begins to fear that Lorifel might have actually failed to eliminate Kane. Shay and Neriel walk into the grand hall, looking elegant as they make their entrance. Duke Jiran immediately notices that Kane is not standing by the princess's side as he usually does. Thinking this means Lorifel successfully did his job, a dark and villainous smile spreads across Jiran's face as he celebrates his perceived victory. Duke Jiren approaches the group at the lavish banquet hall, sounding rather surprised to find Shay and Nariel standing by themselves. He wonders if their partner got held up by some urgent business. Shay looks quite cheerful, while Nariel keeps her usual stoic expression. The Duke then offers them some very expensive wine that was brought in from the southern region, but suddenly, a loud and angry shout about being starving interrupts the elegant atmosphere. The source of the noise is Prince Chiron, who is making a complete scene by greedily stuffing his face with food from the buffet. He is yelling at the top of his lungs that there is not nearly enough food and demands that the staff bring more immediately. Both Shay and Duke Jiren look absolutely stunned by his uncouth behavior, and even the tiny caricatures of them at the bottom show just how much they are sweating from embarrassment. Shay watches the prince with a look of pure judgment, thinking to herself about how on earth a guy like that could possibly be the next king. Duke Jiren is so mortified that he actually covers his eyes with his hand while still holding his wine glass. Just then, Shay notices a mysterious man in a dark uniform walking past them toward the commotion. She lets out a quiet sound of confusion as she realizes that something is about to happen. Prince Chiron is still in the middle of his loud tantrum, screaming for more meat and fruit to satisfy his bottomless appetite. He does not even notice the man in the dark uniform approaching him from behind. Without saying a single word, the mysterious man suddenly throws a splash of purple wine directly into the face of the prince. It is a bold move that completely catches everyone in the room off guard. The entire banquet hall goes silent as the prince reels back from the liquid hitting his face. The man who threw it is revealed to be Cain, and he looks incredibly calm despite the chaos he just started. Guards immediately rush in and point their sharp spears right at his throat, demanding to know who the hell he is. Cain does not even flinch and simply tells Chiron that he has had quite enough. Chiron is absolutely livid, his face contorted with rage as he points a finger at Cain and orders the guards to kill him for insulting the royal family. Behind the line of spears, Duke Jiren is watching with a very nervous expression, sweating as he wonders if that man is actually still alive. The guards look ready to strike, but Cain remains perfectly still, as if he is not threatened at all. A heavy pressure suddenly fills the room, and the guards find themselves completely unable to move their bodies. They look terrified as they struggle against the invisible force holding them back. Cain slowly reaches out and grips the tip of one of the spears with just his thumb and index finger. His red eyes are glowing with a cold intensity as he prepares to show them exactly why they should be afraid. With a clean and effortless snap, Cain breaks the tip of the spear right off, leaving the guard holding the broken shaft in a state of pure shock. He then starts walking toward Chiron with slow, deliberate steps that echo through the hall. Chiron is backing away as fast as he can, letting out a pathetic squeal of terror while Cain looms over him like a dark shadow. Cain reaches out and grabs Chiron firmly by the collar of his ornate red jacket, pulling him close. He identifies himself as Chiron von Euclid and tells the trembling prince that it is actually him who's insulting the royal family name. Chiron is sweating buckets and looks like he is about to cry, his eyes wide with fear as he realizes he's dealing with someone far above his level. Just as the tension reaches its peak, Cain suddenly stops and senses a very powerful energy nearby. He looks up with a drop of sweat on his face, clearly surprised by the sudden shift in the air. High above the banquet floor, a dark and imposing speech bubble appears, asking what all the commotion is about. The entire room feels the weight of this new presence. King Jillian von Euclid makes a grand entrance, looking every bit the powerful ruler with his massive white fur-lined cape and confident stride. He walks right up to the scene of the fight, asking Chiron what he thinks he is doing. Cain stands there with his face hidden in shadow, his posture straight but respectful. The king then reaches out and places a firm hand on Cain's shoulder, his expression turning serious. The king stares at Cain, taking in his jet-black hair and striking crimson eyes. He notes that the face is also very familiar to him. In a surprising display of respect, Cain bows his head deeply and greets the king, calling him father and mentioning that it has been a long time. The atmosphere in the room shifts from hostile to one of shocking revelation. King Gillian lets out a massive, booming laugh that fills the entire hall, sounding genuinely delighted. He pats Cain on the head quite roughly, calling him the prodigal son and expressing his joy that he has finally returned home. In the background, the noble guests are absolutely reeling, whispering to each other in total disbelief that the first prince is actually alive and standing right there. Cain offers a polite apology, explaining that he was only trying to correct the actions of his younger brother, though it caused a bit of a mess. Chiron is still shaking in the background, looking like a scolded child. The king looks over at the ruined banquet table and the general disaster in the room before calmly announcing that the party is officially cancelled. The king tells Cain that they should go and talk alone to catch up on everything. The scene then transitions to a much quieter and more private room where tea and fancy pastries are served on a golden stand. King Gillian mentions that he never expected Cain to be so close with the Princess of Beastren, showing that he has been keeping a very close eye on things. He continues to praise Cain, noting that his son has found a companion who truly suits his own abilities. In the background, Shay is sitting on a plush sofa and looking very flustered, her face turning bright red while Nariel stands behind her with a worried look. Cain then asks his brother a very serious question, wanting to know where their father is at this moment. The king laughs once more, saying that such a sudden disappearance is typical of their father. He explains that the former king vanished without a word on the very same day he left with Cain years ago. As he speaks, he looks toward a portrait on the wall, and the room feels a bit more somber as they remember the man who used to lead them. A flashback begins, showing King Gillian as a younger man sitting on a sofa across from the former king. The older man tells Gillian that he is now a respectable member of the royal family and that he is leaving the first continent in his hands. Gillian looks down at his hands, which are resting on his knees, and gives a respectful nod of acceptance. Gillian admits that he still feels he has a long way to go compared to his father. The former king is then shown gently patting the head of a very young Cain who is fast asleep on his lap. It is a surprisingly tender moment for a royal family, showing a side of the former king that was very protective and caring toward his youngest son. The former king tells Gillian not to worry about Cain and promises that he will protect the boy no matter what happens. Back in the flashback, Gillian looks a bit confused by the sudden and serious statement. He wonders why his father felt the need to say something like that so out of the blue, but he does not get an answer at the time. Another memory shows the former king walking away into the distance, holding the small hand of young Cain. Gillian explains that this was the very last conversation he ever had with his father. He then looks quite weary as he tells Cain that since that day he has done everything within his power to protect the kingdom on his own. Gillian sighs deeply and admits that despite his best efforts, the future of the kingdom looks very bleak. He explains that the youngest prince is far too weak-willed and the second prince is currently unconscious. Shay is visibly shocked to hear this, as she mentions that the public word was that the second prince was simply missing. Gillian confirms that the truth is much worse. The king explains that the condition of the second prince is a strictly guarded royal secret because the truth would cause the entire kingdom to fall into chaos. A panel shows the second prince lying in a bed, looking remarkably healthy and peaceful, but trapped in a deep sleep. Strange white wisps of energy float around him, suggesting that something magical is at play. Cain listens with a very focused and serious expression as his brother continues the story. Gillian rubs his forehead in frustration, explaining that even though he had every doctor in the kingdom examine him, no one can figure out what the illness is. Because of this mystery, the kingdom is losing its loyalty and descending into even more trouble every day. Gillian looks at Cain with a desperate hope, wondering what will become of their future. Cain stands up from the sofa and looks his brother directly in the eyes. With a calm but incredibly bold tone, he tells his father to simply give him the throne. It is a massive declaration that completely changes the direction of their conversation. Meanwhile, Duke Jiran is pacing around a room in a state of high anxiety, sweating and wondering what he should do now that the first prince has returned. In the same room, Prince Shiran is sitting on a large bed, trembling uncontrollably. He looks up with wide, fearful eyes and asks the Duke if that man really is his brother, still unable to believe what happened. Duke Jiran tries to calm Shiran down, telling him not to worry because Cain is just a prodigal son who has been absent for 16 years. However, Shiran does not find any comfort in those words and snaps at the Duke, accusing him of mocking him. He looks incredibly frustrated and angry, feeling like his position is being threatened by Cain's sudden arrival. Chiron yells that the only reason he was made the successor was that there were no other choices available. He recalls the moment Cain was surrounded by guards and how his sheer charisma seemed to overwhelm everyone present. He suspects that Cain might have caused the commotion on purpose just to show everyone who is truly worthy of the throne. Duke Jiren starts to realize that if Cain starts gaining any real power, his own position is finished. He watches Chiron closely and notices that the prince seems to be thinking much more rationally than usual. This makes the Duke wonder if the effects of the poison he has been using are finally starting to wear off, which would be a disaster for him. Jiran decides that he must increase the concentration of the poison immediately to keep the prince under his thumb. He reaches for a teapot and prepares a fresh drink. A close-up of a teacup shows a suspicious purple liquid with glowing blue petals floating on the surface, looking both beautiful and incredibly dangerous at the same time. The Duke maintains a dark and sinister expression as he pours the poisoned tea. He thinks about how his black magic is already prepared to take full control over the third prince. With a fake smile, he offers the cup to Chiron and tells him to have some tea so he can calm his head and relax. Chiron takes the cup and drinks the tea greedily, hoping it will make him feel better. However, as soon as he swallows it, his eyes go wide and start to glow with a terrifying blue magical light. The poison and black magic are clearly taking hold of his mind, stripping away his free will and leaving him in a trance-like state. The teacup falls from Chiron's hand and shatters into pieces on the floor as he slumps over. Duke Jiran stands over him with a wicked, toothy grin, looking completely evil. He tells the now mindless prince to rest easy and says that he will handle everything else from now on. He has successfully turned the prince into his own personal puppet. Back in the private room, Shay looks very surprised and admits that she did not know Cain actually wanted to inherit the throne. Cain explains that he never really intended to take it, but he feels that this is the best way to solve the many problems facing the kingdom. He looks very composed as he sits across from the two women, explaining his logic. Cain points out that if he follows through with this plan, Duke Jiran will almost certainly try to kill him. Shay and Neriel both have a reaction of shock, wondering why the Duke would go to such extremes. Cain then asks them if they remember what his father said earlier about the other two princes and their current states. Kane reveals that he noticed Chiron's eyes were cloudy during the party, which is a classic symptom of a very specific mana poison. He explains that Duke Chiron must have poisoned both princes with the same substance. A panel shows a diagram of a beautiful but deadly flower and names the poison as the Devil's Sigh. He goes on to explain that the poison is made from the mana of a flower called Tensetsuka, which has the power to paralyze the mind and leave it trapped in a fog. That is dangerous enough on its own, but Kane reveals that a hidden ingredient was also mixed in. A dark silhouette of Chiron is shown blowing into a grass flute made from the flower stem. Kane explains that when that flute is heard, the Devil's Sigh poison transforms into something even worse called Angel's Breath. This version of the poison destroys the brain and completely halts the aging process of the victim. Another image of the second prince is shown, looking eternal but completely unresponsive to the world around him. It is a terrifying realization because even though it looks like the person has been blessed with immortality, they will never age or die for centuries. However, Kane clarifies that Angel's Breath is actually a horrific poison that essentially turns a living human being into a walking corpse. The illustration shows tiny angels surrounding the prince, making the scene look ironically peaceful. Shay and Nariel look absolutely horrified to learn that such a cruel poison even exists. Kane confirms their fears and mentions that the poison would normally only be discovered 5 years from now when it connects to the demon realm. He suspects that Artra obtained it from an apostle of a very powerful and dangerous entity. Kane explains that cultivating that specific flower requires a massive amount of mana, and he wonders if that much mana even exists in the human world. He tells the group that if Duke Chiron used this poison on him as well, they would finally be able to secure the evidence they need. He suggests that if they just stay still, the Duke will eventually make a move on his own. With a mischievous smirk on his face, Kane asks if they should throw out some bait first to speed things along. Shay looks a bit confused and asks how they are supposed to do that. Kane does not answer directly, but instead casts a very meaningful glance toward Nariel, who is sitting right there. Shay and Nariel both look completely lost. Kane directly asks Nariel if she can help them with his plan. Nariel points a finger at herself in total shock, her green eyes wide as she lets out a surprise sound. She clearly did not expect to be the center of Kane's next big move, and she looks quite nervous about what he might have in store for her. The scene opens with a total buzz in the air as villagers gossip about a massive rumor. Everyone is talking about the return of the missing first prince, who has supposedly come back more powerful than ever. Inside a crowded tavern, the shock continues as patrons listen to a mysterious, cloaked person. This figure, who is Nariel, mentions that the legendary Conqueror King himself saw potential in the prince and took him away for special training as a successor. As the commoners celebrate the arrival of someone truly fit to be king, a hooded man in the corner watches them intensely. It is Duke Holeon, and he does not look pleased at all while he takes a brooding sip of his drink. Meanwhile, Duke Chiron is absolutely losing his mind, screaming in frustration. He realizes the rumors about the first prince have reached even the furthest borders, and he is terrified because Kane is already making strategic political moves. The Duke is trembling with fear, sweating through his clothes as he realizes his previous attempt to use an assassin failed miserably. To make matters worse, he has already wasted his precious supply of Devil's Sigh poison on the third prince. We see a glimpse of some mysterious glowing blue flowers that are not yet in bloom due to a lack of mana. Duke Chiron turns to a man named Graviton and orders him to use all their trade funds to buy magic stones instead of the usual business. Graviton, with a very smug smile, tells the Duke that he will personally take care of the first prince. However, Chiron slams the desk and warns him not to be arrogant since the prince wiped out the royal guard with ease. Graviton suddenly gets right in the Duke's face, looking quite terrifying with a dark shadow over his eyes. He mocks the Duke for being a coward and asks if Chiron thinks that he, a master assassin, is actually going to lose. After a very tense moment, Graviton laughs and waves it off, moving away with a playful attitude. He spins a bundle of keys on his finger and tells the Duke that he is heading out to get the job done. The scene shifts to a wide shot of the docks under a blue evening sky. Graviton meets up with a shady, hooded figure in an alley to exchange a bag of goods for payment. As Graviton walks away while humming a happy tune, he does not notice a massive, furry claw reaching out from the shadows of a merchant cart. The beast-like hand swings at him with incredible speed and power. The attacker manages to grab Graviton, but the assassin does not even flinch. His eyes begin to glow with a menacing purple light as he looks at the person who dared to interrupt his stroll. With a single powerful kick, Graviton sends the attacker flying back against a stone pillar. He adjusts his gloves with a wicked grin, clearly annoyed that people do not know their place today. Graviton uses a burst of dark energy to pin the struggling figure to the ground. He realizes the person is actually a valuable product for his trade, so he spares their life and orders them to be taken away. After finishing his side business, Graviton touches his chin thoughtfully and thinks about his real mission. He decides that instead of just killing Kane, he might as well bring the Duke the severed head of the prince as a gift. A moment later, we are at the Euclid Royal Palace, which looks beautiful and eerie under the moonlight. Graviton is seen crouching on the roof like a cat, noting that there are surprisingly no guards in sight. Using his special eye ability, Graviton scans a sleeping figure in a royal bed to check their mana levels. He is visibly disappointed and scoffs, thinking the person has the low mana level of a regular citizen. Thinking he has an easy kill, Graviton leaps from the balcony with a sudden movement, aiming to end the target immediately. However, when he lands, the bed is completely empty and his target has vanished into thin air. Suddenly, Kane appears from the darkness, looking incredibly calm as he tells Graviton that he's been waiting for him. Graviton is shocked for a split second but quickly recovers, tightening his gloves for a fight. Graviton does not hold back and activates his gravity magic, causing the floor to crack and the room to shake under immense pressure. He tells Kane that a mere civilian can never hope to defeat someone with his level of power. The assassin is full of confidence as he pushes his output to the limit, certain that Kane will be crushed. Meanwhile, Kane stands there looking bored, casually observing that gravity manipulation is a rare talent. Kane mocks the attack for being underwhelming and moves so fast that Graviton cannot even track him. Before the assassin can react, Kane is already swinging a heavy fist toward his face. Graviton is slammed into the ground with enough force to create a massive crater in the floor. As he lies there coughing, Kane leans over him and realizes that the face of this assassin looks very familiar. Graviton knows Kane from the wanted list for the person who killed the Thunder Emperor. Graviton realizes his luck has run out when he sees his own face on the screen as a high-profile target. While searching him, Kane finds a bundle of keys and notices something very interesting. He sees animal fur and claw marks on Graviton's clothing, which makes him think about the recent beastskin wounds. Kane looks down with a cold, triumphant smile and shows the keys to the terrified Graviton. He asks for an explanation, but Graviton tries to keep his mouth shut even though he is shaking. Kane's eyes start to glow a dark red, and he mentions a special tea-time session that sounds more like a torture. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Duke Jiron is woken up by the loud thuds coming from the hallway. The Duke is startled when Graviton suddenly bursts through his doors, looking completely disheveled and frantic. He throws the bag on his face, screaming for the Duke in a panic. Duke Jiren is confused because Graviton does not actually have any physical wounds on his body. Graviton is trembling uncontrollably and begs the Duke to buy the highest grade magic stones immediately, regardless of the cost. Then, we see several empty potion bottles scattered on the floor. It turns out that Kane had used many healing items on Graviton earlier to make sure he survived for more questioning. In a flashback, Kane is seen forcefully healing the bruised assassin while questioning him about the slave trade. Graviton admits that he only dealt with transporters and does not know who the final buyers were. Kane looks at the man with pure disgust and tells him that he makes him sick. He decides to keep him alive for now to catch everyone involved, demanding that Graviton cooperate fully. To ensure loyalty, Kane places his hand over Graviton's forehead and starts casting a spell. Graviton's eyes go wide with terror as a glowing blue magic circle appears right on his skin. Kane explains with a smug look that it is a binding spell, allowing him to track Graviton's location at all times. He warns the assassin to act naturally and says he will contact him again when it is time for the next deal. Back in the present, Graviton is clutching his head in despair, realizing the only way to break the spell is to kill Kane. When Graviton orders him to eliminate the first prince before the next deal, Duke can only nod and agree in fear. Duke Jiron looks absolutely rattled as he stands in his private room, sweating and wearing a simple head wrap. He is thinking about how Graviton has changed into a complete madman, and he decides that once the first prince is dealt with, he will have to get rid of this person as well. A moment later, the Duke approaches a doorway and hands a sealed letter to a waiting servant. He gives strict orders to have the message sent to the third continent as fast as possible, and the servant bows while accepting the task. Meanwhile, Selena is sitting comfortably in a large chair, looking over a document with a thoughtful expression on her face. Beside this scene, we see a royal trivia scroll explaining the Reinhardt-style tea time, which is actually a terrifying torture method involving repeated cycles of pain and healing. 3 days have passed since the chaotic assault by Graviton, and the palace is now bustling with noble visitors. Kane walks through the ornate halls while a noble couple watches him with excitement, commenting on how clearly the royal blood of Euclid shows in his impressive presence. The nobles continue to gossip in the background, whispering that the first prince is obviously the superior choice for the throne compared to his brother. Kane looks completely drained by the non-stop attention, and he finally tells the crowd to excuse him so he can step away for some peace. Looking for an escape, Kane heads out onto a quiet balcony to breathe, but he is not as alone as he thinks. Duke Aurelian is standing back in the party, staring intensely at the prince with glowing green eyes that look quite intimidating. After a brief moment, the scene shifts to a high-angle view of the balcony where Kane is leaning against the stone railing. Duke Aurelian approaches him from behind and offers a formal greeting, stating that it is a great honor to finally meet the first prince. Duke Aurelian places a hand over his heart in a respectful gesture as he introduces himself by name. Kane turns around with a calm expression and asks if the test is finally over, which catches the Duke completely off guard. As the conversation continues, we see flashbacks of the whispering nobles at the party. The narration points out that these people were likely sent to observe Kane and see if he is the type of man who can be easily swayed by simple flattery or expensive bribes. Back on the balcony, Kane wears a knowing smirk while Duke Aurelian starts to look very nervous, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Kane directly asks if the nobles were sent to test his character, making it clear that he saw through their little game immediately. Duke Holian lets out a sigh and scratches the back of his head, looking impressed that he was exposed so quickly. He admits that ever since the second prince collapsed, the nobility has been anxiously waiting for Kane to make his return to the palace. Kane maintains his cool and confident posture as he listens to the Duke confess his true intentions. Duke Holian then drops to one knee in a show of total submission, pledging his loyalty to the first prince, which Kane accepts with a small smile. Now that they are on the same page, Kane leans in and tells the Duke that he has a specific favor to ask of him. He mentions that he heard the second prince is being kept in a secret room within the palace and asks if the Duke knows the location. Duke Holian looks absolutely terrified, thinking that Kane is a truly frightening man who is testing his loyalty with such a heavy request. Even so, he agrees to lead the way, though Kane watches him walk with a confused look, wondering why the man is trembling so violently. They arrive at the second prince's lavish bedroom, where the young royal is seen sleeping soundly under the covers. Suddenly, Duke Holian lunges toward a side table and grabs a heavy ceramic vase, much to the confusion of Kane. In a hilarious misunderstanding, the Duke holds the vase high over his head and begs Kane not to stop him from proving his loyalty. Kane looks totally shocked and tells him to put the flower pot down immediately, explaining that he only came here to check on his younger brother. A moment later, a very embarrassed Duke Holian is kneeling on the floor and crying while Kane stares at him like he is a total weirdo. Kane then turns his attention back to his sleeping brother, noticing that the boy does not actually look sick at all. Kane leans over the bed and spots a small glass bottle containing a swirling, murky blue gas. He picks it up and examines it closely, realizing that this is likely the legendary substance known as the Devil's Sigh. Kane looks upward with a serious expression, thinking that if Duke Jiron tries to use this gas on him, it will be the final proof he needs. Meanwhile, in a dark and damp dungeon, several purple flowers are growing amidst a pile of glowing blue crystals. Down in the dungeon, Graviton is throwing a tantrum because the flowers refuse to bloom despite all the magic stones he has used. He grabs Duke Jiron by the collar and delivers a chilling threat, saying he will kill the Duke if Kane is not dead by the time of their next deal. Duke Jiron is shaking with fear, holding his hands up and promising to handle the situation somehow. Graviton finally lets go and tells the Duke to go get some rest, leaving the terrified man alone in the dark room. As they walk away, Duke Jiron grits his teeth in anger, silently swearing that he will kill Graviton as soon as the prince is taken care of. They exit the room, unaware of the strange activity happening behind them near the crystal pile. As soon as the room is empty, the blue mana begins to surge and swirl around the purple buds with intense energy. With a sudden burst of light and a magical sound effect, the flowers snap open into a beautiful, full bloom. Duke Jiren sees the blooming flowers and his face twists into a truly creepy and villainous grin. The story then jumps to the next day at the massive and imposing estate of Duke Jiren, where the sun is shining brightly over the white towers. A butler opens the large, ornate front doors and welcomes the first prince to the estate with a polite bow. Kane enters the hallway followed by Nariel, and they walk past various hunting trophies mounted on the walls while the butler leads them with a candelabra. Nariel leans in and whispers to Kane that the entire mansion feels incredibly creepy, and Kane quietly agrees with her assessment. Suddenly, a strange groaning sound echoes through the hall, and Nariel's animal ears twitch as she stops in her tracks. On the wall, there is a taxidermy bear head with its mouth frozen in a wide snarl. Nariel stares at it intensely, and a close-up shows a mysterious glint reflecting from deep inside the throat of the beast. Nariel looks very suspicious and narrows her eyes as she senses something hidden within the trophy. She slowly reaches her hand out toward the open jaws of the bear, her body language showing that she is on high alert. Just as she is about to touch it, Kane calls out her name, which causes her to jump and let out a little yelp of surprise. She quickly composes herself and runs to catch up with the group, claiming that nothing is wrong at all. The group is now seated at a grand dining table under a massive chandelier, where Duke Jiron expresses his gratitude for their visit. Across from Kane, Chiron is sitting in a red uniform and mindlessly stuffing a large bunch of grapes into his mouth. Kane watches Chiron with a look of concern, noting that the boy seems to have become even more childish than he was before. While Chiron continues to eat berries and fruit like a toddler, Duke Jiron begins to pour tea, hoping that Kane will enjoy the beverage. The Duke pours a pale purple liquid from a white teapot, explaining that this is a very rare tea called Heavenly Snowflower. Kane looks down at his cup and immediately notices the steam rising in magical swirls, sensing the mana within the drink. Kane wears a polite smile and asks the Duke if the northern region is really so rich in mana that it produces such tea. Duke Jiron starts to sweat and laughs nervously, claiming that he received the tea as a gift and does not know the specific details. The Duke is internally panicking, wondering if Kane has already discovered his trap and worrying that his entire plan will be ruined. Kane ignores the Duke's visible distress and slowly brings the cup to his face to take a deep sniff of the aroma. A close-up shows the corner of Kane's mouth as he lets out a subtle, knowing smirk before taking a drink. Duke Jiren watches him with a look of pure, manic joy, silently celebrating because he thinks he has successfully tricked the prince into swallowing the tea. Jiron is thinking about how he finally holds a certain life in his hands. Meanwhile, back in Kane's room, someone is shouting in total disbelief because Kane apparently just drank something called the Devil's Sigh. We see a wide view of Kane's lavish bedroom where Shay and Nariel are hanging out with him. Kane looks as cool as a cucumber, holding up a small vial that is leaking purple smoke while he explains that he has a natural resistance to poison. He is very calm despite the situation, stating that this was all part of the plan to draw out the Duke. Kane leans back on his fancy blue sofa, looking quite relaxed while Shay stares at him with a mix of curiosity and concern. He asks her what she thinks the Duke will do once the man is convinced that the third prince is guaranteed to take the throne. Shay looks very serious here, clearly thinking about how ruthless their enemy can be. Shay looks up with a determined expression, explaining that if she were in the position of the Duke, she would simply remove anyone standing in her way. We see little floating icons of Shay and Kane as they discuss Refar, a person with a weakness that is being exploited. Kane looks focused as they realize the Duke will want to move quickly to seize total power. Kane looks down thoughtfully and then suddenly starts to pull a small black device out from under his shirt. He has a little smirk on his face that tells us he has an ace up his sleeve. He mentions that even though Refar could have been handled earlier, the situation has changed, and now they can finally take action. Kane holds up the small device, which is glowing with a bright blue light and showing some data. He explains that he gave the Duke a special tool named after a famous witch from the third continent. The scene shifts to show the whole group in the room, with Nariel leaning against the wall as they agree that all they have to do now is wait for the trap to spring. Nariel stands up and walks toward Kane, looking very serious as she clenches her fist. She asks if the situation with Refar is settled for now, and when Kane confirms it, she makes a bold request. She wants to go off on her own to investigate something that has been weighing on her mind. A moment later, we see Nariel sneaking through a dark, quiet hallway that is decorated with a bunch of stuffed animal heads on the walls. She is looking around cautiously, feeling suspicious because the situation seems far too easy. She wonders why a man like Jiron would leave his mansion completely unguarded like this. Nariel starts sprinting down the long corridor, her wolf ears alert and her expression focused. Suddenly, she skids to a halt, sensing something nearby. She looks down at the floor with a sharp gaze, noticing a small object that seems out of place in this fancy hallway. She crouches down low to inspect the ground, her face showing a deep level of concentration. We see a quick flashback to her conversation with Kane and Shay where they were talking about a missing persons case. It is clear that Nariel is following a lead and she is hoping this clue will bring her closer to the truth. Back in the room, Shay looks a bit upset and asks to go with Nariel, but Nariel firmly tells her no. Nariel insists on handling this investigation alone because it might be dangerous. She turns to Kane and asks him to look after Shay while she is gone, and Kane gives her a steady look and agrees to her request. Kane looks at Nariel with a serious expression and hands her a communicator that belongs to the priestess. He tells her that he will rush to her side the second he gets a message from her. Nariel and Shay then share a quiet moment as Nariel prepares to depart, with Shay looking quite reluctant to see her friend go. Shay reaches out and grabs Nariel's hand with both of her own, squeezing tightly as she tells Nariel to be extra careful. The eyes of Shay are wide with worry, showing just how much she cares about the safety of her friend. Nariel looks back at her with a soft but determined expression, knowing she has to do this for the mission. Nariel stands in front of a giant, terrifying boar head mounted on the wall, looking tiny compared to the beast. She is thinking to herself that she cannot let Shay be exposed to any danger and as she has to solve this mystery by herself. She reaches up toward the mouth of the beast, looking for a hidden switch or secret. She reaches deep into the open maw of the boar, her fingers feeling around the sharp teeth and tongue. She has a look of intense focus on her face as she searches for the mechanism. Suddenly, there is a distinct clicking sound, and Nariel realizes she has found exactly what she was looking for. The wall next to the trophy begins to slide away with a heavy rumbling sound, revealing a dark stone staircase. Nariel stands at the top of the passage, looking down into the shadows with a small gasp of surprise. She looks back over her shoulder one last time before stepping into the darkness. We see a close-up of the boots of Nariel as she begins to descend the cold stone steps. Behind her, the secret stone door starts to slide shut with a loud thud, sealing her inside the hidden passage. Dust and smoke rise from the floor as the wall returns to its original position, hiding the entrance once again. Inside the secret tunnel, a lion trophy on the wall suddenly glows with eerie red eyes, making the atmosphere feel very creepy. Nariel continues walking down the dark corridor, her footsteps echoing against the stone floor. She looks alert but calm as she moves deeper into the hidden lair of the Duke. Nariel stops and looks around, feeling that the hallway is far too quiet for comfort. She wonders if she is just imagining things, but then her foot hits a small, glowing purple stone on the ground. She looks down at it with a startled expression, wondering what a magic stone is doing in a place like this. She stands over the purple stone, which is emitting a strange blue mist that swirls around her legs. Nariel looks ahead and sees a massive wooden door with a circular magic seal on it. She wonders if this is a storage room for magic stones, but she is confused because she cannot sense any mana coming from it at all. Nariel reaches out and grabs the heavy door handle, thinking that the place was built to be completely sealed off from the outside. Suddenly, her wolf ears twitch and she looks toward the door with a sharp, surprised expression. She hears a faint sound coming from the other side and her eyes go wide. She recognizes a voice that she heard earlier and realizes someone is inside. Without wasting a single second, she uses her strength to kick the door open with a massive bang. She rushes into the room, her arm outstretched as she prepares to confront whatever is hiding behind that door. Neriel stands frozen in the doorway, her jaw dropping as she looks at the horrifying sight before her. The room is filled with rows and rows of iron cages stacked on top of each other, and they are all filled with people. She is absolutely furious as she realizes that Duke Jiron really was abducting people this whole time. She spots a cage near the floor and rushes toward it, shouting for the prisoners to get back so she can break the bars. Inside the cage, a terrified bunny-eared woman is clutching a small child, both of them looking completely traumatized. The face of Neriel is a mask of pure determination as she prepares to free them. The woman in the cage tries to say something, but she is muffled by a dark cloth over her mouth. Neriel looks confused for a second, but then her eyes widen in shock as a dark shadow looms over her. Graviton is suddenly right behind her, hovering in the air with a truly twisted and evil grin on his face. Before Neriel can react, Graviton slams her face first into the stone floor with incredible force. He laughs manically, telling her that this was all just a trap to catch her. Neriel is pinned down by his power, looking stunned and pained as the purple magic aura flares up all around them. Neriel struggles against the overwhelming pressure, gritting her teeth and cursing her luck. She looks over her shoulder at her attacker, her eyes burning with rage even though she is stuck. Graviton just stares down at her with a smug look, clearly enjoying the fact that he has captured the Wolf Lady. The scene changes to the fancy office of Duke Jiren, where he is laughing out loud and looking very pleased with himself. Graviton is standing there with him, and the Duke tells him that they should sell Neriel off as part of their next big deal. Graviton looks quite satisfied as he agrees to handle the transaction for the Duke. The Duke has a sly smirk as he asks Graviton if the first prince was finished off for good. He explains that he made the prince drink the devil's sigh, but the timing for the death of the prince is not quite here yet. Graviton looks a bit surprised by this, and the Duke pulls on a set of reins, saying that the life of the prince is now entirely in his hands. The expression of Graviton suddenly shifts from smug to absolutely livid, and he grits his teeth so hard that you can almost hear it. A glowing magic circle appears on his forehead, and he realizes that because of a binding spell, Cain can actually sense his location. He looks terrified as he realizes that no matter where he hides, Cain will find him. We see a vision of Cain standing behind Graviton, looking like a silent predator about to strike. Graviton realizes that if Cain catches them, he will be useless to his accomplices and will almost certainly be killed. He looks completely unhinged as he curses the Duke for being a stupid old man and putting them in this mess. Graviton decides to take matters into his own hands and starts charging up a massive amount of purple energy in his hand. He screams that he will kill the Duke right here and now so he can use the whistle to finish Cain off too. The Duke falls to the floor in a panic as the room begins to crack under the intense magical pressure. Duke Jiren is cowering on the floor, but he is still gritting his teeth and looking quite vicious as he pulls a red whistle out of his pocket. Graviton looks shocked as a sudden blinding light erupts from the hand of the Duke. It looks like the Duke was prepared for a betrayal all along. A massive blue barrier shaped like a pillar of light suddenly surrounds the Duke, completely blocking out the magic of Graviton. The Duke stands up with a mocking grin, explaining that this is a special Magitech barrier that blocks all mana. Two heavily armored knights step out from the shadows behind him, ready to strike. Graviton is shaking like a leaf, his eyes wide with horror as he realizes he is completely powerless without his gravity magic. He looks like he wants to run, but his legs will not move. Behind him, the Duke stands tall and tells Graviton that he has done quite enough, while a knight reaches out to kill the helpless man. The Duke looks on with a cold, heartless expression as he orders his men to eliminate every last remnant of the group of Rayfar. He tells them to leave absolutely no one alive, and his knight gives a chilling confirmation. Duke Jiron thinks about how all of his obstacles, including the princes and Neriel, have finally been removed. He looks truly villainous as he declares that both continents will finally belong to him. Duke Jiron wears a truly wicked smirk as he considers his path to the throne. He is convinced that with the princes out of the way, he is the only one left to claim power over both continents. Meanwhile, Cain is sitting on a balcony under a dark blue sky, looking completely exhausted. He is breathing heavily and covered in sweat, clearly pushing himself to the limit. He explains through the communication device that he let Jiron have that device specifically to lure him into a trap, as the purge of Rayfar has likely already begun. On the other end of the call, Selena is lounging comfortably on a white chaise longue. She is dressed in her signature dark stockings and a short skirt, looking much more relaxed than Cain. She uses a floating holographic screen to read a message from him where he asks for help gathering specific materials. Selena examines the list of dangerous materials, and her expression turns from curiosity to realization. She points her finger at the screen as she identifies the ingredients for an antidote. She looks quite worried as she asks Cain who exactly was poisoned with something as deadly as the devil's sigh. Cain responds with a simple, "me," which causes Selena to literally jump out of her seat in a panic. Her hair is flying everywhere as she shouts about how mana-based poisons are no joke and cannot be handled by normal immunities. Cain just sits there looking weary, admitting that he needs to neutralize it as soon as possible, despite his high resistance. Selena is so stressed out that she looks like she's about to hang up just so she can start running to get the ingredients. Kane manages a weak smile and mentions that he has one more favor to ask of her. Selena leans back and rubs her forehead, looking like she has a massive headache from dealing with his reckless behavior. Selena yells at him to make sure he does not die before she can get there with the antidote. Kane gives a small, genuine smile and thanks her for the help. Once the call ends, his expression turns serious again as he thinks about the evidence he has gathered regarding the assassination attempts on the royal family. Kane stares out into the night, wondering if Neriel is doing alright during her secret mission. Just then, a small ping sound comes from the communication device on the table. It seems like things are moving forward even faster than he anticipated. The scene shifts to a dark, grim mine where several beastmen are being forced to work as slaves. They are hauling heavy carts of stone, while an overseer with a megaphone shouts at them to work harder. Neriel is among them, disguised and holding a pickaxe, looking absolutely furious as she listens to the threats being barked at them. Later, at the majestic Euclid Castle, the sun is shining brightly on its tall white towers. Inside a lavishly decorated room, Kane's father, the king, sits across from Kane. The king has a very stern look on his face as he asks his son if he is seriously planning to take the throne. The king notes that Kane is doing quite well for himself, especially since even the stubborn Duke Holian has joined his side. We see a funny little thought bubble of a chibi Duke Holian saluting with great enthusiasm. The king then asks what brings Kane to see him today, and Kane calmly states that he has a request. Kane asks his father to summon every single noble to the palace in 2 days. The king is so shocked that he nearly spits out his tea, his eyes widening in disbelief. He reminds Kane that such a massive gathering has only happened twice in the history of their kingdom. We get a glimpse into the past, showing the king's grandfather celebrating after unifying the continent. The second time was during the king's own coronation ceremony. Both events were monumental, which explains why the king is so hesitant to call for another one so suddenly. The king leans forward, his massive frame casting a shadow over the table as he asks if Kane is trying to make him abdicate the throne. Kane remains perfectly calm and explains that there has been a misunderstanding. He reaches into his jacket and pulls out a sealed letter to show his father. The king carefully inspects the letter, looking quite intrigued by the command from his own father. However, a hilarious chibi version of Kane reveals the truth to us. He actually wrote that letter himself and is just pretending it came from his grandfather to get what he wants. There is even a portrait of the grandfather in the background who looks like he is giving a thumbs up to the plan. The king finally agrees to gather the nobles in 2 days as requested. Kane stands up and gives a polite bow, thanking his father for the cooperation. As Kane leaves, a dark and confident smirk crosses his face because his preparations are finally complete. The scene then transitions to 2 days later at the grand banquet hall. The room is packed with nobles sitting at long red tables, and the air is thick with nervous whispering. Duke Holian and Duke Jiren are sitting right next to each other, which is a very rare sight. Holian looks incredibly grumpy with his arms crossed, while Jiren is dressed in a fancy powdered wig and looks quite smug. Jiren asks his rival what kind of scheme he is cooking up this time. Holian bluntly states that his entire faction has decided to support the first prince now. Jiren takes a slow sip of his tea, looking very relaxed. He mocks Holian for being capricious, reminding him that not long ago he swore he would support the second prince until he died. Holian just scoffs and says that people's feelings can change, comparing Kane to a massive typhoon that is about to sweep through the kingdom. Jiren's eyes narrow and he looks quite annoyed when Holian refers to certain people in the room as rotten weeds that need to be uprooted. Suddenly, the doors swing open and the king enters the hall with an air of absolute authority. He is wearing a thick white fur cloak and looks very imposing as he walks down the red carpet. He addresses the crowd, admitting that he was not the one who called for this urgent meeting. The king commands Kane to step forward, and the young prince walks into the center of the hall. He is dressed in a stunning black and silver military uniform with a blue sash. He gives a formal bow to the gathered nobility and introduces himself as Kane von Euclid. The nobles immediately start gossiping among themselves, wondering if this means Kane is officially being named the heir. Duke Holian watches with a satisfied look while Duke Jiren sits nearby looking tense. Jiren realizes that if the first prince takes the throne now, all his plans will be ruined. Jiren decides to take drastic action and pulls out a small green device, hiding it in his hand. He wears a sinister grin as he prepares to use it. Duke Holian hears a strange mechanical clicking sound and his eyes widen in sudden alarm as he looks toward Jiren. A memory flashes by of the exact same sound playing when the second prince collapsed in the past. In the present, Kane suddenly gasps and falls face first onto the red carpet. The king stands up in shock, and the guards look on in total confusion as the prince lies motionless. Jiren has a terrifyingly dark expression as he thinks about how he just activated the angel's breath poison. He believes he has won and says a silent farewell to Kane. However, an enraged Duke Holian immediately jumps up and grabs Jiren by his fancy bow tie, demanding to know what he did. Jiren mockingly tells Holian that Kane will end up brain dead just like the second prince. But then, to everyone's absolute shock, Kane sits right back up and says that he is perfectly fine. Jiren looks like he is seeing a ghost, his eyes bulging and his mouth hanging open in terror. Jiren is shaking with fear as he wonders how Kane could possibly have detoxified the devil's psi poison. Kane stands tall and looks down at the Duke, asking him if he really thought he was the only person who knew about such a deadly substance. Kane addresses the entire room of nobles, revealing that Duke Jiron invited him to a tea party recently and tried to poison him. He points toward the Duke as he explains that the poison used is called the Devil's Sigh. The king and the other nobles listen with growing horror. Kane continues his explanation, revealing that Jiron used this poison to turn the third prince into a puppet and to knock the second prince into a coma. We see a flashback of the second prince lying unconscious in bed, surrounded by a strange blue mana mist. To prove his point, Kane pulls out a high-tech mana analyzer. He mentions that it was created by the master of the Central Mechanical Tower, Selena Sole. The device is sleek and white, bearing Selena's official crest on the side. Kane places the device on the table and explains that it contains mana extracted from both princes and himself. He presses a button, and the screen shows 3 overlapping mana waves. They are a perfect match, proving that all 3 of them were targeted by the exact same poison. Duke Jiren is sweating so much that he looks like he might melt. Kane leans in and asks him about the illegal plants he is growing in his mansion's basement. Jiren tries to act tough and asks for proof, but his terrified expression tells a completely different story. Kane looks very unimpressed by the Duke's desperate denial. He tells Jiren that it seems he has not realized his biggest mistake yet. Meanwhile, we see a flashback, where Nero got kidnapped. Kane, at that time, was talking to Selena. Then, he received a message on his communication device. The screen glowed white as a new alert from Neriel popped up. This was the moment he knew his trap was ready to be sprung. Neriel's message revealed that she found a hidden room in Jiren's basement where mana cannot be sensed. In a flashback, we see Shay Vil Vistrin standing in that secret room surrounded by piles of glowing blue flowers that are used to create the poison. Kane tells the shocked nobles that if they analyze the plants in Jiren's basement, they will find the exact same mana components. He wears a very smug grin as he asks Jiren if he would like to brew some tea for everyone using those very flowers. Jiren is backed into a corner and starts screaming that this is all a giant conspiracy. He claims that Kane is just trying to frame him because he supports a different prince. One of the other nobles stands up and shouts back, disgusted that Jiren would try to feign innocence after attacking the royal family. Kane puts a hand to his chin, acting like he is thinking about the Duke's claim of innocence. He then leans forward and asks Jiren how he explains the abduction and enslavement of beastmen from the second continent. Jiren looks like he has just been hit by a lightning bolt, realized that he is completely finished. Duke Jiren looks absolutely horrified as he realizes his secret beastman trade might be exposed, even though he thought all the evidence was gone. He stands up from the table and shouts while pointing dramatically, claiming that accusing him without any proof is completely outrageous. Suddenly, 2 bound and unconscious men are tossed onto the red carpet with a heavy thud. Neriel stands triumphantly over them, holding up a document for everyone to see while she declares that she is living proof of his crimes since she was one of the people sold. Duke Jiren is left gaping in total disbelief at her sudden appearance while Kane and the other guests watch the drama unfold from the table. In a dramatic shift, we see a dark close-up of Kane's father, whose face is clouded in shadow as he expresses his fury at such vile crimes being committed in his kingdom. Kane's father points an authoritative finger and commands the immediate arrest of the Duke and all of his associates. 2 armored guards quickly seize Duke Jiren, who kicks his legs and protests loudly as he is hauled away toward the massive exit. The heavy palace doors slam shut with a resounding boom, signaling the end of the Duke's influence. A tiny chibi version of Kane pops up to comment that this is a fitting end for a second-rate villain, while inside, Kane's father checks on Neriel to make sure she is unharmed. A knight politely asks Neriel to accompany them as a witness, mentioning that she might even get to meet a princess who just arrived. Neriel agrees and begins to walk away, though she casts a lingering, somewhat skeptical glance back at Kane. After the room clears out a bit, Kane pulls out a small communication device that starts chirping with a series of alerts. He wonders if Selena is contacting him because she is worried, so he puts it to his ear and begins to thank her for her help. It turns out that Ryu Shaoran is the one on the other end, and she looks absolutely panicked as she screams for him to run immediately. Kane stands in the middle of the hall looking confused, but then a strange, swirling wind begins to whip around his feet. Kane tenses up as the air pressure changes and a powerful gust of wind blows his hair back. Suddenly, a massive and terrifying water tornado erupts from the floor, surging high up toward the ceiling of the grand hall. Out of the misty spray, a dark and menacing silhouette with sharp claws emerges from the storm. A moment later, several monstrous sea creatures, including a humanoid fish and a giant crab, crash onto the floor with a powerful impact. A text box appears to announce that the Deep-Sea King has arrived to take a life. The monsters, including a shark man and a giant orange octopus, stand ready on the tiled floor as water puddles around them. The knights who are still in the room look up in absolute terror as they find themselves face to face with these underwater nightmares. One of the creatures, a giant red lobster monster, lets out a deafening roar that echoes to the palace. A brave knight draws his sword and shouts for everyone to protect the king and the first prince. He prepares for battle, but the giant lobster monster is already lunging forward with its massive claws open. The lobster monster clashes with the knight, and the force of the blow sends a shower of bright yellow sparks flying. The poor knight is completely overwhelmed by the strength of the beast and goes sliding backward across the floor. Another soldier lets out a terrified scream as the octopus monster snags him with its massive tentacles. He is hoisted high into the air, struggling uselessly against the overwhelming grip of the creature. A Sharkman monster dashes through the chaos with incredible speed, targeting a knight named Edward. The monster delivers a brutal strike that sends blood spraying across the tiles as the knight is caught off guard. Edward is sent flying and crashes into the ground, coughing up blood and looking completely dazed. He stares up in shock as he realizes just how dangerous these invaders actually are. The giant lobster and the Sharkman loom over the fallen captain, their shadows completely covering his body. Edward winces in pain and closes his eyes, wondering if this is the moment he is going to die. Just as things look hopeless, a voice tells the captain not to give up. Kane's father, the king, leaps into the air with his white cape billowing behind him, delivering a powerful slash that cuts right through the lobster monster. The king stands tall and tells the knight that if he is a true warrior, he should keep his eyes open until the very end. He radiates a terrifyingly powerful dark aura that seems to fill the entire room. The knight points a trembling finger toward the other side of the hall, alerting the king to another threat. Kane's father turns his head, and his eyes widen in surprise at what he sees happening further away. In the distance, Kane is standing his ground against a massive green-skinned humanoid with long red hair and fins. This creature is surrounded by a cold blue aura and towers over Kane, who looks tiny in comparison. Kane grips his sword while a dark, smoky energy swirls around his body. He mentions that the thief even took the mistletoe branch and Benazlin's heart, but the green monster just smiles and says it is not his concern. Water begins to swirl and glow around the monster's hand, condensing into a sharp blade of liquid energy. The creature's eyes are hidden in shadow as he prepares to strike Kane down for being a petty thief. The Deep-Sea King swings the water blade with a powerful whoosh, aiming to end the fight quickly. Kane barely manages to react in time, thinking to himself that this opponent is incredibly fast. As Kane tries to keep his distance, he feels a sudden and violent thumping in his chest. A red, glowing heart manifests over his clothes, and he wonders if this intense pulse is actually Benazlin's heart reacting. Kane quickly realizes that it is not just the heart, but his very blood vessels that are responding to the power. Strange, glowing veins of red and blue energy begin to crawl up his arms and chest as he readies his sword. Red light flares from Kane's eyes as he activates the power of the Sea Star. He swings his blade with a wide, forceful motion, creating a shimmering white arc of energy that cuts through the air. The green monster is caught in the middle of his own attack as Kane strikes back with unexpected force. Despite the blow, the creature just lets out an amused "ha" as his jagged teeth show in a wide grin. A massive shockwave ripples outward from the clash, cracking the floor tiles and sending debris flying everywhere. Kane's father and the other knights have to shield their faces from the intense pressure of the battle. The king watches his son in total disbelief, shocked that Kane is actually capable of cutting down such a formidable monster. He wonders if his son has finally reached the realm of a transcended being. The Deep-Sea King looks down at the smoking wound on his chest and then back up at Kane. He has a look of genuine surprise on his face as he admits that he did not expect the boy to be this strong. Kane prepares to go on the offensive again, intending to cut off the creature's arm next. However, several glowing yellow ribbons of light suddenly appear and begin to weave through the air. The glowing ribbons wrap tightly around the Deep-Sea King's arm, stopping his movement completely. A calm female voice rings out, telling the monster that he has gone far enough. Shea Vilvistrin descends from the ceiling like a goddess, surrounded by a radiant golden light. The Deep-Sea King looks over his shoulder and remarks that it has been 1,000 years since they last saw each other. Shay lands on the ground with a firm tap and stares at the monster with glowing orange eyes. Kane looks at her in total confusion, noting that for a sky dragon, she looks exactly like the priestess he knows. Kane looks around and notices that everything has gone gray and still, realizing that time has stopped just like before. He listens as Shay and the Deep-Sea King argue about the rules that forbid transcendent ones from interfering with the human world. The monster points a finger at Kane and tells Shay to look closer, asking if she can feel the aura of the deep sea coming from him. Shay maintains a very bored and unimpressed facial expression as she listens. Suddenly, a bright red light pulses from Kane's chest, surprising both of them. Shay turns to Kane in shock and asks when he drank the blood of a sea star, to which Kane casually replies that it happened 5 years ago. Shay places a hand on her chin, realizing that she could not sense the power before because he had no mana when they last met. The Deep-Sea King crosses his arms and sighs, looking like he finds the whole situation to be a total nuisance. Shay looks at the monster with a very serious expression and tells him that she is not going to let this continue. She demands that they talk, warning him that if he refuses, they are going to have to fight. The Deep-Sea King smirks, pointing out that they are outside of the sea and she cannot use her full power anyway. He stares at her with a single sharp eye, noting that it is unlike her to go this far. Eventually, the monster agrees to hear her out, though he mocks her for being so cooperative. In a funny little scene, a chibi Kane stands between the two giants with a giant question mark over his head, completely lost. Shay creates a massive, glowing golden portal and suggests that they change locations to continue their talk. She warns that this is going to be a very long conversation as they prepare to leave the palace behind.